The boy walks through the city and reflects. He says in his mind, "Dear Mom and Dad." The light turned green, and the boy walked down the pedestrian crosswalk. He kept thinking that it had been a whole year since he had lived a normal life. The boy notices something to his right. It was a truck coming straight at him. We are transported to another world. The boy sits and watches in front of him a floating island, near which dragons fly. He didn't understand anything, and at first he just sobbed nonstop and wanted to get out of there. But after he had the hope that he would be able to return home, he was finally able to fit into the new world. He and his comrades fought for justice and the triumph of good over evil. Where blood flowed freely, corpses formed mountains. He fought alongside his comrades against the monsters. Gradually, he began to understand what true courage and camaraderie meant. He wondered if his dear parents might find this ridiculous. But he wasn't the same weak and insecure kid counting on someone else's help. The boy cut the huge centaur in half. Now he has become a person whose help is counted on by others. The boy held the girl in his arms and asked her not to leave him. The girl was covered in wounds, tears streaming down her eyes. She smiled and said that he should win. And then she died, and they buried her with honor. The boy gained a lot and lost a lot. Now he accepts the challenge of fate with dignity. A boy dressed in armor was sitting on the floor, writing something on a piece of paper. And then he finally said, after a year spent in this world, his journey here is nearing its end. He was sitting under a huge door that was sealed shut. A girl came up to him and asked if he was ready. The boy slowly stood up. Then he put away the scroll in which he had been writing. He reflected that it might be useless to ask for this in a letter that would not reach the recipient, but still let them pray for him. The boy opened the door a crack. Then he turned and smiled. He asked to be prayed for so that he would overcome the demons and be able to return home. His comrades stood behind him and believed in his victory. The boy went on to say that they should ask God to let it all end and become just a distant memory. He opened the gate completely and thought about it, that his comrades are already waiting for him, and they will see each other after his return. From Jung missing his family and past life with love, Kim Min-soo. Kim was standing in front of a multi-armed huge demon. He had numerous needles dotted with needles in his hands, and his appearance was very sinister. The bell rang loudly. The townspeople shouted and cheered for the hero. The demon was finally defeated, and their world is saved. Kim was riding in a carriage, and he was accompanied by security. Kim and his companions entered the castle. Pleasant music was playing everywhere, and the chefs were preparing an elaborate dish. A bearded dwarf from one of his friends shouted that it was royal booze, just something with something. Kim sat silently watching his drink without thinking. The girl in priestess clothes said that Kim would finally return home tomorrow. Kim looked at his reflection in the glass and then said that this day really has come. Once here, he didn't expect to succeed. The girl told him that then he was too busy regretting. She hugged Kim and said that he did a very good job. He did a great job. Kim said he was so eager to see his family and friends, and then burst into tears. The girl hugged him, telling him not to worry. The elf sitting across from her said that the priestess might have found someone prettier. The dwarf laughed and said that he knew there was something between them. Kim and the priestess blushed and turned away from each other, and their companions burst out laughing. A beefy guy with gray hair and windings on his arms asked if Kim wanted to stay here. The little fairy supported him and told him whether to go back at all. The priestess replied that they knew that Kim missed his world, whether they were afraid to offend him with such words. The entire team was overwhelmed by what they heard. And then the guy in the arm wraps said that it was just that Kim was bored. The fairy said they just didn't want Kim to leave. The priestess came over and took Kim's hand. Then she told them to pray for Kim's bright future. She continued that for all his merits and exploits, he is supposed to have full luck and prosperity, a happy life. They happily raised their glasses and toasted the priestess. 3 weeks later, Seoul, Gangseogu District. Kim was standing in the middle of a pedestrian crossing. He stared up at something, and then realized that the priestess she was deeply mistaken. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he said that he might have saved the world, but he couldn't save himself. When he returned home, he was met by the new owner of the apartment. In the 8 months that he was gone, everything changed. His mother handed out flyers in an attempt to draw public attention to his disappearance, and on one of these days, she was hit by a car. The perpetrator was never found. The father could not accept the loss and committed suicide, blaming himself for not being able to protect the family. Even in his suicide note, he asked that the announcement of his disappearance be placed on all resources reporting on his suicide. Kim was standing in front of his parents' trash cans. He felt a lump in his throat and couldn't say anything. And then he started to cry. The police decided that Kim just ran away from home. His teacher yelled at him, saying that Kim had the audacity to ask for his reinstatement after several months of absence. If he wants to make amends to his parents, let him study for his college exams. So he was expelled from school. The teacher shouted at him to pull himself together and live like a decent man. Kim could no longer communicate with his friends anymore. One of his friends came up to him and said that his mom told him not to talk to him, and they're about to graduate, so he's still in his senior year. His friend asked me to understand him. There was no one who could help Kim. His uncle slapped him on the cheek and then started kicking him, shouting that Kim had ruined his brother. Kim became an ungrateful young who ruined his parents. My uncle shouted that he could not be considered a man, where he had been hanging around all this time. Kim lay on the floor exhausted, and his uncle kept shouting that he had killed his own parents. Uncle's wife said that if Kim didn't want this situation to happen again, he shouldn't come back. It wasn't enough that their family would fall apart because of him. Kim was lying on a park bench. They were a simple family, so they didn't have any big savings. Kim rummaged in his pockets and found some money. Then he reflected that from that moment on, he had no money, no family, no education, and even a place in society. His heroic personality was destroyed. Kim had tears streaming down his face and said, "Is this really just a terrible nightmare?" He also saved the world, the lives of many people. I did my best to return home. How was it that he ended up all alone? As he was crossing the street, a big man shoved him. The big man glared at Kim and said that he had stopped dead in his tracks or something. Then the big guy made the shape of a snapper out of his fingers and said that this was going to get it. A girl was standing next to him and laughing at the top of her voice. And then she said that the big guy was don't even feed him bread. Just let him get gout. Let him leave it. He's already a loser with nowhere else to go. The big guy hugged his girlfriend and said that this is for sure. Let the boy think that he was lucky. He will let him go because he made his girlfriend laugh. Kim turned to them and asked if they were amused. The big man glared at Kim, then asked him what he had said. Kim replied, "Why is it so funny to them, if not because their life was saved by a hero?" The big man shouted that he was talking, big-eyed horseradish. Now Kim understood what he wanted. Tears were falling from his eyes, and he told them all to suffer. The big guy grabbed Kim by the hair and asked him what the schoolboy was muttering about. Kim put his hand down and said that he was summoning Durin's sword. The big man didn't understand, and the girl laughed, saying that he was mentally retarded. Look how he got used to the role. A huge sword flew down from the sky, which flattened the big man in a second, turning his body into pieces of meat and bones. The girl next to her was horrified when she was splattered with blood. Kim wiped away his tears, saying, "Let them suffer like this. It's not fair that he suffers. Kim is a hero, so he shouldn't be sad." His body began to be covered in armor. And then he screamed that he'd had enough. Now it's their turn to pay the bills. He screamed for the world to shake. He swung his sword around, causing an incredibly strong shock wave. The flash engulfed the skyscraper one by one. The flames destroyed a huge number of territories in a second. Kim was standing on one fist of earth. The world was saved, and everyone lived happily ever after. This is how stories should end. She was standing on a ledge, and around it was an incredibly huge funnel. But on this day, Seoul's Gangseogu district was leveled to the ground. 3 weeks after the hero's madness, the neighborhood of Gyeonggi province, there was an incredibly long traffic jam of cars. Everyone was hurrying and honking at each other. Everyone at least once imagined what the end of the world would be like. Nuclear war, natural disaster, zombie apocalypse. We see a guy with glasses who has Paxson written on his vest. The four of them are riding in the car together. He himself, his younger sister, grandmother, and mother. Mom says it's a very long traffic jam. They don't move. The nurse in the back started crying. And then I asked my brother where they were going, why Dad wasn't with them. Paxson's father wrote to him on the phone that they would meet in Busan and let them go south. Paxson told his sister that they would meet later and took her hand. And then he said that my mother was driving, so they should calm down and not distract her. Suddenly, a motorcycle sped past the cars at high speed. No one would have thought that the world would be destroyed by a hero. The motorcycle stopped in front of the column. A policeman got off and said over the loudspeaker that their hero was almost upon them. He would be here soon. They don't have time. They'll have to walk. The drivers looked at him in dismay. The police officer continued to tell everyone to leave their cars in an orderly manner. Let them follow the instructions of the military and police. Paxson's mom asked me to look after Dubin. They won't be able to find each other if they split up. Paxson said it was fine. The police continued to shout into the microphone that the hero was coming. Suddenly, the policeman was pinned down by a tank that came from nowhere. All the residents watched it with horror and shouted, "Did it get flattened? This world is going to hell because of the hero." People ran forward panicking, hoping that they would survive. Paxson and his sister were also running ahead, and his mother was walking with his grandmother. Dubin yelled at her brother to wait. Paxson took his little sister in his arms and told her to hold on tight. If she fell, she would get hurt. People ran forward, afraid that the hero would catch up with them. The hero was standing over the tunnel, and behind him were already mountains of corpses and chaos. The hero watched as people desperately ran out of the tunnel. He said, "They still hope to be alive. They're just an abomination. Everyone believes that anyone will die, but not him. Disgusting creature." Kim jumped up and shouted that he would just destroy them all. Paxson continued to run, along with his sister. Suddenly, a fat man pushed him and shouted at him to get out of the way. His sister Dubin dropped the rabbit due to a heavy blow. The rabbit fell to the ground and rolled under the car. Dubin stared back in shock. She slapped her brother on the neck and screamed at him to stop. And then she pointed back and said that her Mr. Bunny had fallen and rolled under the car. Paxson patted her on the back too and told her that the bunny would have to be put down. Dubin said, "But it was a gift from her dad." Paxson reminisced. He remembered how his father of the Navy gave her this bunny and congratulated her on her 6th birthday. She was very happy then and thanked her father from the bottom of her heart. Paxson put his sister in the car and asked her where her bunny was. She pointed a finger to the side. A white car was parked in the middle of the road. Paxson had told her to keep an eye on her mother and grandmother, and then they would go straight after them. Paxson began to push through the crowd rushing at him. He crawled under the car. And there I saw the bunny that Dabin had lost. It rolled far behind the car, and he couldn't reach it. Meanwhile, Kim watched the people running away. He held his sword up and shouted for the men to hunch over. Paxson took out the bunny. He was very happy about it. Kim swung with all his might. Then he cut through the space in front of him. The wave created by the impact chopped down everything in a row. Skyscrapers began to fall, cars exploded, and people turned into mincemeat. Paxson got out from under the car with the bunny. He cleared his throat at the dust that was everywhere around him. He adjusted his glasses. And then I saw a terrible picture. All the people were crushed and cut into pieces. He couldn't believe this was happening for real. He started walking down the road, calling for his sister, mother, and grandmother. Suddenly, he stepped on something and saw the hand of his little sister, who was lying under the rubble. He was very scared, and he began to sort out the rubble in a panic, calling Dabin. When he removed all the obstacles, a pool of blood and a couple of human remains appeared in front of him. That he desperately started crying. He couldn't believe that his sister had died. Then he covered his mouth with his hand as he was about to vomit. Kim walked slowly toward Paxson. Paxson turned around. Kim told him that he had beautiful eyes. Paxson tearfully asked if he really was the hero. Kim replied that he had the eyes of someone who had lost everything, just like his eyes, which have no place for hope or dreams. Paxson shouted what the hero had done. Kim replied that it was him. Paxson grabbed the first thing that came to hand. It was an iron pipe. Then he said that the hero is a... He ran at him and swung, then shouted that he would kill him. But Kim grabbed him by the throat. He watched Paxson struggle to get out, panting and crying in frustration. Kim grabbed his sword and asked how he was going to do it. Then he stabbed him right through. Paxson watched as a fountain of blood spurted out of it. On that day, the learned hero took everything away. Paxson wondered if he was going to die without being able to do anything. He mentally apologized to his sister, mom and dad, and grandma. The hero took his family and his life. Suddenly, he heard someone calling him. He opened his eyes a crack and saw a girl wearing a hat. She asked him to come to his senses. And then when I saw that he had opened his eyes, I said that the words were heaven. He woke up. Paxson was lying on the floor, right on top of the magic seal. So he became someone he hated with all his heart. He became a hero. Exactly 1 year after the hero's rampage, the government collapsed. No one dared touch Kim. One by one, the other heroes returned to this world. So South Korea was invaded by heroes. The returning heroes followed Kim willingly. They divided the country among themselves. And in the end, the world was thrown into chaos. Jeju Island, Hero Golem territory. A stone eye hangs over the city. He carefully examines the houses. In one of them, people are sleeping on the floor. One of them is awake. She breathes heavily and then says she wants to die. Her neighbor turns to her and tells her not to talk like that because she might cough. The girl turns to her and replies that it would be great. Why even live in such a world? Her neighbor started crying and told her to stop talking like that. They ran here to stay alive. The girl covered her head with a blanket, and then she said, "Maybe it's true, but is this life?" Suddenly, the doors to their house burst open with a loud bang. A huge stone arm entered the room, with a speaker built into it. She said it was time to work. Let them hurry if they don't want to die. People were beginning to gather, and the column was counting down. People came out of their homes, and Ruki accompanied them, saying that it was time to work. Let them hurry if they didn't want to die. People gathered in the square. Above them was a stone eye that watched everything. Below were hands that stood around the podium. The people were very cold and hungry, and they looked very tired. Suddenly, someone started walking. The arms were turned around so that someone could climb up them to the podium. The man began to climb up his arms and ascended to the podium. It was one of the heroes. He had red hair and a long blue cape. It was Golem hero Seung-woo. Jungkook snapped his fingers, and a ball rose up from the ground and began to transform. After that, 2 huge columns of earth appeared near Jeon. One of them had a microphone hanging in the air near his mouth. He grabbed it and said, "It's a new day, my dear. Today, according to the plan, the women collect food, and the men continue to work on the construction of the Tower of the Sage." People listened to him, but without much enthusiasm. Then Jungkook asked why everyone was so dead, like he was forcing them. The girl whispered that there were no volunteers. Jungkook held up his hand and said that they should be grateful to him. If they had landed in the land of blood or faith, they would have been turned into mincemeat long ago. Although they could easily be used to make experimental rats or religious fanatics. All the people stood with the same drooping faces and said nothing. Jungkook got angry and laughed, and then said that he could see how relaxed they were. He used his hand to make the shape of a sabin. All the people were very scared, and then ran screaming in different directions. The stone hands beside him imitated Chon's movement. Jungkook slapped the air with his drum. The stone hands did the same, only from them. A gust of wind flew out at high speed. People were running, hoping not to be hit. But those who were left behind were pierced through by the wind current and instantly killed. The girl was looking at her early friend. She was covered in blood, and then tearfully said the girl's name, Salmon. Salmon closed her friend's eyes. And then she said that the girl lying on the floor said that Salmon would crow. But in the end, she was still alive. Salmon didn't understand why her friend had died, and not her. Jungkook yelled into the microphone for people to get to work quickly, or they'd get another beating, then told them to use brutes. Salmon sat and used scissors to cut tangerines from the bushes. A couple of other women worked near her. She was cold, and she periodically breathed on her hands to warm them. Suddenly, her grandmother began to approach her. She was pouring tangerines from her basket to Salmon. My grandmother said that Salmon didn't have a good time. Salmon didn't know what she was talking about. My grandmother replied that it was probably hard after what she saw in the morning. My grandmother suggested that we go to the sea to get some air. Otherwise, Salmon is absolutely nothing. Salmon asked what about Grandma then. My grandmother smiled and said that she had been picking tangerines all her life and would quickly pick new ones, so let her go. Salmon took one of the tangerines from the basket and said thank you. Grandma pointed her finger at the sky and told Salmon not to forget about that thing over her head. A stone, I watched them from above. Salmon was walking along the path. When her heart is restless, she always goes to the sea. As she ate the tangerine, she wondered if that was why she decided to run to Jeju. Salmon finished her tangerine, then squatted down and started crying and apologizing. She apologized to her friend for not standing in front of her and for coughing. Salmon wiped away her streaming tears as she continued to apologize for not being able to do anything. Suddenly, she saw a man walking through the forest. It was a man in a military uniform who stopped and asked if they had anything to eat again. Salmon gave him one candy bar and a tangerine peel. Then she said there was nothing else. The man took her hands and told her that he knew it was dangerous, but could she bring them some more food? His comrades were still on the ship, and he went out alone in search of food. Salmon replied that if the hero found out about it, then she thought about it, and said if they weren't hungry, they could beat him. The man said that, of course, they will fight to the last. If his comrades' morale rises, it is possible that they will even return this island. Salmon looked up, and then she wondered if she could run through the woods before the thing turned in their direction. She told the man that he must defeat the hero at all costs, and she, risking her life, would get him food. She ran through the woods with a basket of tangerines, and then thought about it and told herself that she didn't really want to die. She was just afraid to live all her life in oppression. Not being able to accept something, it's worse than death. She doesn't want to live such a worthless life. She runs up to the shore, said, so she will fight. When she reached the shore, she saw a terrible picture. It startled her so much that Salmon dropped the basket of tangerines. Jian was standing in front of her. Then he smiled and said that he had finally found their rat. Behind him were 3 stone hands clasping the military. They were dripping with blood, dripping into the sea. Suddenly, another hand appeared from behind Salmon. She grabbed it and squeezed. Salmon started shouting that how could it be that the eye wasn't looking in this direction. Jungkook replied. Did she think he was the only one here? Jungkook blinked one eye and said, cancel stealth mode. And then the moans of identical eyes appeared in the sky before them, looking in different directions. Jungkook started laughing and said surprise. He clapped his hands and said it was funny why she wasn't having fun. Salmon screamed that he was a pathetic. Jungkook replied that it wasn't his fault. Let her blame her own worthlessness. If something didn't suit her, then let her become a hero and defeat him. When they suffered, no one empathized with them. Jungkook started to squeeze his hand, and the stone hand that was squeezing Salmon began to repeat after him. Salmon reflected that her pathetic attempt was doomed to fail. She screamed desperately for someone to come to her aid and overthrow these inhumans. Suddenly, lights were flashing in the sky, and then a huge beam of light fell right between Young and Saman. Jungkook squeezed his eyes shut against the glare and gritted his teeth. The smoke cleared, and a man clad in armor with a long spear appeared in front of them. Jungkook asked who the was. Saman looked at him, hoping and praying that he would help her. The hero with the spear looked around and saw stone hands gripping people. And then he said, "The girl in the jacket, explain what's going on here." Saman looked at him with a puzzled expression, not knowing what to say. Jungkook yelled out who he was, why he was in his territory. The hero didn't say anything. Saman thought about it, and realized that he wasn't one of the Sword Hero's gang. The Golem hero was seeing him for the first time. This was her chance. She shouted that this guy is a crazy henchman of the Sword Hero. He has captured Jeju and is killing people. He is the one who killed those soldiers. Jungkook squeezed his hand even tighter, then asked if there was anything wrong with her talking quietly to herself while he was here. Are they meeting old friends? The hero replied that he had heard enough and would only ask one question. This girl is telling the truth. Jungkook was startled by his surging aura. But then he said, what if he was? I told him die. Standing in a crouch, all the stone hands began to fall from the sky towards the hero. And from the eyes that hung in the sky, laser beams began to fall on him. He shouted that he would turn him into a cake, and then ordered to incinerate him with his creation. The hero began to swing his spear, slashing at the stone arms. After cutting through the last one, he made a dash for Jungkook with great speed. Jungkook hadn't expected this to happen. Startled, he covered his face with his hands, and the hero, swinging, cut off 2 of his arms to the elbows. Jungkook howled in pain, calling the hero a freak. The man then kicked him in the chin with all his might, so that a couple of his teeth flew out. Then the hero pointed his spear at Chan and said that he was finished. Saman, who was sitting nearby and watching all this, became thoughtful. The guy who saved her. He picked up the hero Golem, who single-handedly took down an entire naval flotilla. Heroes turned to Jung, who ordered him to answer. The sword hero is the one who wears white armor. Jungkook desperately shouted that he didn't know, and at the same time, the hero chopped off one of his legs. And then he said that for every time he didn't know him, he would cut off one part of his body. He asked again, the hero in white armor is the hero of the sword. Jungkook squinted in pain and croaked that he did. The hero asked where he was now. Jungkook didn't say anything, and what followed was the hero chopping off his leg again. He asked the question again, where the hero is now. Jungkook, crying in a pool of blood, desperately asked for someone to save him. The hero replied that he would not spare him. He had given up his humanity, but if he answered his question, he would let him die quickly. Jungkook said he wasn't talking to him, and with their golems, behind the hero, many stone hands and eyes appeared. Saman watched in horror, not sure why it was her. The stone hands flew into the ground at high speed, kicking up dust. Jungkook climbed on top of them, and then they lifted him into the air. Blood continued to flow out of it. He was breathing heavily, and his body was very sore. Jungkook pondered and remembered how he got to another world. The girl told him that if he didn't save this world, the next time the demon would target his world. She tearfully begged him to help them, if only for the sake of his homeworld. He only wanted to hear a few words of thanks. Thank you and welcome back. He returned home, and then went to his birth father and happily reported that he was back. Jungkook wanted to hear him say that he did a good job or something, to which the father shouted at him to get out. He no longer has a son. But he was not welcome anywhere. Jung went to the social assistance center, but they refused him, saying that they do not provide material support and do not provide housing for those over 18. Jung was depressed and did not know where to go now. He had saved the world. They chased him away from everywhere, saying that he was a minor and telling him to get lost if he didn't want to be handed over to the police. Jungkook asked for money for the shift he worked, to which the man squinted his face and replied, how dare he even ask for loot for the time worked? He is a sinner. Not only did he lie to him, but he also demands something. And after that, he decided that he wouldn't regret destroying this world. He came back from his memories and said that he didn't want to die. Startled, he looked to the side and saw Hiro and Saman were standing on the ground, and Jung's arms were destroyed all around them. The hero swung his spear and told him not to even try. He would definitely not get away alive. It's a pity that Jung won't be able to convey this. All heroes will suffer this fate. Jungkook desperately shouted flowers, and in front of him, the hands formed a pattern in the center of which was an eye, a prayer flower spell. The hero activated the element of electricity. His spear started to be hidden by lightning, and he swung it. Electro Spear Technique Divine Throw Spell. He threw the lightning-charged spear with great force. A huge blue laser shot out from the prayer flower on the spear. But he couldn't stop the spear, and the spear pierced right through the flower. And then Chan. Jungkook was desperately looking ahead. He had a huge hole in his stomach. He coughed up blood. Then he began to fall into the sea. So the Golem hero who destroyed the island of Chengju and the On Navy fleet met his end. At this time, in the world where the hero saved the world, the priestess watched with a smile as the hands made the statue. Then she said that even though it wasn't much, they were able to do something to thank the hero. Then she offered to pray for the hero. All of his companions were looking at the large stone statue, and we hoped that the hero is happy in his own world. But at this time, Jungkook's lifeless body was lying on the floor with a huge hole in his stomach. The hero golem left this world after the hero's death. The golems that controlled the island turned to dust. For the first time since the Sword Hero's rampage, the island of Chengju was at peace. Saman opened the barns. A joyful crowd of people came out of them. They hugged each other and said that they were able to survive this and that they were finally safe. People cheered. They were all watched from the hill by the hero who saved them. Heroes looking at the boy, hugging his father, sister, and mother. I remembered my family. Paxson told her they had places to go back to. They were really lucky. Suddenly, he noticed something moving in the bushes. He made a sharp lunge and aimed his spear at it. It turned out to be Saman, who put her hands in front of her and started saying that it was her, the one in the jacket. Paxson put the spear away, and Saman continued to say why he was hiding here. Everyone is wondering who destroyed the hero golem. Doesn't he want to go to them? Paxson replied that knowing that the hero had killed his own kind would do nothing. This, on the contrary, will only cause them even more horror. He's not interested in reassuring them later. Saman said he was kind. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have thought about their feelings. Paxson said he could think what he wanted, but they wouldn't meet again. Saman asked a question. Is he going to destroy all the heroes? Paxson replied that it was true. He wouldn't kill everyone who teamed up with the white-armored sword hero. Saman asked if it was revenge. Paxson said he couldn't think of any other reason. Saman screamed that she would help him then. Let her take her revenge. Paxson gave her a puzzled look and asked if she was sane. She replied that she knew that the hero thought that she would only get in the way. He doesn't know where each of the characters is right now, but she does. She saw it all with her own eyes when she fled Seoul for Jeju. She knows in which region each of the heroes has settled. She even knows some of their abilities. The hero of the sword is in Seoul, and on the way there, you will need to spend the night somewhere and eat something. You need to ask the locals, find out how best to get to the right place, or where you can eat and stay for the night. She will take care of this. She clenched her fist and shouted that she would be his guide. Paxson said he'd ask her something. Why would she do that? If she stays here, she'll be perfectly safe. Maybe even live a peaceful and happy life and never meet the heroes again. Salman replied that even if she didn't have any special powers, she didn't have any. She took a piece of paper from under her jacket, looking sad. And then she said that she also lost her family. And from the bottom of her heart, she hates heroes. She wants everything in the world to return to normal. She wants to contribute to this cause. But she doesn't have any special abilities. So she wants to rely on him and his powers to get revenge. While everyone was enjoying their newfound sense of freedom, the two who gave them that freedom made a pact. Paxson said that if she wasn't afraid that he might use her or leave her, then she should follow him. They walked down the path together. When they reached the ruined city, they entered one of the hangars. There Paxson began to sharpen his spear. Salmon watched him with interest. And then she said that there is a strong hero nearby, or one that is weaker, but which still needs to be reached. What is his choice? Paxton replied that he was the one who could be killed as soon as possible. Salmon smiled and wrote down something in her notebook, saying that Paxson was in her repertoire, and she knew that he would choose this option. Then his next opponent will be the Sea Dragon Hero, a terrible hero of the seas that destroyed the Pacific Fleet. She is very strong, and the techniques are good. While her pet, the Sea Dragon, is like a nuclear bomb. Together, they killed a huge number of people fleeing Seoul for Jeonju. Salmon remembered being stopped by her parents when she shouted that she was on that ship. Salmon's eyes filled with tears, and a painful lump formed in her throat, making it impossible to say anything. Paxson told her not to talk like her sins were some kind of achievement. Their opponent is a killer, so she must die, and they should not be interested in anything else. Does it matter that they will need a ship, because they will be fighting on the water? Salmon replied that someone could help with this. The remaining sailors have returned to the ship selected by the Golem hero and are slowly restoring it. The ship's captain greeted them and said that it was for the sake of their fallen comrades. They escorted them and saluted. Coastal waters of the South Sea. The ocean was raging and lightning bolts were everywhere. A huge number of tornadoes were spreading out everywhere. There was a sea dragon in one of them. He woke up and looked up. The girl patted him and said that everything was fine. They will never set foot on land again. We are transported to the shore, near which the ocean is pleasantly noisy. A man sits on the ground and smokes. Near him a shovel he buried several of his comrades. The captain comes up to him and says that there are 2 hours left before departure. The man turns around, stubbing out his cigarette in parallel. He says that he doubts that this is the right decision, because they don't know for sure. The hero that killed the Golem hero is on their side or not. Whether they can kill that monster and get back to land, they might come back. But they can kill Kim Min-soo. The man hits his chest with his fist, and his name tag says Kim Jun-young. Kim asks the captain to answer him. Why would they voluntarily return to that hell? The captain replies that that hero killed the Golem hero and is going to kill all the remaining ones. His name tag says Go Maung Jun. Guo goes on to say that they are also not sure of anything else. What he'd done for them was reason enough to trust him. 30 soldiers who were like his sons were killed. If he meets them in the next world, he hopes to be able to tell them that even after they left them, they didn't give up. Thanks to them, they were still alive, so they did everything they could to ensure that their deaths were not in vain. If the hero they're going to help seems stronger than Kim Min-soo, it will be considered that their sacrifice marked the beginning of the liberation of their country. Well, that's enough reason to go back to hell. An hour after leaving for the South Sea, Salmon was drawing something on a piece of paper, and then she showed Paxson her drawing and said that she wasn't very good at drawing, but in general, the sea dragon characters looked something like this. Paxson replied that his next opponent would be Earthworm and Stick Stick Borage. Salmon shouted that there was no need to find fault, but she said that she couldn't draw. She blushed, and then replied that in any case, the main thing is that they work in pairs, so they are different from other characters. Paxson asked her what she meant by the sea dragon being able to act on its own. Salmon replied that from what she had seen wrong, the girl was always standing on top of the dragon, and it didn't move until she gave the order. It seems to her that in their pair it performs the role of the brain, and the dragon is responsible for brute force. Paxson asked about the attack style. Salmon replied that as far as she could remember, during the fight with the soldiers, the dragon released flames or overturned ships, while the girl defended herself from the ayak aimed at her. Paxson thought offense and defense will be difficult to handle. Salmon kept talking, so she's counting. But suddenly, a siren sounded on the ship. Paxson and Salmon ran out on deck. The soldiers were shouting for everyone to spread out. Paxson stopped one of the soldiers and asked what had happened. The soldier replied that the radar detected an unidentified object. The soldier on the radar saw 300 no 400. He shouted that there were too many unidentified objects, and there would be a collision soon. Paxson went to the bow of the ship and readied himself. The soldiers took up their machine guns, and they started shooting at the water. The sea filled with blood and fish carcasses rose to the surface. Salmon looked at it with a puzzled expression and didn't understand it was a fish. Such nonsense. But they shouldn't have been alarmed. Paxson said the fish was scared. They're getting closer. A crater had formed in the sea in front of them. A sea dragon crawled out of it. The sea dragon heroes turned to Paxson and said that he was the one who killed the golem hero. Sea dragon hero Min-soo. Shin screamed that they would destroy the entire ship. The captain told his soldier to dodge. Paxson shouted for them to drop anchor. The soldier did not understand what he was talking about and told the captain that he would immediately turn the ship around. The captain firmly said no. They would follow the hero's orders. Then he shouted, "Drop anchor." Shin told them to disappear and jumped on the ship with the dragon, spewing blue flames. Paxson shouted. The weapon transformation defensive spear stopped. His weapon glowed red and took on the shape of a cross. He grabbed it and said, "Enkyle, activate." A protective barrier in the shape of a four-pointed star appeared in front of the ship's bow. Paxson yelled at them to keep their heads down if they wanted to live. The dragon's flame struck the bow of the ship, but Paxson's shield deflected and absorbed the impact. A huge explosion occurred above the ship with an incredible flash. A soldier watches the hero. He wondered if it was because Paxson was protecting the ship that he couldn't attack. The soldier shouted to the captain to give the order to open fire. The captain, without thinking twice, grabbed the radio and shouted, "All crew members get ready for battle, aim for the head." The soldiers took up their machine guns and cannons, and then the command to open fire rang out. The ship was firing all its guns. A large number of missiles rushed towards the sea dragon, but the dragon did not get distracted. It still continued to attack the ship with its fire. Shin raised her spear and then spoke. "Espita tu tierra," the Atlantis shield. A huge shield appeared in front of the sea dragon, completely protecting it from shots, but at the same time, it could attack through it itself. A soldier in the cabin shouted that the attack had been repelled. The captain told them not to lose heart. They already knew that such weapons were nothing against them. They had to distract the dragon. That was their goal. The captain shouted for the soldiers to keep firing and use all their ammunition. Let them use all the firearms they had. At the same time, a huge number of rockets were launched from the ship. Paxson, protecting the ship with his shield, reflected that the soldiers weren't so useless after all. After Shin put up a magic defense, the power of the dragon flame started to weaken. If his guess is correct, they have one mana pool between them. If you deplete it, they will have a chance. He and the shield began to gradually move forward. Shin noticed this and wondered if that hero had noticed that the dragon's flame was getting weaker. In her hands, she began to spin the spear at high speed, and then she threw up some air and said, "Okay." She just needs to get rid of the interference that's causing her to use the shield. She grabbed the spear, which was filled with strong energy, and then she said, "Tori Atia's trident Atlanta." The trident shot towards the ship at high speed, flying past the missiles. It flew straight into the shield created by Paxson. But then Shin pointed up with her fingers, and the trident obediently changed its trajectory. Paxson wondered if she was turning him the other way. She began to move her fingers in different directions. The trident obediently followed her instructions. He punched a soldier, and then it began to pass through the ship in various places, creating chaos on board. One of the soldiers ran, shouting that the captain should not be hurt. But before he could reach it, he was pierced through with a trident and flew out of the window, rushing towards Paxson. Salmon and the soldier watched in dismay as the trident raced towards them. Shin said, "Dragon flame on one side and her trident on the other." This is the end of the nameless hero. But suddenly, the soldier jumped on the trident. It went right through him. But he grabbed it so that the trident wouldn't move any further. He told her who she thought they were. He remembered how the captain told the dead soldiers that even after they left them, the military did not give up. Thanks to them, they are still alive. So they will do everything to ensure that their death was not in vain. The soldier was barely holding back the trident, which was slowly moving it towards Paxson. But the soldier grabbed the trident, preventing him from advancing any further. Shin was startled by what she saw. The soldier whispered to Paxson to make sure that their sacrifices were not in vain. Then the soldier's lifeless body fell to the ground. Paxson said thank you and grabbed the trident. He activated the power of the element. Freezing. The soldier in the next world smiled. I greet my comrades and apologize for being late. Still, he didn't run away. They hugged each other, sobbing. We are transported to the underwater world. Shin is standing in the middle of it, looking at everything around her without hiding her surprise. Sea Dragon World, Atlantean. The villagers stared at her in surprise. Suddenly, someone said they were seeing her for the first time in their world. It was a beefy youth with a trident in his hand, who addressed Shin after welcoming her to his domain. He said that he felt that Shin was very calm about everything that was happening. She must have already heard about what she needed to do to get home. She had already been told about her duties. Shin replied that yes, she was told about it, but it was too unusual for her. The man replied that everything would gradually fall into place, and that she was here today because he had something to tell her. Shin looked at him with interest. The man extended his trident hand forward and said that this trident has a truly ancient history. It was passed down from generation to generation to eventually get to the sea dragon hero. Shin picked it up and was surprised that it was very heavy. The man said that the trident is now hers, so now she is his hero, and he puts his life in her hands. He could depend on her. Shin looked at the trident and nodded her head. The man got down on one knee and said that was great. Let her now let him serve her, the heroine of the sea dragon. And then he kissed her hand, telling her to protect her from anything that would stand in her way of victory. We are transported back to where Paxson is holding Shin's trident in his hand. Shin gives him a hard look, and then she starts screaming how he dared touch her trident in the first place. She screamed for him to return it immediately. Paxson replied that of course, he will return it. But after sticking it right in her head, the sea dragon didn't stop spewing flames. Paxson said, ankle deactivate, and the shield holding back the dragon flames shattered at the same time. Paxson swung his trident and said, the ice trident technique is frosty path. He threw it, with incredible force, in the direction of the tires. The trident began to freeze everything around the dragon. Shin stared ahead in surprise, and didn't understand how the dragon's flames could freeze. She dropped to her knees, and told the dragon not to attack yet. They needed to focus on defending. The dragon obediently stopped spewing flames. Shin used all of their combined strength, and then channeled everything into defense. She created a 5-layered giant Atlantean shield. And then I thought that a 5-level shield that even a pterodactyl demon couldn't break through. She wondered if praising him was strong enough. The trident slammed into the first layer of the shield, and it began to crack. Then it crashed with a crash. It was followed by a fourth of its own. Then the third layer. Shin looked ahead in fright as her shields cracked and said it was unbelievable. Then the last layer remained, but the trident got stuck in it. Shin was breathing heavily. And then she calmed down and said that he didn't break through after all. He didn't break through. Now they can attack. But suddenly, she noticed that Paxson had disappeared somewhere. Paxson said that he was here, standing on the ice that had just formed as a result of the frost spear. Shin was thinking in fright. So that technique wasn't meant to block her attack, but to pave the way. Paxson swung his 4-pointed spear, a life lesson spell. It struck the ground, causing a wave of blood to form. The wave pierced through the dragon and continued on. Shin stood there in fright, knowing that she was also hurt. She put her hand on the dragon and said she loved it. and then the dragon was split in two along with Shin. They loved each other. Together, they were able to defeat the pterodactyl demons. The dragon transformed into the man who handed over the Atlantean spear to Shin. He went up to her and took her in his arms, and then told her that they were able to deflect the evil horn that threatened this world. The man said that she completely coped. She stared at him, confused, and then he kissed her passionately. He asked her why she was crying on such a happy day. She hugged him and told him that the demon was dead, so they would have to leave soon. She is happy that she will be able to return, but now she doesn't want to live away from him. The man replied that he would follow her into her world. He will fight back against the forces of evil and fulfill his royal duty, so he would follow her as her man. The king's courtiers shouted, "Your Majesty, are you really going to the hero's world?" But their worlds are diametrically opposed. The transition can be disastrous for them. The man replied that the hero had no problems adapting to their world, so why couldn't he? Moreover, he has already chosen a successor who will fulfill his mission. Now he wants to spend the rest of his life with her. Before leaving for the world of tires, the man gave her a ring. She was happy and crying. After the transition, problems started. Her lovers were sitting near the toilet. The human world has proved disastrous for the sea dragon. Maintaining the human form was getting harder and harder. Shin knocked on his door, asking if he was okay, and if he was okay. Her lover came out of the bathroom and replied that everything was fine. Then he patted her on the head and suggested that they continue their date. Their happiness was falling apart right before their eyes. One day, Shin came home late. She apologized to him, and when she entered the room, she saw something terrible. There was chaos everywhere, and her lover was half reincarnated as a sea dragon. He asked her not to approach, but she didn't listen to him and jumped on his neck. She hugged him and told him that she had savings, and they could go to some desert island. And now he doesn't have to work himself out if there aren't people around. They will build a small house by the sea. Her lover hugged each other, and she continued to talk, that they would live there. And then I asked him not to say that again. SU port in the South Sea. They were on a liner. Shin covered her lover with a cape and said that they were almost there. Let him be patient a little longer. He was panting heavily. His body had almost completely changed. And then he apologized and said that he couldn't take it anymore. There was a bright flash on the liner. Her lover reincarnated as a sea dragon, then sank the liner. After the incident on the South Sea ferry, the government took them for rebel heroes. They became villains, and a bounty was placed on their heads. A huge number of warships arrived and attacked the sea dragon. But he and Shin drowned them all. She said they were villains to them, and if there was another world, her lover was fighting to protect her. Now it was her turn to do the same for him. Shin's lifeless body lay on the ice. With his last breath, the sea dragon told himself that he loved her too. He hoped that they would meet again in the next world. We are being transferred to Gwanghwamun Square in the center of Seoul. Kim is sitting next to the ruined statue. He put his head down and thought about something. Suddenly, a guy dressed in a suit with a blue and black striped tie walked up to him. Return hero Lee Sung-joon. Kim looked at him. And then Lee said that the golem hero and the sea dragon were killed by the newly arrived hero. He threw the photos of the new hero on the floor. And then he said that people now have hope. So soon, the end of the kingdom of eternal sadness may come. Lee asked Kim if it was time to do something, because he had to fight for his vision of the world. Kim stood up abruptly. Lee said it was more like him. Kim calmly slid his huge sword behind his back. And the apocalypse is coming again. We are transported to the world of Paxson. In the room, there are showcases with various copies. They are divided in order from the 1st to the 11th. The knight informs the girl in the hat that they have just received the 1st Spear Burbash report. Ankil has returned, and the 5th spear has disappeared. The girl thought hard. The knight continued to speak, saying that the hero must have summoned him. The girl immediately understood everything. The revenge that the hero was so eager to carry out began. She told the knight to call the blacksmiths. They should try to repair all the copies. Their time has come to repay the hero for his services. The knight saluted and shouted that he would immediately begin the task. On the way out, and the girl looking at the windows with copies thinking. The new hero wasn't particularly interested in saving their world. He gave himself to training like no one else. One of the training sessions took place in leaking a stretched rope with a spear. And once he did, his body was exhausted, and he was very tired, very hard to breathe. That day, a girl in a hat ran up to him. I put my hand on his shoulder and told him to stop. They could move on to the next training session. But Park Sung pulled her hand away from him, and then he said that he would decide when he had enough. He's still too weak compared to that. He can't just chill out here. After all, Dubin died because he was such a weakling. He took the tasks for granted and carried them out without any hesitation or difficulty. Once they defended a cave with a team. Park Sung was running ahead of everyone at a breakneck pace. He chopped and chopped the goblins one by one. The big guy on his team told his allies to stop him. After all, he had gone too far. But he didn't care. He was eager to fight. He was surrounded by goblins on all sides. But he noticed this and turned around with a single swing of his spear, hitting 2 of them at once. Because of the strain on the spear, it broke. Behind Park Sung was a huge goblin who swung his club and hit him on the head. The goblins stood over him and laughed. Park Sung was very tired, but as soon as he looked at them, the goblins acquired the image of a sword hero. Park Sung was bleeding, but he started to get up saying, so that's where he was. He slaughtered the goblins one by one and jumped on the biggest one. He stuck his broken spear into the man's neck again and again. Park Sung's allies watched in horror. Park Sung chased the remaining goblins all over the cave and stabbed them, yelling at them to die. There was blood and corpses everywhere. But Park Sung didn't stop fighting. Park Sung's body was completely covered in blood as he stood above the mountains of goblin corpses. Then he sat up, breathing heavily. Suddenly, he saw his sister among the corpses. She was covered in blood, begging to be saved. To his right, his mother was crawling towards him, and she asked Park Sung if Dabin was okay. She's fine on her own. Just let him take care of her sister. In front of him, Park Sung saw his grandmother, who was sewn through with a metal sleeper, saying that she was in a lot of pain. Park Sung clutched his head as he pressed himself to the ground. He wasn't acting like a hero, more like a bloodthirsty assassin or a vengeful spirit. After going to the cave in the evening, they set up camp in the forest. Park Sung was awake, sitting by the fire and looking off into the distance. The girl with the hat woke up. She took a small puck out of her bag. Park Sung looked at her sideways. She was scared and said that it was just a healing ointment. He would feel better if he used it. He had removed the bandages, and his back was covered with cuts. The girl began to smear and said that she was so angry to fight. It's very hard and painful. Maybe she's meddling in her own business. So how will Park Sung show up in the family with such and such scars? Park Sung replied that his family was gone. Everyone was dead. The girl asked what then? Why all this zeal? She thought he wanted to get home as early as possible. Park Sung replied that there was a person he had to kill. The girl replied that there was hardly anyone stronger than him. Even if it was all for the sake of revenge, he should protect it. Park Sung replied that the one he wants to defeat is very strong, and he must surpass it. He will become stronger than that. He will cut off his limbs so that he can't move, and then leave him in the scorching sun, and will cut off a piece of flesh every day. As soon as his wounds start to heal, he will inflict a new mutilation on him. He will live because he will feed him his own meat. The girl who heard all this was very scared. As he sharpened his spear, he replied that it was that will answer for all his sins. He will do it as slowly as possible. There was clearly something wrong with the hero. After a while, Park Sung defeated the spear hero. The demon was lying on the floor leaning on a rock. He said that Park Sung is especially strong compared to other heroes. He was wondering what the next hero would be like in 100 years. Park Sung took the potion bottle and poured it on the demon. His companions indignantly started shouting that this was a miracle elixir. Why was he using it on a demon? The demon started to get up slowly and laugh, and he said he knew it. That Park Sung wants to fall as low as he does. Park Sung replied that they would start again. He needed to get stronger. He needed to train with the demon again. The demon was indignant. He did not understand what it was about. Park Sung defeated and restored the demon a huge number of times. The demon prayed that Park Sung would kill him. The demon begged Park Sung to stop. The girl came up behind him, hugged him, and asked him to stop, because he was already strong enough. They will help him get revenge, so don't let him cross the line and stay human. Blacksmiths of Cavale spears that Paxson brought back. The girl in the hat watched this process, and thinking about it, she hoped that even after revenge, the hero will not become a monster. After Park Sung's victory over the sea dragon, he was about to leave. But then he had a vision, and it was Kim. He asked with a smile if Park Sung thought someone was rooting for him to win. He is not everyone's savior, nor is he the protagonist in a story about a valiant hero. He's nothing. Park Sung replied that he didn't care. Then he stabbed the vision with his trident. The apparition laughed, and Park Sung replied that it would be enough for him to become his killer. I can see someone heading towards the ship. It was Park Sung walking on frozen water, holding 2 spears, and throws up one of them. Then he throws up the second one. They land on a ship, and he climbs it himself. The girl says to herself that he managed to defeat another hero and similar to the truth, because he is able to kill all the heroes. Watching him, Park Sung asks if there are any survivors. What she denies, says that there is no. She says she looked at the deck of the tunnel control room, the engine room, and everything else, but found only the corpses of the workers. Speaking of which, there are no survivors. Park Sung says that he thought so, and is asked what they would do without them. They can't go by ship, and among his many abilities, there is not by chance one that could move them to land. It says that he created shields and made his way to the hero of the sea dragon, saying that he's a jack of all trades. Park Sung looks at her in silence. Park Sung is outraged by this and asks her if she thinks that heroes are some kind of wizards. He talks about how someone promised to be his guide, and isn't she supposed to know how to steer a ship? At this point, Sung averts her eyes and says that this is not what she meant. That this is not what she meant when she said that she will be a guide, and that she does not know how to do this. This is very embarrassing, and she's nervous. Park Sung raises his 2 spear and says that he thinks it can't do anything else, and that he thought it would be useful when he takes her with him. As he speaks, he moves forward. She turns around and shouts to Tom that he should know and tell them what to do. Watching the frozen sea from the crevice between the ice floes, and he says that they need to rest. He tells her that she may not be tired, but he needs to recover from the battle. Then it is deleted. Salmon looks after him at that moment. She points her fist at him and gets very angry, saying that he is pretending that she doesn't have the strength. After that, she lowers her head, becomes drooping, and says that she also wants to be useful. She looks at the ship, the way it stands battered and steaming. She lights a flashlight and starts looking for something. Salmon has reached the library and is looking for something there. To herself, she says it's okay and about how she didn't even start working, so that she could go to rest with a flashlight in her mouth. She recalls how he said that she would be more useful, and so he took her with him. The fact that he was tired, she only lacked the necessary strength after the battle. So she starts looking for a ship management manual to show him what she can do by digging through various books. The library is quite large. Na looks through all the books in it, and he pays attention to something. Are there any sounds? She turns on the flashlight and thinks to herself that someone is in the hallway and that the heroes have already gone to bed. As she heads towards this corridor, Salmon starts to look out and is surprised. She sees the hero carrying 2 corpses of soldiers. She wonders to herself why it's him, and why she wasn't resting, looking at him from the wall. He puts his spear on the floor, and then puts these corpses down. by sending them off, and with all the honors, when he had already brought in a few other people. There were many dead, and he pulls the cloth over one of them. Speaking of which, his father was a sailor, and the fact that perhaps he too died because of the hero's fault. He sits in silence and looks at them longingly. Paxson says he couldn't send you to see your loved ones. He apologizes for having to see them off on their last journey. He sheds tears, blaming myself for not being able to defend myself, apologizing. After that, he puts a spear on one of them and hopes that in the next life, they will go to a world where they will not have to sacrifice themselves and suffer in battles. Salmon is watching it all. She continues to stare, then puts both hands together and says Amen. The hero and his companion accompanied the fallen soldiers on their last journey. They show us the sunrise. It seemed that fate was more favorable to these two. They both stand and watch the sunrise and the sunrise. But they were waiting for new guests, after which a helicopter is seen flying up to the ship. They were soldiers. Raven, the hero of the rebellion, and the girl, they found them. Restored government of the Republic of Korea, head of the anti-hero unit, Choi Young-wook. They are all told to prepare for an operation to apprehend the hero of the uprising. And the head is told to be on the lookout. And they don't know if he's on our side, if his goal is to capture the territory of other heroes. After which, the head says that he will be extremely careful. Salmon exclaims that it's a helicopter, and he is surprised. But the hero looks at him in silence. He tells her that she tried to call someone on the radio, to which she says no. And the helicopter starts landing. She says that they may be henchmen of other heroes. Still, the hero is very strong. So many people join them. What he says is that then they won't relax. At this point, they see a man with a loudspeaker. He says it was an anti-hero unit he was organizing, the restored government of the Republic of Korea, and he lowers the ladder. Get ready to climb. To which the hero says that this is the restored government, and whether she has heard about who they are. Salmon then says that she hasn't met anyone, but she heard about it when she was in Jeju. It is said that this organization was created by surviving politicians and military personnel. I remember all the higher-ups, and she heard that they are waging a guerrilla war against heroes. To which Paxson says that this is not the case. It's no surprise that they decided to ask me for help. Looking at the helicopter. To which he says that he wants to listen to what they are talking about. After that, they climb the stairs to the helicopter. They are helped up and begin to look around. The head invites them to sit down, and they sit down. He orders us to leave. The pilot points the finger up and starts flying. Salmon is thinking about something and doesn't say anything. She says the man is in a formal suit, and the military is fully armed. And it seems that this is really a restored government, so you don't have to worry. To which the hero asks where they are going, and getting straight to the point. To which he is told that they ask the questions. At this point, he takes out a cigarette and starts lighting it. Before one of the soldiers pulls out handcuffs and rope, Salmon is shocked and surprised. She says that he killed two heroes, and he is on their side, and that they don't understand it. And we don't need to use force. We need to calm down and talk. They point a gun at her and tell her not to move. And 1 second is enough for the bullet to penetrate her skull as well. And there are none. We are just you. He says they don't have any information about them, and so they don't trust them. And do not be mistaken that they are some important people who accompany you. To which Paxson says that he thinks how long it will take him to take the heads off to your soldiers by capturing this helicopter. How else would they think that a bullet would somehow harm the hero? Salmon is lost and looks at Paxson with her mouth open and says that they will hurt her so much. Choi Young-wook then taps his chest and says how about a bomb, showing that the whole bulletproof vest is full of explosives. Kim is surprised, and Sung just doesn't say anything. Choi Young-wook says that he will blow them up in a closed space and is sure that he will suffer from this. And now they are at an altitude of 600 m. And he thinks it's okay for a helicopter to crash from that height, even if he survives. Can he make it to land? Paxson is very angry and is told that he will have to be patient, and they thought it all out carefully. To which she is told that she looks like his big sister, and he says it is out of good intentions, asking them and do what they're told. And you don't need to show your character. It won't help them. After that, he tells the soldiers that why they froze, and that they continue to bind. They fly over a ruined city. It is covered in cracks and cracks. This ruin used to be someone's home. They fly by watching it, and they land on the roof of one of the houses. They go out and lead them by holding them. They're wearing black bandages, and they're all tied up, and they go in silence. The so-called hero of the rebellion, Paxson, bound hand and foot. He arrived at the headquarters of the restored government of the Republic of Korea, and the soldiers accept his congratulations. Choi Young-wook, however, was able to bring out the hero who killed such a person in himself, to which he says that the most important thing is still ahead, and asks them to take him to the interrogation room. Then he stands there, wondering if this guy is going to be our advantage, a simple trick of the ball hero, and they'll find out soon enough. Constantly watching the ruined city. The drone shines on this building. It starts scanning, and it is their lair, calling them parasites. It was a sort of purple-black robot, watching everything through the cameras. They show us the camera. She watches the soldier go on. Park Sung and Salmon are taken to the interrogation room. He looks down at his hands and realizes that they are connected. He thinks that the strength of his body is enough to break free in 1 second. He's listening, and judging by the sounds around him, there must be 4 or 5 of his soldiers, and that it would take him another 3 seconds to finish them off. And the fact that it's starting to annoy him. I think it's about running away right now. He stops, and the soldiers ask him why he became a pillar, pointing their weapons at him. He says that he did not follow them out of fear, but only to get to land, to which he is told to keep moving and keep his mouth shut before entering the interrogation room. The soldier's hands are shaking. He is very tense, to which Salman tells him not to get mad, taking him by the shoulder, that they're just scared. He listens to her in silence, and she says that they have no evil intentions because they are members of the restored government, and these people feel the same hatred for the hero as he does. Speaking of which, they have a common enemy. Watching the soldiers tremble. And then what? They have to convince them to help them. After that, the soldiers are surprised that he lowers his hands and continues walking. All the soldiers sighed, silently watching it, asking you to stay calm. The lamp is on the table, and the door opens. Salmon and 2 soldiers enter the room. They put her on a chair. And on the other hand, Choi Young-wook comes up. He says that he knows that she is not a hero. Therefore, he wants to hear from her lips what kind of hero he really is. And why was she helping him? She asks him who the heroes of the uprising are, and the fact that it's a pretty pathetic nickname. She says that she would not call him a hero, and that he is very different from the previous ones. What do they ask her? How is it different? And she says he seems to harbor an implacable grudge against the sword hero. He'd said he was going to kill other heroes too, and from what she knew, he didn't have a purpose. He talks like he's going to leave our world as soon as he's done with Kim Min-soo. At this point, he takes out a cigarette and thinks to himself that if she doesn't die, then the situation generally converges, and it turns out that the reason why the hero of the uprising appeared now is because he was in a parallel world before. He lights a cigarette. I think to myself that this explains why he went north and killed 2 heroes. After all, this is retribution and malice. And if we omit these points, its purpose converges with ours. He says it's good that his goal is to kill the rest of the heroes. Then he would like to hear why she is helping him and why he is keeping close to her. She says she will follow him, and it seemed to her that he would need a guide. In addition, she, as a person, also lost family members and wanted to help him in carrying out revenge. Although all this time, she looked more like Abusa. To which he says it seems to be true. Salmon stands up exclaiming, and says that she agrees and knew that the restored government was created to overthrow the heroes. And she says that's a very good thing, because with the help of the restored government, maybe very soon, they will be able to crush the heroes and return the world to normal. To which he says that she thinks well, and the only negative thing is that she does not know how to assess the situation. And they don't plan to let the hero of the rebellion go. And what's more, they're not going to help them. After all, until then, he will not help us, because, unlike other heroes, he can be restrained. To which she is surprised and asks questions. Choi Young-wook also tells her if she trusts him and if she knows about him. Does she know what's on his mind? And is he strong enough to crush the sword hero? And can we guarantee that he won't betray them? She's surprised. And also what he will become after he kills the sword hero. And he thinks about what will happen after his revenge is accomplished. And as he said, the hero will rise, may indeed prove to be a hope for survival. And there were even rumors that there was a hero who kills his own kind. Remembering how other people survive, he says that I trust him, and they don't help him. But this is an extremely big risk, and they are not in a position to take risks because of the new hope. That's why it makes sense to kill him now, as long as they can't consist of just one. But either they will put him in custody, indicating with gestures that they want to kill him, and in shock. He thinks to himself that she told him to hold back. If they really do that, there will be a massacre. 3 days later, Park Sung is sitting in the room. He's still chained up. He remembers Salmon telling him to stay calm, and thinking about how they were scared of him, and that they should convince them to help them. And so they asked to stay calm. After that, he thinks that they, when their own is difficult to understand, and their fear. They are so afraid of him that they decided to starve him out. Although his body isn't the same as before, so it won't kill him. He hears the sound of gunfire. A door opens behind him. He freed himself from the handcuffs. They removed the blindfold. He sees the hero and Salmon in front of him. The hero says that this is him and what everyone knows. At this point, Park Sung is surprised. A man asks Park Sung if he is the hero that everyone is hearing, looking at him. Park Sung, who is tired, is surprised. He says he's introducing himself, and he's the hero of Steelhand, and he's come to save him. At this point, Salmon tries to drive him away. Park Sung looks at Salmon, and she says that the restored government was not going to ally with them from the very beginning, and they wanted to kill us. But then the hero of Steelhand appeared, to which this hero says that this government should not be trusted from the very beginning, and they are not going to help them. They just wanted to get rid of them, as if they were just another threat. She says she miscalculated, and thank God they didn't have time to save her. Hero of the Steel Hand. Park Sung swings and rips the ropes. He gets very angry and holds out his hand. A spear comes flying at him from behind the wall, and he says he's had enough of this nonsense by taking it up. Salmon asks him to stand up and see if he's going to fight him, because he saved him. He grabs her face and tells her that the feeling of revenge for the heroes was just that. He says that he did not betray the doubt that they had the same goal, and that he trusted her. To which the hero of the Iron Hand says that there was some misunderstanding, and not all heroes are as bad as he thinks, and they were just unlucky enough to be born in this fluff. To which he tells him to shut his infuriating mouth. Park Sung says that whether it's a misunderstanding or a mistake, he doesn't care. After all, they had crossed a line that could not be crossed. I don't know, everyone who gave up their humanity will die. Pointing the spear at the hero, he throws Salmon, and it falls on her cheeks. I can see the bruises from Park Sung's fingers. He tells her that before she gets into even more trouble, he asks her to leave. Salmon has fallen to her knees and is shaking. She starts crying and says what's really wrong with him. He's just going to end it like saying goodbye to the sword hero. To which he is surprised. Choi Young-wook enters the room. There are 2 soldiers behind him, and he says that the tests are passed 3 days ago. That's why the best course of action is to kill him while they can restrain him, or else take him into custody. To which Salmon is very surprised, thinking to himself that she asked him to hold back. If they really do this, it will lead to a massacre. And he says that did she really think that she didn't immediately rush in, help him? And if he continues to kill the rest of the heroes, The fact that she might think the plans are brilliant. But in the adult world, everything works differently, and the situation is getting more and more confusing. But be that as it may, we have similar thoughts with him and thinks that this game is worth the candle. Speaking of taking a small gamble, getting up from the table and thinking. After all, no matter how the hero of the uprising killed not one, but two whole heroes, there is a small problem. People in high positions will prefer security over fighting for freedom. Poking at the wall. For which one? Two men are watching the interrogation. They're all excited and standing there, thinking. One of the women suggests that you watch him, because they know that the captain's methods, Choi Young-wook, are a bit unconventional. After which, the captain and Salmon are silent. But he's going to put on a little show. And she is surprised in turn. Events are brought to the present. Paxson is standing with a spear. Salmon is on his knees. She says it was all just a show-off. And you had to prove that the government could trust you to kill heroes. And they hired an actor similar to the hero of the steel hand. And he can lower his spear. Paxson asks if he would be friendly to this guy. Choi Young-wook then swipes a hand across his throat, not to die on the spot. After that, we are shown a table covered with explosives. And even if he survived the bombs that went off under the table, there are a lot of soldiers and a bunch of fighters from the restored government waiting for him on the doorstep. After that, Paxson lowers his head and thinks about what would happen if something went wrong. And in order to stock up on food for everyone, they were going to bury them alive, sticking bombs everywhere. And this was the most win-win option, since they would be able to protect the citizens of the restored government and sacrifice only a small number of soldiers who were ready to say goodbye to their lives. He thinks to himself that their sense of enmity is so strong that they don't even care about sacrificing everything on their own lives to win, saying they're nuts. But you can trust them. He says that he was sick of the whole circus, but that we have a common enemy. He was convinced. After that, he is told that they too have made sure that they are the same as him. Paxson showed his hatred as a hero, and they will show their full support. Then the three of them take the elevator. B12. Salmon looks around. We are shown a huge city, the restored government of South Korea, the underground city of B12. After that, as they take the elevator down, they watch the city from above, and Sammy is surprised at how huge the city was hidden under the ground. It doesn't work out that the rumor that Taekwondo 5 is located in the basement of the Parliament building is also true, remembering how they activated it right after Kim Min-soo appeared, but it was later destroyed by him. They themselves are surprised, and he says that he lied, saying that how naive she is. And since the level of awareness of the heroes is very high, they tried not to talk left and right in the underground city. Initially, this place was a bomb shelter, which was built during the Cold War and upgraded it to a city. And it is considered small, so the population has 50,000 people. And even then, there were rumors about you, the hero of the rebellion. Then the townspeople watch as they lower themselves and smile at them. They say that the one who will crush his heroes has come, and they rejoice when they see the hero come down to them. He says he will give him advice as a junior. Don't trample on their hopes, and if there's anything human left in him, he must not fight to destroy the enemy, but to protect his friends. After which, they descend and head off somewhere. Sammy and Boxing consider everything, and he draws attention to a little girl with flowers walking hero. She hands him a bouquet of flowers, very happy. He takes them, and the girl runs back. He thinks of your sister and wonders if he still has what he needs to protect. The chapter guides the hero and Paxson through the city. They approach one of the buildings and says that as long as they are in the city, they will live here, asking them to rest properly. He throws them an object. He catches it and says that he is not going to sit here and will leave as soon as he has dulled his hunger, replenished his supplies, and figured out how to get to the other heroes. I hope they will help him with this. Salmon tells him to listen to the restored government, because these are large organizations, and they can provide much greater support. For example, They can organize an escort or provide soldiers, and you should not immediately refuse, because you need to think well. Choi Young-wook says small fry is right. If we want to laugh, they can mobilize all the soldiers in this city to go with him. Salmon elbows Park Sung and says that she understands that he doesn't want to involve ordinary people, but asks him to just accept and think about it. Tonight, Park Sung thought about it. The building they were stopped in is quite huge. Salmon gets out of the shower, holding your head with a towel, and watching Park Sung sit on the balcony and looks at the views. She is surprised by this and sits down with him, saying that he likes canned peaches, to which he says that sweets have a positive effect on mental activity, and he eats them only because he wants to find a quick way to finish off the sword hero. She asks him to tell her about himself, something else, to which he says that why would he do it? Because he still doubts him, and you wonder if he can turn out to be the same as other heroes. To which she says not at all, and they haven't even really met, and they have a long way to go, and she didn't want to be just a girl in a jacket. She tells him to see what happened to her face because of him. And by the way, she's a girl, and he should be kind enough to have a few words for her, if he still has a conscience. She points at her cheeks to Park Sung. He says his name is Park Sang-soo, and she smiles back at him. She also says that she is actually Salmon, not the girl in the jacket as he called her back then, but Park Sung. She holds out her hand to him, and he looks at her. He holds out his hand too, and they shake it. It was the evening when the hero and his companion had their first and last heart-to-heart talk. Events are moved to the headquarters. There are a lot of employees working at computers everywhere. Is watching them all. Choi Young-wook. He wonders if the hero of the uprising is definitely on their side. And one of the employees says that there are no oddities in the conversation with the girl, and that they think about how to stop doubting his desire to deal with all the heroes. And together with him, they will already have 3 heroes on their side. The Golem hero and the Sea Dragon are dead, so they have 7 more to kill, including Kim Min-soo. And the girl who approaches him says that 3 against 7 is still not a very good match, but if they can remove at least a couple more of them, then everything will finally return to normal, and there will be peace times. And they will be calm, looking at how sad and hard everyone is working. Thus, when our loved ones were still alive, the girl let down a tear, and it turns out that they are ordinary people, not completely useless, and the fact that they still have a lot to do, because after all, they are well done and did a great job. Speaking of which, we need to make every effort to protect the residents of this city. Watching the city from above. That same evening, the people who dedicated themselves to protecting this city for the first and last time allowed themselves to relax a little and congratulate each other on the fact that their efforts were finally bearing fruit. Shaking in the office, none of them could imagine how bleak the future would be for them. Choi Young-wook is surprised, thinking what that sound is, so he runs out of the room and looks out the window. He is surprised and sees that someone breaks down from above, and the entire ceiling falls. Park Sung and Salmon also see this, and Salmon looks very annoyed. From there, all the heroes appear. Paxson is surprised that this is the hero of the sword, and heroes of the sword lands. There's a look of utter devastation in his eyes. Wings emerge from the back. He also lands. He says that's where all the useless cockroaches are gathered, and it turns out that a town has been built here. Blood hero Hong Hwa ran. Soon they will become her followers, so she asks them to be careful with their expressions. This girl is dressed in formal clothing covered up. Eyes. These are the heroes of Beek Han-na's faith. Another, addressing her, says that she is a sectarian who has gone on a journey, and she lets go, does not even think about using her abnormal strength, because she is sick of it. It was a magical girl wearing a dress. Heroes of magic Ma Yi-ren. Someone starts laughing, saying that it's nice to hear their verbal altercation. After all, they are so enthusiastic. This was the real hero of the Iron Hand, Jung Yui-ho. Another guy, who looks like an ordinary schoolboy, says that he got 7 sweats, and while he tried to bypass the security system, but something he does not hear thanks. Return hero Lee Sung-joon. Another man wearing a mask and a hat, dressed like a man from a long time ago. The cultivation hero Chin Jae-sung. A man dressed in a robot suit says he is waiting for his instructions. This is the transformation hero Lee Ga-ram. Everyone approaches the hero of the sword, and he simply remains silent. Lee Sung puts a hand on his shoulder to the hero of the sword and says that really he did not guess. Min-soo wants everyone in this city to feel really sad looking at this city. So he asks for Buster mode to be activated, and a lot of missiles appear from behind Lie Guy. Power reduced by 30%, Buster mode activated. Lie Guy, releasing all the missiles, and they are heading all over the city, blowing it up and causing complete chaos. The director is surprised by this and grits his teeth, looks. He runs back to the office and tells them to immediately activate all the city's interception systems and cannon installations. He watches as everyone in the office stops doing anything, and he wonders why they don't do anything. Because there was an order. What do all the employees turn to and say? Does he believe in their lord? All their eyes are wrapped up. On the same day as the hero of Vera, he understands that this is her power, and he remembers her. The way she looked in their direction and smiled. She keeps looking at it. He tells the others to attack him, but he shuts the door and holds it, picking up the walkie-talkie and calling out to Armadillo and Bat and Raven, saying that you all mobilized their forces and stopped the heroes. And at this point, hands break through the door and grab him. He orders to cover the hero of the uprising and protect the city. If they surrender now, the country is finished. This radio was held by a dead soldier. The hero of Iron Fist picks it up and says what a touching speech it is, but there is no one to listen to it, because justice has triumphed for you. Restored government battleship division destroyed. Chaos is everywhere, and everything is covered in clouds of smoke. There are dead employees everywhere. The hero of the return goes and thinks about how well done everyone is, well prepared, because they were able to kill him even a couple of times. Restored government special killer unit Bat destroyed. Huge blades made of blood soar through the air. They break down helicopters, and it was Blood Hero. Restored government helicopter regiment, Raven destroyed. And as a result of the hero's invasion, the entire city was destroyed in just 3 minutes and 17 seconds, killing 13,700 people. A spear is pointed at the sword hero, and he notices it. Hero of development gets into position and casts a spell to block the demonic caster. After that, he blocks the spear with his hand and throws it back. His hand starts to shake, seeing that it's covered in blood. It was just a dream. In his eyes, you can see the desire, and he becomes. Speaking of which, it was found. The sword hero says it's him. They turn their eyes to Paxson. He says it's someone who is trying to destroy his kingdom of eternal sadness. Watching with a dead look. Paxson looks at him, his eyes furious. He says he finally got to the who ruined his family. Remembering how he had killed his entire family, and only he was still alive. Before it took the quiet, familiar life away from him. By killing all his school friends, it shows how he destroyed an entire city, being on fire, before I turned this world into ruins. From what he should start. His hands start to shake. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself that he would finish him off once and for all. He raises his hand and calls for Spear's Enkelov's protective spear, an earthen spear to her. Paulo's star spear, demonic spear, ignites fire spear, the ice spear of Vasmes, poison spear by Cole, barbarian spear by Barton, split spear by Area, dragon spear. He grabs 2 spears. The others follow him. Heroes of the sword just looks at him. You get a sword. A combination of stellar demonic power. Paxson is pressed down by 2 spears, and they use a violent storm, releasing his salvo. The cultivation hero and the faith heroes stood up in a period to take the hit. They split this strike into 2 parts that go off on both sides, and from this blow, it turned into the form of a fear. Everything was erased except for these 3 heroes standing in the middle. This strike completely destroyed one of the people, leaving only their legs. With the help of the sword, he blocked this blow, and the cultivation hero hid behind it. The transformation hero and the sorceress hero watched from above. We are shown how the impact smashed entire buildings to pieces. The transformation hero says that he is not like those weaklings, to which he is told that a little more, and they would have been hurt. From those pair of legs, a body emerges. This was a hero of faith, and he says that this battle will be quite spectacular. Patting the cultivation hero tells them to move away so that they don't get hit, and the sword hero takes up his stance, to which the hero of the spear also took up a stance. I threw my spear at him. He didn't even pay attention, and the spear started to release poison behind him. He puts his hand up to his face and sees that his whole face is covered. It fills with blood. He swings his blade, completely purging yourself of the poison cloud. An exasperated Park Sung runs at him with 2 spears. Finally, the moment has arrived. The sword hero picks up his sword and is longing to end his torment in this world by dying at Park Sung's hands, despite his no emotional face. Apparently, this hero's eyes were filled with the same deep sadness as his own. But suddenly, sword heroes noticed something else about them. He saw in the eyes of his opponent an overflowing desire for murder and revenge, and a bright hope of salvation glimmered. He was very surprised and thought. At this moment, Park Sung was already throwing his punch, and he wondered if he wanted to kill me in order to be saved. Completely baffled, because destroying it would be a happy ending for him. After that, he grabbed his sword, and I told him that did he really think that he would allow someone to be happier than him? And he decides to strike. The Duran sword. Eclipse mode. He blocked these 2 spears from Park Sung, and they both collide in an explosion. After that, there are broken buildings and ruins everywhere. The hero of the ball is lying on the floor, just like Park Sung with broken spears. They are both in poor condition. Park Sung's weapon broke, but Durar's sword didn't. He remembers how he grieved for those who died, the way he talked to the person he died with, what happened that day, those sailors who died. And he says that he has been walking to this point for so long, and that he will kill him, no matter what it cost him. He says the demonic armor of Didin Dumas and his hatred for one person. At this point, Heroes of the Sword summons the goddess Seraphim to give him her blessing, and they were faced with hatred for all of humanity. After that, they are enveloped in energy. Park Sung gets a helmet and new armor, and takes other spears, just like the sword hero. They both get into position to attack. Who will be the winner? They're going to launch attacks on each other. Their blows collide. Heroes of the Sword is about to launch an attack, just like Paxson did with his spears. He lunges once, and with his spear goes behind the head of the hero of the sword. The second spear he spins above him, and also attacks them. But the sword hero defends himself, dodging the punch and jumping away. After that, the sword hero is going to launch an attack, and it is blocked. People who have emerged from the rubble are watching this battle. They're all shocked. Min-soo, the sword hero who destroyed all his enemies in a matter of seconds, seems to have found a worthy opponent. One of the girls opened her mouth in surprise. What a big fight this is. She says it's the hero who killed the other 2 heroes fighting the sword hero on equal terms. Right now, Park Sung-ju is trying his best to break the cycle of endless sadness. We are shown someone watching him. It was one of the employees looking through a tablet. He thinks to himself that with such a strong hero, they have a chance of winning. At this point, the remaining employees, the state is being sent to help. One of them says that the hero of the uprising is now desperately fighting the heroes, and he is their last hope, and they must distract the attention of the other heroes, no matter what it costs them. Saying this into the walkie-talkie, ordinary people decided to fight until the very end. He says that even though it will cost them their lives, this madness must end. A creature appears in front of them, with multiple faces. He also wears an armband like the hero of Vera. Apparently, this is his creation, and it speaks in the name of our Lord. The soldiers take their weapons and point them at the creature. It is also directed at them. The director says he will end this once and for all and points the gun at him. And there are shots fired. This creature stabs one of the soldiers to the ground. This was the hero of Iron Fist, and he had already cleaned up everything here. Looking down at his bloody hand, he looks at the flashes of light in the distance and wonders how long they've been fighting, thinking about whether to help them at this point. Someone launches an RPG in his direction, hitting him on the back. It was one of the soldiers who said he wouldn't allow it, and the hero got angry, turning to him. He keeps firing his gun at him, but the bullets don't do anything to him. The hero, in turn, begins to get even more angry, heading towards this soldier, and he says he's not going anywhere. It's a piece of iron. The hero of blood says that he has never seen such a thing before, and it looks like a procession. It's fun for Gong Min-soo to have fun with these weaklings. He abruptly starts to head down and says that he is at his place. A favorite character has a cute side. At this point, someone throws a rock, hitting it. His cheek seems to split open. It was the townspeople calling this blood here by throwing stones at him. Speaking of which, he'd better drink some because he's a fool. He gets very angry and says that their blood is boiling. At this moment, the hero of the return is heading somewhere, and one of the soldiers is seriously wounded, looking at him. He grabs him by the neck, and the townspeople light a Molotov cocktail and throw it into a transformation hero. The transformation hero does not pay attention to them. At this moment, the director fights with this newly created hero of faith, shooting him with a pistol. He is already wounded, and this creature takes him in its arms. At this point, Paxson strikes, the hero of the sword, and he dodges and is going to hit him with a fist. Having made a blow to the one, throws it back by force, and he pulls out a spear of earth. Earth element activation, earth spear technique, earth shackles. He flies up and throws a spear at the sword hero. He throws it away with his sword. He, in turn, looks at this spear. Without seeing how the ground around them starts to get softer, he begins to sink into it like quicksand. Paxson then picks up a dragon spear and throws it at him using the special Chachate spear technique. The spear turns into a purple dragon and is aimed at him. This is the spirit of the dragon. Everything is breaking into pieces, and he, taking another spear, also attacks him. I think to myself that a whole year of torment and the last spurt remained. He approaches the sword hero, who has taken up a defensive stance. Activate multiple elements of electricity, ice, earth, fire, air. Unity of the elements. Having absorbed so many elements, it creates a huge energy wave and approaches it. The sword hero tells him that he is strong, but no more. He takes up a different position, using Duran's sword, Dawn mode, and they launch their own attack. It's complete. Destroys Paxson's attack, ripping the entire space in two. Paxson is confused. He somehow dodges this attack. His arm is torn off. Heroes of the Sword looks at him and says that his sadness is not strong enough. Watching him fall down, the hatred of one hero could not stand against the malice of another. Paxson falls from her broken arm. Heroes of the Sword looks at this and says that his sadness is not strong enough. Watching him fall, it lands, and he says out loud why it is not strong enough. His wound begins to heal with the help of his armor enveloping it. After that, the kid says that his sadness is not strong enough, indignant. Then he starts climbing towards it. He says that he lost his entire family getting back on his feet, and the world he lived in turned into ruins. His life had been made a living hell by a murderer like him. His eyes start to shine, and he says that's not enough. After that, Paxson sinks into a rage, holding on to his heart. He screams, and everyone around him starts to shake from his snarl. He takes a fist, directs the attack to the hero of the sword. He, in turn, comes out of his higher form and stands before him. The sword hero continues to just stand there, while Paxson keeps getting closer. He starts swinging and misses the sword hero with his fist. The latter, in turn, looks at him without emotion. She hits him back in the face, causing his helmet to break, and he says he is He's not so miserable compared to him. Then he hits Park Sung with his other hand, thus breaking his armor, and he says he still has a chance. At this point, Park Sung starts to vomit blood from the pain. It is removed for the third time on the chin, with such force that it flies backwards. And also looking at it, he gets confused and kicks it again. He, in turn, flies very far away, hitting the wall, and he says he doesn't have anything. Watching Park Sung die, he, in turn, is outraged by this and asks why all of humanity is guilty before him, to which the latter approaches him and says, "What did he do to him?" To which he replies that everyone was happier than him, and they abandoned him, continuing to slap his face. None of them waited for him. None of them tried to understand or support him. This is the fault of humanity. He stops hitting him, and they grab him by the hair, lifting him up, turning his face to mush. He says that Park Sung's fault is that he dared to give others hope and is trying to destroy his kingdom of sadness. After that, he dodges a bullet that flew near his face. He turns around to see Salmon standing there with a gun. She says he is right, and he is their last hope. She starts to cry and runs to him. Park Sung sees this and says her name. The hero of the sword, in turn, says that there is no need to hope for him and also believe that this gun can do something to him. What she says, what she's counting on, and someday, if they all unite against him like today, sooner or later the day will come when they can defeat him. That's what she believes. After that, we are shown a blood-stained corridor and a soldier. One of them is missing a leg. The other is just bloody. All of them are divided into several parts and are dead. Nearby lying walkie-talkie sounds are coming. It was the captain asking if he's okay. Their favorite hero of the uprising was defeated. They ask for further instructions. He was standing there without a hand. He falls to his knees. He picks up his walkie-talkie and tells them to turn on all the warning systems in the shelter. And he has one last thing to say. After that, the words "survivors" are heard over all the speakers. And all those who are able to fight, dry it out, pay attention to this. The hero of the uprising is this kid who is constantly waving his copies of Our Last Hope. At this point, we are shown how Park Seong is doing. He lies dying. He says that our army is broken and that the weapons that could be supplied to civilians are almost gone. And gradually everyone is losing the will to resist. All the townspeople who were beaten up by I, having injuries. He says he's sorry, but all they can do is save that kid and wait for another chance to kill the sword hero. At this point, he pulls out a pack of cigarettes and lights a cigarette. He says he's sure he'll show up and leaves it all up to you. At this point, he pulls out a device from his wrist. He remembers how this was a hero who asked him to take care of the others. She had a huge green shield, and she herself was wearing green armor with green eyes. After that, it says that's all it can do, and he uses this device, blowing up the building. The two soldiers look at it the same way as the heroes of faith. Speaking of which, he fights to the very end, and how annoying it is for her. Then she says that, "My dear novices, how can you prove that your faith is strong and unshakable by spreading your hands?" After which, two men under her spell say that the left hand and the right, they will gladly give it up for her. Then there are some astral hands holding buildings. Heroes of the sword is watching on the hero of magic and ask her what she arranged. It stands in a protective dome. She says he's a case, and how he's so pretending that she's got one like the rest of them, who's gone nut. She activates Sweet Storm, and they say that she will finish off this sick megalomaniac. She fires a broadside at the sword hero, who blocks everything. We are transported to the world before the catastrophe. The hero of magic, talking on the phone, says that he will come soon. He asks her about her birthday present. She replies that of course she has already bought it, and cakes and a gift. Suddenly, she is indignant and says that, "Mom, you also bought it." She said she'd buy it herself. If she can get the cake back, she'll probably have to ask them to replace it with macaroons. She said goodbye to her mother, and then I decided to see how much the cake costs. Someone from above shouted, watch out. She looked up in surprise and saw a huge refrigerator flying at her. The world to which she could finally return to be reunited with her family was burning in the fire of someone's anger, and she was faced with the choice of trying to fight back, putting her life on the line, or becoming part of this madness. She wasn't bold and determined, so I let it go. She and her family came to the food delivery point for refugees. She was given a dry ration, and she gave it to her mother, telling her to eat. But she refused, saying she wasn't hungry. Heroes of Magic replies that Mom is making it up and let her eat. They can go faster when she gets better. She told her sister to start eating too, but she said it didn't taste good at all. To which the hero of magic said that now is not the time to be picky. Suddenly, the military approached them. They approached her and asked if she was Ma Yi-rin. She looked at them in surprise. They were escorting her somewhere, and she said that escorting civilians was a new norm for the military police. They don't seem to have anything better to do. One of the agents said they had better things to do, but they got word that a hero was hiding among the refugees. She indignantly asked what other hero, what he was talking about at all. The agent took out a piece of paper and read out, Ma Yi-rin, 19 years old, 3rd grade high school, was reported missing for a year. Showed up 3 months ago, just after the other heroes returned. Disappeared without a trace. They, leaving no hoolies, and then returned as if nothing had happened. She replied. And so what if she was gone for a while? All the missing heroes are now heroes or something. The agent said that she is definitely a hero, and they have proof. He took out a photo from the papers in his hands. About 2 weeks ago, their military forces carried out a bombardment. They set the wrong target, and all the refugees in your group should have died. But someone unknown, very similar to the so-called heroes, stopped the attack and disappeared. She came out of the abandoned building where the hero supposedly hid. Heroes of Magic replied that it was just an accident, and they are talking some unfictional. They are from the government, and that they are taught to collect normal evidence. She made up all sorts of things about herself and are happy. The agent suddenly pulled out revolvers from under his suit and pointed them at the girl. And then he said that they were imagining it or not now, and we'll find out. He shot right at her, but she managed to reincarnate and create a shield around herself. The agent replied that the cartridge might be empty, but that was the big fish he had caught. She said they probably want to know why she didn't fight. She replied that there was also a difference in strength between the heroes. One thing she knows for sure, the hero is only slightly stronger than the demon he defeated in another world. So the strength of the hero depends on the strength of the demon. The demon that the sword hero defeated is really something. After all, the heroes who decided to oppose him and died at his hands were much stronger than the demons from their worlds. What she's trying to say is that they've started a fight with someone they'll never win against. The agent pointed his fingers at her and asked her if this was her choice. She doesn't care that her world is going to hell. Heroes of Magic said no, of course not. But her mom got sick while they were running away from the heroes, and her little sister whines every night that she's completely friendless. She just doesn't want to die. Who will protect her family in all this chaos if not her? Not all heroes have the courage. The agent took out a cigarette and lit it, then said that you didn't have to sacrifice your life to save the world. Let her become the henchman of the swordsman hero. They don't know exactly when you came back to this world, so it's pretty convincing to pretend that she's only recently returned and has already made a big fuss. They will think that she has chosen to be evil. These papers indicate the location of the military base, which they already planned to get rid of. Let her destroy it. Then no one in the sword hero's entourage would suspect her. The agent said he wasn't suggesting that she just do it. They would send her family abroad and put a guard on her and take care of her mother's health. The magic hero replied even so. She still couldn't handle the sword hero. She was much weaker than him. The agent said I wasn't going to ask her to do that. They only want her to be their trump card when there is a way to kill the sword hero. She'll be their ace up their sleeve. We are transported back to the battlefield by heroes of magic. I thought that the agent believed in her all this time. until the very end, even when he was dying. She doesn't need to mention her courage, because she ran from the fight to the very end. But Heroes of Magic created a bright flash that blinded the hero of the sword. He started to throw back, and she screamed that she was actually a hero too. Park Sung was lying on the ground, with multiple wounds and a severed arm. He remembered his past. Just like in the magical world, he made 117,698 attacks. He swung his spear 57,991 times. Park Sung fainted 297 times during his hard training sessions. Was near death 13 times. There were 84 wounds on his body. The number of monsters he killed was 1,744. He trained day after day, never for a moment forgetting the lost family. And this is what he managed to achieve. Had it all been for nothing? Park Sung reflected that not only did he fail to protect his family, I couldn't even avenge them. Legendary powers, demon power, he used everything he could. But I couldn't beat him. Park Sung was caught up in despair. His whole life and all his moments of struggle flashed before his eyes. He abandoned all feelings and devoted himself to training beyond the limits of human capabilities. But all that he managed to achieve. So this is to hit Kim a couple of times, spill a few drops of his blood, and make him angry. And then die yourself. Park Sung realized that there was no way to defeat him, and that this was the end for him. He cried. He couldn't let Kim take his life a second time. He remembered his family and the comrades who had helped him on his way to get his revenge. Salmon put her hand in Park Sung's mouth to keep him from biting his tongue. She smiled at him, and then she burst into tears, telling him to live. A wave of magic was flying towards them. She grabbed Park Sung. Then she took off with him in the air. Park Sung couldn't say anything. He just watched the remaining salmon on the ground. The magic hero said he was a heavy script. I shouted at him not to pass out and stop bleeding. The transformation hero was watching them. He raised his hand and used his powers. It captured all the speakers located in the city and began to say that the hero's attention is magic, giving them escape together with the spearmen. Shoot to kill. The transformation hero has activated his entire battle arsenal. And then he focused on the hero of magic. His suit reported that the target was fixed, and he fired a huge number of rockets. The heroes of magic and Park Sung flew up to the building and then made a sharp turn. All the rockets started to crash against the skyscrapers, around which it flew at an incredibly high speed. There was only the last rocket left, from which the hero of magic could not hide in any way. It hit them directly, and there was a big explosion. The heroes of magic activated a shield that could harm them. The hero of perfection and the hero of iron hand ran towards her. The hero of perfection pushed off from several skyscrapers, very quickly approached her. There was no way she could get away from him. Suddenly, a soldier jumped out of the window, holding grenades in his hands. The heroes of magic and the hero of perfection didn't understand what was going on. I looked around. He saw Park Sung injured, and he shouted for him to live. It then exploded near the hero of perfection, knocking him back. The hero of perfection grabbed the ledge of a skyscraper, but the soldiers came out of the window with grenades. They grabbed him and shouted that he wasn't going anywhere. The hero of perfection shouted out what they were doing. They shouted at him to go to hell with them. There was a huge explosion in the skyscraper. The hero of the iron hand wondered what had happened to them, if they were crazy. The characters can't understand why people who were shaking with terror just a short time ago went on the offensive, as if they had lost all fear. A bus was rushing towards the hero of the iron hand. The driver slammed the gas pedal down. Despite the fact that their hopes are quite slim, they sacrificed themselves to buy at least a little time for the two heroes. The iron hand hero crossed his arms and shouted at him not to stand in his way. You worthless. Then, with a single swing, he cut the minibus into two pieces. But behind him, another one was rushing at him. The iron hand hero gritted his teeth in anger, and then shouted one after another as he swung at him. And he said that people should just accept their defeat. He hit the front of the truck. and a huge amount of C4 flew out of the body on it. The driver, who was sitting in the truck bleeding profusely, he smiled and then pressed the detonator. And he said that the hero must survive. The truck along with the hero was torn apart, at the cost of their own lives. These people helped Paxson and the hero of magic escape. The magic heroes, along with Paxson, continued to fly away. The blood hero started to catch up with them. He shouted, "Hey traitor, how much longer are you going to circle around here? And you really think you'll be able to escape?" He cut open his hand with a small dagger. Then he used blood magic and created a bow in his hand. He pulled it on and fired. Huge arrows of blood flew at them. But the magic hero managed to react in time and evade them. It wasn't going to be as easy as she thought. Well, at least the hero of the sword and hero of faith are busy at this point. They hold up part of the collapsed ceiling. Heroes of faith treated Kim, and he watched the escape of the hero of magic. Heroes of magic wanted to fly out into one of the rifts. But from there, I fall a large number of stones and fragments. She wondered if that made it dangerous to try to escape through the cracks. How would they get out then? There's a huge blood charge behind him. It grazed her shoulder, but she managed to avoid it, because if she kept circling aimlessly, they would soon be caught. She noticed a man flashing a red stick. He was showing her the way. She banked and flew there at full speed. The blood hero flew after them, and then said that he wanted to play catch-up for a while longer, and then finish them off. And the surviving government dare interfere with him. We are being moved to the B-12 platform. There, soldiers escort survivors to cover. At the front of the queue, people rebel and ask to be let in. A man from the government asks them to calm down and get in line. The man in the suit informs the woman that their people are pointing the way to the hero of magic, so she should arrive here soon. She replies that this is very good, and let them continue in this spirit, and let them call all the remaining soldiers from the shelter. They must buy time for the hero of magic, so that she can escape from her pursuers and get to the surface. The man explains there is a lift to win. It's not much. He doesn't know how a refugee waiting in line for boarding will react to this. If you suddenly inform them that they are waiting for imminent death, there may be excitement and the situation will worsen. The woman replied that he should leave it to her. Let her not worry and focus on making sure that the heroes of magic successfully got here. He said he understood. A woman with a loudspeaker and people from the government approached the crowd. She said they had announcements that this is the last working ski lift, and they are going to make another landing, and then the lift will be closed, so that with the help of it 2 heroes can leave this place. The crowd started shouting indignantly that there were still a lot of people left, and it was reckless. If they don't have the power, then they don't have the right to live either, so it turns out. The woman furrowed her brows and said, if they leave the hero of the rebellion here and go to the surface on their own, no one will protect them there. They and she will all die. But they can make sure that their deaths are not in vain. They can help in the fight against heroes. If the hero of the rebellion survives and they send him outside, this will no longer be the ultimate victory of the sword hero. Humanity has a chance to defeat it in the future. She asked them to sacrifice their lives and fight with them. The guy who was first in line for the lift, I suddenly stepped out of it. And then he said that he was giving way to this child. And a couple of other young guys exchanged glances. Then they went out too, leaving room for the women's children and the elderly. They organized a resistance near the elevator, hiding behind stone barriers and armed with everything they could. Suddenly, a wave of magic flew in. She took in all the people below her. And then I said, I'm sorry, and flew up the elevator. The last 1,000 people left in the shelter. We were able to win 5 minutes, and the heroes turned them into pieces of meat during this time. Indonesia, uninhabited islands. Heroes of magic stood over Paxson, breathing very hard. 50,000 people sacrificed themselves to save one. Suddenly, someone came out of the woods. It was a girl in armor made of wood and decorated with foliage. She had green hair, and with a smile on her face and tears in her eyes, said that he had survived. We are being transported to the U.S. White House. A man in a white shirt says that at 1347 Eastern Time, communication with the restored government of the Republic of Korea, to which they provided support, was completely lost. Around 7,000 soldiers were stationed in the restored government. 217 ministers, deputy ministers, and other people who had previously held high government positions provided protection for 40,000 civilians. All these people were in the underground city shelter. They believe that all of them died. The President of the United States sat opposite the current situation, worried him a lot. He asked them how much resources they had spent to help them build the shelter and install the defense system, if it was all done by heroes. The man turned on the projector and showed them a video with the characters. One of the people present asked how there could be 8 heroes in one place. The man in the military uniform, on the other hand, replied that since there were so many heroes, they must have destroyed the shelter incredibly quickly. The restored government should have organized an immediate evacuation to protect everyone. Perhaps they just haven't been able to contact them yet. The man in the white shirt continued that, in addition, this hero attack is different from all the previous ones. Against the hero of the sword was a hero that they didn't know anything about before. Everyone present was taken aback by what they heard. He turned on the projector and told them to take a look for themselves. A man with a blue tie asked if it was a fake, who the sender was. The man in the white shirt replied that their agent in Korea had sent the video at the risk of his life, and the file was not approved for any editing. The president asked where the hero is now. The guy wanted to say that he was right now, but we are being transferred back to Indonesia. The green-haired girl is breathing heavily. She drags Paxson on her back and holds up the magic hero so that she can walk. Somewhere in the middle of the forest, they stopped. And then the hero of magic fell asleep on the floor. A girl with green hair planted a small seed, from which roots quickly began to grow. They covered the hero of magic and Paxson, and then we made a comfortable bed for them from the roots. I used my powers, and the hero of magic and Paxson felt better. Paxson then asked why she was trying to save him. He lost to the sword hero. He couldn't protect anyone. He's too weak. So everyone died again. The girl walked over and slapped him, then told him not to dare to say that. And then she started crying and said it wasn't him who couldn't protect all those people, and they were protecting him. Paxson saw all those who gave their lives to save him. The green-haired girl was crying, and she felt the presence of all her friends who had given their lives for their future. Were being transported back to the White House. The man in white says that the hero is now presumably somewhere in Indonesia, and they will be able to find out his exact location only after their people arrive there. The president asks what he is being asked to do. Just wait for information about his location to arrive. The man in uniform replies that there are now more than 5 million refugees in America. News of the destruction of Korea spreads very quickly through the media. The president replies that it looks like they will not be able to avoid unrest among the population. People are watching the news with horror for the events taking place in Korea. The man in the black suit said that it's not just that there are other countries that before this incident believed that the problem of heroes will not directly affect them. When they learn that an entire state has been destroyed, they will panic. The man shouts that they should launch rockets, use everything they have. The girl supports him and says that they should attack right now. Another man agrees with them and says that they should not be allowed to destroy their state as well. A man in a military uniform addresses the president, and he says he thinks they should launch a preemptive strike. The president gets up from his chair and starts shouting that he offers to send their troops there again. He wants the discontented people to start a riot, but they can't send more troops. The uniformed man replies that there is no need for this. The country called the Republic of Korea has ceased to exist. The government is no longer there. We should assume that most of the innocent residents have already died. The president asks him not to say anything, but not that. The man replies that all the heroes are gathered in one place. They cannot miss such a rare chance. He suggests using a new generation of nuclear weapons, the Mace of God. At this time, on the space station where nuclear weapons were stored. The man received information on the computer. Women and men entered his cabin. He took off his headphones, then shouted that the target coordinates were 1085-2769-5. They received a direct order from the president to attack. One person became the object of hatred of the whole world. Everywhere, devastation and corpses. One man is still more or less alive, holding a submachine gun in his hand, and he is in very bad condition. The hero approaches him, and he is surprised, pointing the weapon at him. His hands are shaking, and he gritted his teeth. Heroes of the Sword says that someone was left alive by looking at this soldier. He, in turn, begins to cry and points the gun at him. Heroes of the Sword approaches him and breaks his weapon, telling him to go and tell him that the hero of the spear has died, and with it their hope. He brings his face up to the soldiers and tells them to continue their pathetic attempts to get rid of him. And it's a pity that their world will cease to exist without ever seeing it, and he would spare his life so that he could give them all the information. He, in turn, begins to sob, and it shows that he is afraid. Heroes. Mecha, in turn, is very surprised, and the soldier explains to him that the one he fears is the hero of the spear, and he will return. He says people will continue to hope and fight him, remembering all those heroes who have ever fought. And he says it's a relief, because that means he's not a god, and he's a human being just like everyone else. Then the hero of the sword. She cuts off his head, sending it flying. He plunges his sword into the body of the dead soldier, bending down to him. The return hero apologizes, which interfered with his fun. But what he meant to say was that they had finished clearing the shelter. After that, he pierces his sword even harder into the body of the deceased soldier. He pays attention to what he's been told, and they see how all the heroes have already gathered. The hero of the return says that if everyone has finished their business, then you need to move out. Heroes of Faith says that you don't have to pay attention to them, and he can continue to take out his anger on people as much as he pleases. The hero of the Fist starts laughing and agrees, saying that these worthless creatures should get what they deserve. Heroes of the Sword turns to them and tells them not to pretend that they understand him, and they are just like everyone else, and they don't understand his feelings. The return hero says they're done here, and we need to stop talking about it. Rather, he should tell them what they will do next. After all, the restored government has already been destroyed. There are piles of corpses everywhere, and the number of humans has also decreased significantly. He can't wait to find out what his next move will be. At this point, the sword hero approaches, and he says that we need to track down the hero of the spear, because people still believe that he is their hope, and by its very existence, it destroys the very essence of the world it created. The hero of the return says that he doesn't mind that it will go beyond Korea, and will be equivalent to declaring war on the whole world. Then it shows a press conference of the American government. He says that today, Eastern Time, their alliance with the Republic of Korea government was destroyed by heroes, and all the people sitting next to the reporters are very surprised by this. They show that it was not possible to gain a long friendship between their countries and protect the world in the event of a threat. We are shown all the cases collected on these heroes, and they say that these are a terrorist group whose members call themselves heroes in order to avoid increasing the number of victims of American families and mourning the loss of their loved ones who have been in the war of another country. For how people mourn all the soldiers who couldn't survive. He is the president. Says that they decided to go to extreme measures and use weapons that were last used by the United States more than 50 years ago. And he says it will be a nuclear weapon. This is all broadcast by the transformation hero, by watching what the president says. He goes on to say that he asks the international community and refugees from the Republic of Korea to understand this difficult decision. And as expected, he's so scared that he dared to do such a thing. A transformation hero. They report that a warhead has been detected pointing in their direction, and about 2 minutes before the explosion, showing them flying towards them. The development hero says that this is too close, and now you can't just shoot them down. to which the hero of blood says that he is also responsible for air defense, and this is a hack. To which he is told that the missile warhead was fired from a satellite, and this could not have been calculated in advance. He had always been able to intercept information about upcoming attacks before, and this time it seemed that they were hiding it until the last moment. The hero of the fist starts laughing and talks about scoring nothing to worry about because they have a reset button. Don't count on it this time. Looking at the return hero, he says that after all, before he resets, he would like to know what Min-soo is thinking of doing next. After all, for so long each of us was responsible only for our own territory. The rest of the world was out of the question. The original target was only Korea. And is he really ready to stand up to the whole world? And why would he change his mind? The hero of the sword says that they were going to fight with them, but they forced him to, and he will get rid of all those who stand in his way. The return hero says that he understood it, and that means that he will return. And let's take on the destruction of the entire world. After that, the transformation hero says that after rebirth, he asks to warn him about the planned attack from the satellite, and then he can hack into their system in advance, preventing all this. 1 minute and 21 seconds to go before the missiles arrive. Vera's heroes say that since they decided to stay and enjoy the fireworks, she can't wait for it. She wonders what will happen to her after a nuclear bomb hits. They're all sitting down and watching. Rockets begin to fly up to them. They end up in an underground shelter, and they land. At this point, the hero will ask the hero of the ball, saying that after he returns, he won't remember it, and he will reveal the truth to him, saying that he was the one who killed his parents. After which, the latter gets very angry at him, yelling at him, and his body incinerates. The clock is rewound. There are dead soldiers everywhere, and he knew that he had returned at the time of sending the recordings from the US government camera. This urgent message contains information about a terrorist group and a force that has taken over Korea, whose members call themselves heroes. Remembering the allied relations between the two countries, the restored government requests immediately US military to help citizens of the Republic of Korea. Song Han-il is an intelligence agent of the restored Republic of Korea. The hero of the return sits on a corpse and says that he will have to write in English again. And this is a complete hassle. He turns to the corpse and says that maybe he will write it for him. He, calling him uncle. More than once he borrowed his mailbox. He could have written a letter to help. They show us a satellite. On the map, they choose a point where they will throw missiles. 2 men sit and look at 2 logs. They are starting to set up something and are very worried. One of them says to prepare the access keys of the Mace of God. His name is Scott. The second agrees with him. They insert keys. Scott says to turn on the launcher. Jenkins agrees with him. They begin to turn both keys in their hands, and the red button lights up. Scott says that preparations for launching the Mace of God are complete, and they're waiting for a direct order to attack. Jenkins then asks him if he's ever had to throw the Mace of God, even if it's just for practice, to which he freaks out and says that this is the first time, so he has no idea the full extent of its power. He remembers huge explosions all over the city, the way houses were destroyed and skyscrapers fell to you. He says he knows it is the most accurate and effective weapon of mass destruction. Very worried. To which he is told that, apparently, they will see it in action for the first time. Jenkins is also very worried and gritted his teeth. After that, a sound comes from the speaker next to it. Eagle's permission granted ordered to attack, to which Scott says he understood. He holds out his hand to the button, saying that it is the Mace of God. He clicks on it. By launching it, a compartment opens from which 3 rockets get out. Jenkins says there's something wrong with it starting up, to which Scott begins to resent and says that she could not break down at such a moment. He keeps clicking on the button, but a purple glow appears. Everything around them starts to glow purple, and not both of them are very surprised to think what's going on. Apparently, they were hacked, and the transformation hero appears on all monitors. He tells them that's it. It completely envelops the entire space station. and launches rockets. We are shown a press conference where the president is speaking. The reporters take pictures of him, and he starts talking. Suddenly, one of the agents is informed that something is wrong, and he is very worried and grabs the president. They take it and start running away. At this point, the president starts to look out the window and sees that the rockets are flying to America. He calls out to the Lord Most High. Then an explosion occurs. It affects all of America. On that day, 16 nuclear warheads of the Mace of God exploded all over the world. Paris, France; Beijing, China; New Delhi, India; Cairo, Egypt. The world stopped, dropping a cup of coffee. Breaking news: Washington is on fire. A man who drops a cup of coffee calls God Almighty. U.S. Secretary of Transportation Berg Hines. He starts shaking all over, and his phone starts ringing. He is very worried and picks up the phone. After that, we are shown a huge building. The agents take it and start running out. He asks them what's going on and why no one is answering their phone, asking if the president is safe. The president and vice president are the head of the minister's cabinet, and all its members have died. Show us what craters were left after these rockets in Washington. Events are transferred to space. All military satellites and radars were simultaneously attacked by hackers, so the warheads could not be repelled, and therefore they were in the current situation. I repeat, all the members of the ministry's cabinet who were in the Capitol at the time of the explosion were killed. Mr. Since you went in balls to participate in the conference, they ask you to listen to them. And now they are the only survivors of the leadership of our state. After that, they are introduced to one room. Several soldiers are standing in front of him, and an old man. He says they are starting the inauguration of the new president, and they ask him please to take an oath on the Bible. After that, he sits in the office and is very worried. Two soldiers pass by with suitcases. They bring these suitcases and open a laptop in one of them, and two of them have a phone number. The military says it's the president's nuclear briefcase, but they already know that, and it contains all the information about ready-to-use nuclear weapons and the location of launch sites. In addition, he can use it to order the use of nuclear weapons. He turns his attention to the phone, asking what's wrong with the screen. The military says that a direct connection has been established with the transformation hero, and he stands up in surprise, wondering what the transformation heroes are. Isn't this one of those terrorists from Korea? They were the ones who staged this nuclear attack, and why communicate with them at all? After that, they say that about 100 years ago, it first showed itself in Europe. A great hero who put an end to 2 world wars, showing how it helps to hold the flag to the military. And thanks to him, in the 20th century, America became the most powerful power in the world, and also a leader in the development of science and technology. And the hero of America's transformation is on the line. Then he is surprised. Previously, once every 100 years, a future hero would appear in a random place and summon them to another world. The Middle Ages of Egypt are whipped and kicked. One of the men died. Then they show the war in Asia. There also one of the men died and was stabbed with spears. Events are transferred to the Middle Ages, where a girl sits at a machine and falls asleep. She's dead too. She wakes up. A robot is sitting nearby. It's all in white, and some parts of it are glowing blue. He says he welcomes him as a hero, and some of the heroes after their victory over the demon. We are shown how a man who died in Asia defeated a golden dragon. They had a great impact on the world upon their return. One of the heroes raises his hands, using magic and by dividing the water into 2 parts. And someone after that became the hero of myths and legends. Looking at the walking man, all the people bowed to him. He, in turn, sat with an emotionless face, but listening. Someone the emperor who put an end to the troubles, and someone from the theater for scientific and technical purposes. Show us how much science has progressed. And all this time, the heroes lived hand in hand with ordinary people. He said it. Hero return, sitting on the hero transformation. Everyone looks at him, and he says it's his guess. Hero of Blood says, that it means not only in Korea, but also in other countries there can be heroes now. Heroes of Faith says that this is true, and then it is clear where all the myths and legends came from. The hero of the fist says that they don't understand, and it still doesn't change anything. And it is worth looking at him, and even if he is immortal, and other heroes even more so. And they should all be dead of old age by now. To which the dance agrees and thinks that there are heroes who can live for hundreds of years. For example, she or someone who has transformed, who has become something else, and who can no longer be called a person. The return hero agrees to this. Speaking of which, if that's the case, then it's very likely that there are still other heroes left somewhere. That's why he shared his thoughts with them. Events stopped being relayed to the USA California Silicon Valley station. The president was brought into the room, where there are 3 capsules and men in them. They're wrapped in wires, and there's a hole in the center of them. Was it Einstein Tesson? Another a man. And even the founding fathers of Silicon Valley. A robot is standing next to it. He turns to this robot and asks if it was all of them. To which she says that yes, they are all her incarnations. I understand that they came to her because they need help. Remembering our heroes from Korea, to get rid of the recent terror. To which the president says that, to be honest, he did not fully believe that they would be able to cope with them. But after what he saw, they opened everything, saying that they are truly capable of defeating them. The queue is stomped, and the others are very surprised. She approached, saying that previous presidents did not want to rely on her, because she is not a person. They only wanted people to change the world, and she understood them. But she's grateful that they reached out to her today, and she says she won't disappoint them by reaching out in return. To which the president asks if he can find out the reason why they want to save this country, and why they don't look like angry heroes from Korea. Then she remembers her time, where she has already become a transformation hero and helped in the war. The soldiers looked at her and smiled. She says that this country supported her and accepted her, remembering how she'd been given a helping hand. And here is its reason. The hero of Maria Stevenson's transformation. Events are transferred to the Vatican dungeon of the Holy See. In a huge room, there is a swimming pool, in the center of which is something resembling wind and magma. With the help of a crane, they take out a certain capsule. They pick it up. The people standing there are looking at her. They ask, Your Holiness, what is inside this sarcophagus? And he always assumed it was just one of many holy relics. To which he is told that he is a missionary who performed the last miracle in the 14th century. He is always on the side of the people. Inside this sarcophagus is the last hero of the faith, Saint Damien Arcadius. Events are being moved to Russia, the Republic of Sakha. The soldiers are going somewhere. They go up to the hut and knock. An elderly man with a huge number of medals looks out from there. They say whether General Ivan Pushkin will stop it, to which he says that it is so. They give him their military honor and say that Ivan Pushkin is a hero whose exploits are not recorded in history. Motherland calls. Geralda Ivan Pushkin. Heroes of old times rise to the stage. The mace of God's nuclear warheads exploded all over the world, and the government of all states was plunged into chaos. I had to abandon the gathering of Allied troops against the heroes, because all the forces were thrown into the fight against the residual radiation. Therefore, the heroes continued to destroy the world without hindrance. Westus Waters in Los Angeles. We see a new transformation hero land there. Power limits reduced by 70%, Buster mode activated. Egypt, Suez Canal. The blood god Akrold created a huge skull, then shouted, Look at my creation made from the blood of 200,000 people. The heroes destroyed one target after another. Southern Italy, Mediterranean Sea. The hero of faith said hallelujah. Rain of people spell. Finally, each character was able to sing about their own sadness. North Korea defense line of Pyongyang. The sword hero observes dozens of tanks displayed on the hill. The captain runs to the president and shouts, Comrade Supreme Leader, he has passed through the defense line. The president slams his fist on the table and tells him how he could break through it. How did he get through the minefield? The general, waving his arms, replies that he is absolutely not a person. Without any tricks, the sword heroes just walked through it on their own 2 feet. The president got up from his chair and shouted that they were useless. Let them stall for as long as they could. The president became nervous and said that Russia and China should not leave them to their fate. They are a buffer zone for them. As far as he knows, Russia has one of those heroes too. The president shouted that Russia will send him, so we need to wait for the hero to arrive. People's army, tank troops, nuclear weapons made with the money of the people of their republic. Use whatever you want, just stall for time. The sword hero watched as the tanks pointed their weapons at him. Suddenly, they fired all their guns. A huge number of tank shells were rushing towards the sword hero. But it didn't move. And then there was a big explosion. A soldier got out of one of the tanks. He looked around, seeing only dust. Then he picked up the binoculars and asked if he was really dead. Of course, no matter what kind of monster the hero is, no one will survive without any protection in open terrain. But suddenly, the soldier saw a terrible thing, from which he was madly afraid. The hero stood unharmed, and above him was a giant translucent figure of a woman, patronage of the goddess Seraphina. The sword hero grabbed the sword. The soldier shouted for the next salvo to be fired immediately. Heroes of the sword in my thoughts, said to myself, activation of the mode, daybreak. Then he swung it in front of him, causing a huge flash of fire. The flames began to engulf the military, and then all the tanks. The hero's strike was so strong that it could be seen from many kilometers away. It hit an incredibly huge area. The southern part of Pyongyang was completely destroyed. The hero stood silently. He stared at the wasteland he had created. Heroes of the sword kept going, destroying everything in its path. The skyscrapers of the street turned into trash. He smashed everything around him and kept going. And so on, time after time, until the only one who might be able to stop him appeared in front of him. The sword hero looked up and saw an old man standing in front of him. The old man said it was him, the puppy who wants the world to go back to hellfire. Ice hero Ivan Pushkin. February 1943, Reichstag. The Austrian artist was sitting on a chair, his face showing that he was in despair. Suddenly his phone rang, and then one of the soldiers came in, saying that they had received an urgent message from the Eastern Front line. The Austrian artist smiled and replied, "Did they really win? News about the capture of Stalingrad." The soldier stammered back that the Battle of Stalingrad. They were completely defeated. The armored troops were expelled, most of them prisoners. Hitler threw the phone at the soldier with a flourish, and he shouted what nonsense he was talking. 6th and 17th Land Divisions, 1st and 4th Armored Forces. The Austrian artist replied that they were sending the golem hero Jauns and the sword hero Siegfried. The main German forces were sent to this battle. Then, breathing heavily, he began to look at the map. There were tears in his eyes. He was seething with anger. And then he said who was able to defeat the invincible army. The soldiers, along with the tanks, were frozen. The stone arms of the golem were destroyed. The soldiers were frozen in their positions and couldn't move. The man stood quietly watching, and behind him were his allies. It was the ice hero Ivan Pushkin. The old sword hero, who was frozen in one stance, asked that he was a hero and why he was taking the side of the humans. He doesn't even have any pride. The ice hero held up an ice mace and replied that he certainly had some pride. Then he transformed it into an axe and swung it. And he said that he should end this war as soon as possible and send the soldiers to the arms of their families. That's his wish. The old sword hero replied, not conquering the world, but such a simple one. The ice hero chopped off the sword hero's head with a flourish. The ice hero didn't even twitch an eye when he was splattered with blood. We're being transported back. The old man simply wished for world peace. The new sword hero, the old hero asked. The ice hero replied that how could a simple person stand in front of him alone? The sword hero started swinging, but the ice hero held out his hand and told him to wait before they started fighting. He wanted to ask the sword hero something. Heroes of the Sword challenge stopped. The ice hero asked him to tell him what he wanted, why he had sown this chaos, and started a fire all over the land. Sword hero swung again. Then he hit the ground with a shock wave and said he didn't know anymore. The blast wave was rapidly approaching the ice hero, but he didn't do anything. And then he said, "Really, there is no reason to destroy the world." Heroes of Ice shouted that there was no such reason, and then opened his mouth. On his tongue was a small ice turtle. Heroes of Ice were consumed by flames. The sword hero stared at the dust left behind by the blow, puzzled. There was an ice-cold large turtle in that place. Heroes of Ice stood by her unharmed. Secret water flow land turtle. The sword hero thought that he had a summoning type and was annoyed by the old man's magic. The ice hero shouted that he didn't even start. And then he took a huge amount of air into his lungs. "And I'll go outside." He used a spell, and the hero received a huge ice wave filled with sharp crystals. The entire ruined city was covered in frost. The sword hero stood motionless, his body icy. Heroes of Ice said that, as he expected, Hero of the Sword lives up to his name. Hero of Ice thought that a simple person would have already died of frostbite, and he did not even blink an eye. But until the cold comes out of him, he won't be able to use his full strength, because all the energy will be used to recover from frostbite. And while he gets used to the cold, he'll have time to finish. The ice hero hit the ice turtle. Then the cold air came out, creating an icy path beneath her, and she rolled towards the sword hero with great speed. The sword hero tried to move, but his feet were frozen to the ground, and he was hit by the turtle shell with great force, leaning a long distance forward. The sword hero was lying on the floor. He tried to stand up, but couldn't, and then he noticed that his hands were frozen to the ground. Heroes of Ice, standing on the turtle shell, asked if he really didn't have the adaptation skill, and then opened his mouth. On his tongue was a little bear. In the next second, he used the spell Ice Water Stream Brown Bear. The bear swung his sword at the hero's chest and pinned him to the ground. Heroes of the Sword coughing up blood. The ice bear continued to beat him up. The ice hero watched him, thinking if it was an ordinary person, he would have already stopped attacking and checked if he was still alive. Then he shouted that it wasn't necessary yet. Then Heroes of Ice opened his mouth, and there were little birds on his tongue. He used the spell Icy Water Stream Flock of Seagulls. A huge number of birds flew out to the sky. Then they started planning straight for the sword hero. Encounter with birds. The birds hit the sword hero with their beaks at high speed, and then their lifeless bodies burst apart, causing severe injuries to the sword hero. The bear continued to shred the hero, but suddenly he held out his hand. The bear was destroyed by a large sword that appeared, and armor appeared on it. The ice heroes were thrown back. He thought fearfully, the same hero. Heroes of the Sword held on to the hand that hurt his side, had icy hands, and then he set a stumbling block. His sword shone, and he swung at the old man, shouting for him to die. The city lay in snow-covered ruins. The old man looked up at the sky in fear, and then his head fell off his shoulders. Heroes of the Sword was breathing heavily. A mage is always superior to a warrior, because it can attack the enemy from a long distance. The enemy simply does not have time to learn the various techniques of the magician. However, the sword hero already knew about this. He was looking at the old man's severed head. He already had experience in the battle with the hero, has a special skill of persistent defense. He specially opened up before the last attack of the enemy in that battle, so that the enemy starts underestimating him. In that battle, the fire mage had thought that this way he would be able to deal with it quickly. And when the enemy had already relaxed, the sword hero cut off the heads of the most powerful fire attack. Standing over Pushkin's hero in my gut, I felt something. His intuition told him that something was wrong. So what? The hero of the sword thought that it seems he missed something, did not take something into account. How he should feel after defeating a hero who has lived for more than 100 years. Recognition, power, superiority. But no, there was no taste of victory. and for this reason, anxiety turned into fear. Heroes of the Sword wondered if he had cut off the head, why there was no blood. The ice hero's body began to crack, and out of it flew the ice hero with a blade. Spell, Ice Flow Matryoshka. The ice hero used his ice blade to hit the sword hero's chest. So, the old man was able to push him back a little. Heroes of the Sword coughed up blood, and the ice hero said that he was too fixated on the opponent's neck. The sword hero grabbed the blade stuck in his chest with one hand and swung the sword with the other. He almost slashed the ice hero with his fire sword, but he said that his intentions were too obvious, and then opened his mouth. On his tongue was a squid. Spell Icy Water Stream, Huge Squid. A huge tentacle struck the sword hero in the side and threw it many meters away. The ice hero was standing on the squid, looking at the dust that the sword hero was in after the strike. Sword heroes lay on the ground. He thought that a chill was spreading from his very heart. Even the protection of the goddess has no power over the cold. According to his feeling, there was an icy thorn in his heart. He was panting heavily. If he stalled for time, he would just freeze to death. Hero of Ice opened his mouth, and there was a small whale on his tongue. And then he transformed into a giant whale that flew at the sword hero. Spell, Ice Water Stream Humpback Whale. Keith had almost reached his destination, but the sword heroes swung and cut it in two. The sword hero's hands were black and shaking. Hero of Ice thought that the stage of frostbite had begun. Soon the madness will end. Heroes of Ice opened his mouth. Then he used the Silver Fang Icy Water Stream spell. Two huge wolves were running towards the hero. Heroes of Ice, standing on the squid, thought that the last hero of the sword death overtook at this stage of the attack. Heroes of Ice was wondering what would happen to the sword hero. The sword hero dodged the wolves' attack. He saw his black fingers begin to break, and then realized that 30 seconds later his body would stop working. He cast a spell and shouted, "Crack my sword." Everything that was around the hero shone, and the wolves were covered with fiery slashes, and then turned into dust. The sword heroes held two blades in their hands and slowly walked towards the ice hero. The ice hero thought that he was superior to the previous sword hero, but it doesn't matter, because the hero will turn into ice in a matter of seconds. The sword hero charged, and the ice hero said that until then, he would have fun with him. Then he opened his mouth, and numerous ice soldiers flew out of it. He used the spell, Icy Water Stream Icy Dead, and before the hero appeared ice statues of German soldiers. Along with them was the former golem hero, and a former sword hero. At this point, the decisive 30 seconds that will determine the winner began. We are told the story of the ice hero. The boy's family was poor, and they went to war for a sack of flour. 1916 World War I Eastern Front Line. A huge number of German troops are advancing. At that moment, this boy, for the first time, saw the terrible picture of war. He sat in the trench with his hands to his ears and begged for someone to stop it. His older comrades tried to destroy the advancing crowds by shooting them with machine guns. He cried and prayed that someone would stop this inferno. Suddenly, a grenade flew into his trench. He gave her a startled look, and with tears in his eyes, he shouted that he just wanted to live. The boy dreamed of peace. We are transported back to the ice hero battle. Heroes of Ice thought, if he lets him live, he will continue this terrible war. Sword heroes fought their way past the crowd of soldiers. He hacked at them one by one, trying to break through to the ice hero. The ice hero thought that he had to stop him, and with his mouth open, he called out more and more soldiers. Sword heroes didn't stop smashing them, and broke through closer and closer to Hero Da. Armed soldiers, who seemed impossible to count. Sword heroes saw the icy hands of the golem's magic rushing towards him. They cocooned him, letting him escape. Golems that dominate the air. Heroes have the most powerful destructive power and power that eats from the inside. The sword hero was lying on the floor, exhausted. He tried to stand up, leaning on his arm, but it crumbled before his eyes. He watched it with a startled expression, and then, unable to find any support, He fell to the ground. Sword Heroes was panting heavily. There was nothing he could do. The Sword Hero felt like the Ice Hero was playing chess with an uncountable number of pieces on the board. Sword Heroes stood up, and with the last of his strength, he grabbed one of his swords with his teeth. Hero of Ice asked if it was necessary for him to wreak such havoc and destruction, and then asked when his heart would calm down. Heroes of the Sword wondered what most people would have to go through. What he had to go through when, going back, you understand that you have no one left. They must survive the despair of loss and loneliness. That sadness, that it wasn't fair that he was the only one who suffered. Heroes of the Sword wanted to be understood. He scattered and jumped towards the Ice Hero. He was slashing all the ice soldiers created by the Ice Hero like a whirlwind. He wanted to vent the anger and sadness he was holding back. The Ice Hero looked at him and thought that he had turned into a monster. The Sword Hero was fighting off the newly arrived ice soldiers. The Ice Hero shouted that then it would cool his head. He rushed towards it using his magic, and he hit me on the head with his hand. And then he said the spell, Absolute Zero. Everything that was around turned into impenetrable ice. The Sword Hero was fixed in a block of ice. Heroes of Ice was breathing heavily and said that he should not do such a thing at his age. But at least this way, he stopped the war. He coughed up blood and said it should be enough. And then he said, I'm sorry. Suddenly, a huge pillar of fire appeared next to the Ice Hero. Heroes of Ice stared in fright, not understanding what was happening. There was a Sword Hero squad that he helped in their world. They saw the frozen hero and screamed in fright. The Ice Hero replied that it was impossible to do this right now. The Sword Hero stared at them, not understanding how they got here through the ice block. When the final was decided, those who needed a Sword Hero before entered the stage. Hero Faith hung in the air, along with her followers. They hover over a ruined and burning city. Suddenly, EU planes arrive from somewhere. One of the pilots says into the radio that the target has been found, and he starts firing. Other pilots respond that the information has been received, and they start firing. When people have lost hope, and there is no chance of winning, they wait for the hero to appear. The planes fired missiles, and then they made a dead loop so as not to fly close to the Hero of Faith. Heroes of Faith said they were sending unarmed missiles at them. What a cruel world this is. Followers flew up to the hero and told her to show them a miracle. She said it was fine. If the hero does show up, they say it's a miracle. Two followers standing near the Hero of Faith turned into Sakura petals, and with them a rocket flying at them. Then what is the name of what their heroes, whom they believed so much, are doing now? One of the pilots informs the radio that the target's damage level is 0 and asks for permission to re-attack. One of the pilots is looking at the hero Vera. She looks off into the distance with a smile. The pilot says their rockets are like ant bites to them, but they're just monsters. He says he's attacking again, and we need to lower the level of the train. But the co-pilot doesn't take any action. The first pilot didn't hear me, did he? The co-pilot watches as his hands turn into petals. Pilots do not understand what is happening. Their whole body gradually turns into petals, and then all the planes start exploding and turning into petals. The pilot screams in fright. I don't understand what's going on. This is a miracle. Hero Vera says to the great martyr, isn't it beautiful, and people can be as beautiful as flowers? Or what word to replace it with? A couple of airliners and an aircraft carrier on the water fired a salvo of missiles. The ship's commander pointed in the direction of the Hero of Faith and ordered an attack. A miracle can only be good. All the ships crumpled and then sank. Meaning of the word miracle, kindness was originally included. A man in a military uniform at the military headquarters says that the first punitive unit is a mobilized air and sea force. Annihilated, saying this makes him very nervous. His terrified captain answers why they are so powerless to resist the miracle. A guy with a halo on his head in Greek clothes says that such a miracle is impossible for me. The captain whirls around, not sure who's talking. The guy says that he will show a real miracle. Hero of the faith Saint Demian Arcadius. The captain asks where he came from and who he is. Vera's hero Arcadius replies that I didn't think they would remember him. He plunged his hand into the screen and asked them to believe him, boys. He was completely engrossed in the screen. The only saint who appeared during the raging plague period. A small miracle that loved people so much that it took all the diseases on itself. The villages he visited had enough milk and honey for the orphans. After leaving, the heroes of Vera Arcadius also found strange, multicolored footprints on their floor. The hero of Vera Arcadius soared in the sky with 6 snow-white wings. He was opposite Vera's hero. She said it did exist. He's a hero of faith, just like her. She bowed her head with a smile and said that it was nice to meet you. Vera's hero Arcadius wept and said that the people around her were shrouded in fear. The hero remembered sitting in a gloomy room. The priest came to see her. She looked at him and cried. He said with a smile that there was fear around her. The hero of faith shouted to Arcadius, "What does he even know about this?" The followers around her were all smiling. And then she threw her arm out to the side and tore off all their limbs. A huge head appeared from somewhere in the sky, with 3 faces on its forehead. She came out of the sky upside down and stood up to her full height. Fallen angel Miradaniel. The angel opened his mouth, and a dark sphere appeared. It then spewed out a dark flame that quickly headed towards Arcadius. Arcadius looked on calmly. Next, we are told the story of the hero Vera. Her mother was a believer. She was shouting in church that she believed in God. The priest shouted into the microphone to all those present that they were his children, whether they believed. Therefore, the hero of faith also believed. She sat down next to her mother. And then she knelt down and said, "May her mother be happy." Even though her friends called her a fanatic, she loved to pray. Hero Vera constantly endured school on her desk, drew offensive words calling a fanatic, and she had to wash them all the time. Her mother, who lives such a miserable life, did not cry, because God is with her. Therefore, she is not allowed, she with a smile, but with tears in her eyes erased offensive words from the desk. She thought so, until the next thing happened. The hero of faith, together with his mother, as always, came to church. A priest came up to her mother and called her. Hero Vera was watching him in fright. He asked if they would like to attend evening prayers tonight. That same evening, the hero of faith stood in front of a closed door, from which came screams and moans. Soon the hero's mother Vera came out of it. Her hair was disheveled, there were bags under her eyes. She straightened her clothes and said that she also needed to pray. We are transported back to where the heroes of faith are destroying their followers. Then the fallen angel Miradaniel appears and attacks Arcadius. Arcadius, with his hand outstretched, protecting and restraining, will descend from heaven. The archangel Titaniel. A huge armored angel appears in front of Arcadius, holding a shield in front of them. The fallen angel's attack is completely blocked by it. The priests are watching their battle. They pray. One of the priests tells the Pope that, of course, you can't think about it. But what if Saint Demian is defeated, even though they were told that he was their last hope? But if he didn't succeed? The Pope replies that everything will be fine, because the power of the pseudo-hero is fanatics trembling with fear. And the power of Saint Demian lies in 1 billion Catholics. They asked all churches and all believers of the world to unite in prayer. The Pope clasps his hands in a puzzled expression, and then tell them to believe and pray with them. We are transported to the battlefield, where the archangel repelled the blow. The hero of Vera thought about it. She is infuriated by the fact that she did not have enough strength. Arcadius said it was his turn. You who divided heaven and earth, come down from heaven. An angel girl with red hair appears with a long horn next to her, cherub Samatil, and he will collect this horn. And then the end of the deadline started in yellow. Arcadius says, "False hero, if you are strong enough, I will try to resist." A huge pillar of fire flies at the hero of faith. She waved her hands and held them out in front of her. Her followers lined up in front of her, forming a purple shield. The flames began to consume him. Heroes of faith have thought that the difference in faith is too huge. The same ability seems completely different because of the difference in powers. She needs to break through the defense and get his head. She grabbed one of her henchmen by the scruff of the neck and decided that this was the only way. Then she flew out from behind the wall, taking cover from her follower. A bright flame burned through him. She flew through it with him. The follower's body was burned. He was barely alive. Arcadius said it was too slow, driven by fear. Then the hero of faith transformed her henchman. She charged towards Arcadius, holding a sword from her henchman. Then she flew over and swung it, to which Arcadius simply stuck out a finger and closed his eyes. The hero swung at him, but her sword broke on his finger. Arcadius waved his hand without thinking. Then he hit her on the head, and it came off with a crash. He looked at his bloody hand and said that her faith was too weak. Herovira's head was slowly falling into the ocean, but suddenly, in the area of the neck, it began to transform, and soon a full-fledged body of the hero of faith was formed. She did a somersault, almost touching the water. Then I stood on it, and she pushed herself off into the sky. The hero of faith continued to fight thanks to his special rebirth ability. Arcadius looked at her, puzzled. She had created a spear and was heading towards him. He smiled, then flew to meet her. She swung her spear, but it didn't hit. Arcadius swung his fist back and punched her in the face. Vera's heroes flew into the water at high speed, creating a large splash. She began to sink, losing consciousness. Her life was cut short time after time, but she used her believers. We are taken to the Hall of Faith in Gyeongbuk Province, Korea. In the hall sits a huge number of believers who are watching the battle. One of them stands up and says, "I sacrifice myself." At the same time, his head explodes, and the hero of faith comes to life again and returns to battle. Her followers immediately chose death. This could be repeated hundreds or even thousands of times. Arcadius wondered why she was continuing this pointless struggle. There is no worthless life in this world, and so is my father. That's her plan. One of the priests wondered. 1 billion believers. So why is the battle still going on? The struggle, which continued even after thousands of deaths, began to arouse doubts in Catholics who considered their faith in the Almighty. One of the priests wondered if this was the end. If Arcadius can't win. The priest was wearing a black blindfold, and everyone standing next to him was horrified. Fear, which is the main strength of the hero of faith, began to overcome others. The Pope clutched the cross. He watched the terrible scene as the priests in his temple turned into followers of the hero of faith one by one and destroyed ordinary priests. He panicked and asked what was going on. The hero swung at Arcadius. She managed to injure his cheek. And then she asked him if he felt it, how his source of power is weakening, and its strength and power is only growing. Arcadius blocked the blow with his hands, but it still caught him. She was telling the truth. She managed to become stronger because of the fear that was born in people's hearts. Therefore, the difference in Brian's strength is very fast. Catholics in the cities, seeing how Arcadius began to lose one by one, turned into followers of the hero of the faith. Panic and devastation began in the cities. The followers destroyed the believers one by one. Hero Vera's strength began to greatly exceed Arcadius. Arcadius had a large number of abrasions, and he asked if she had planned everything from the beginning. Hero Vera swung her sword again, but Arcadius kicked out and took her head off again. He reflected that his people were losing their faith by the minute, and while there was still a chance, he should try to win. He crossed his arms and said, "The exiled protector is the one with the flaming sword in his hands, the one who stands in front of everyone. Come down from heaven." A transparent palace appeared. Faith of 100 million people. The doors of the palace opened and bright light poured out. The huge archangel Michael came out. The hero of faith attacked Arcadius again, to which he ordered the archangel to kill all the opponents of Christ. The archangel drew a huge flaming sword from its scabbard. Arcadius said the flaming sword was a sacred weapon that could cause permanent damage as soon as she doesn't have a chance to respond. But before he could finish, He felt an unbearable pain. He turned and saw the archangel stab him in the back with his sword. The hero of faith said that his believers turn away from him. He didn't think that the angel wouldn't respond to the call of fear. At this moment, fear was stronger than hope. No one expected it to be like this. Although Damien had done a lot for people, those who remembered him had long since passed away. From the hero of faith, although people were rejected, her fear spreads everywhere. And the fear that was sown was a bomb that she had prepared. The Vatican assumed this, and therefore broadcast the battle. To increase faith in Damien. Well, everything turned out the worst way. And for this broadcast, priests and people who doubted Arcadius became followers of the hero of the faith. They attacked the Pope, but he was protected by security guards. The Pope shouted for the broadcast to be stopped, and for the fear-stricken priests to be removed. One of the security guards said that they could not contact the organizers of the broadcast, and if they stop her, it might cause even more commotion. The Pope pleaded and told them what to do. In a struggle where the strength of one is faith and hope, where terrible evil and forgotten kindness fight, Vera's leg pushed off from the water and shot up. She was holding a sword. And then she said that he was scared, even though he was initially so confident in himself. Arcadius is so pathetic. Fear, the primal fear that people have experienced in their entire lives. The hero of faith blew off his head. Arcadius wondered when things had gone wrong. He had been asleep for too long and was simply forgotten. Arcadius' head was falling into the sea. It was his defeat. It was slowly sinking to the bottom. But suddenly, deep under the water, there was a bright flash. He was lying on the floor in a garden somewhere. Behind him stood a nun with small children who were praying to the icon of Arcadius. Arcadius cleared his throat. The children ran up to him, telling the nun that the saint had returned. Arcadius wiped his mouth, and then I wondered how he would survive, or its life after death. He glanced at the building in front of him. It was an orphanage named after him. The children ran up to him, smiling. Arcadius stared at them, puzzled. It turns out that there are some kids who haven't forgotten it yet. Arcadius remembered standing on the street with the children. They were very poor. Arcadius was madly hungry that day. The reason Arcadius tried so hard to remain a saint to the children. The truth was that he, too, had once been a hungry child. His parents abandoned him immediately after birth, and he lived like a beggar. He came to the hunter's camp at night. After handing over the bucket, he told the man that it wasn't a good day. The man looked at him angrily and asked why he only brought this. Then he slapped Arcadius across the face. The man shouted that if he didn't bring a full bucket before morning, he would kill him and make soup out of his bones. Arcadius looked at him with tears in his eyes. Then he ran into the woods. Yes, the onset of 10 years. He was hit by a carriage and died. After being crushed by the carriage, he lay on the ground barely breathing, dying on the mountain road. He thought that he wanted to be reborn in a world where there were no orphans of starving children. The man who ran him over said that for bad luck, and then he went on his way. Arcadius thought that if it was possible, he wanted to create this world himself. He wanted to give his children a chance to become the adults he couldn't be. We are transported back, and Arcadius tearfully tells the children that seeing them reminded him of why he wanted to save the world so badly. And he realized that somewhere, someone else remembered him. Arcadius stood up and said to the children with a smile, "Can they give him some faith?" The children happily replied that it was fine. The saint that everyone had long forgotten finally remembered why he was so eager to save the world. Then the children were puzzled and asked how they could give up their faith. Then Arcadius bent down to the children, and he told them to close their eyes and put their hands together, thinking of him. The children obediently folded their hands, and then he took one of the girl's hands, and a glowing sphere appeared in their hands. The girl couldn't hide her surprise and said, "Wow." Arcadius replied that he was grateful that they remembered him. It will create a world where they can grow up. The girl replied with a smile that she would look forward to it. We are transported back to the battlefield. Arcadius holding an iridescent crystal in his hand. He rushed to the hero of faith. a hero who has already won over the majority of 1 billion Catholics to her side. Hero Vera said that Arcadius only has 2 wings. It must be hard when you lose believers. She shouted that this wasn't even a game anymore and pointed a finger at Arcadius. A huge number of the Hero of Faith's followers were rushing towards him. Arcadius only had faith the size of a fist. Followers of the Hero Vera tried to harm Arcadius with their teeth. They flew at him in droves, trying to bite him. Arcadius wondered what he had to endure. He couldn't spend all his faith on them. If faith was measured in numbers, Arcadius would have already lost. He needed to hold on a little longer. The followers that the Hero of Faith had sent had ended, and Arcadius opened his eyes. His clothes were tattered, and there were a large number of bites on him. When he opened his eyes, he was startled. In front of him was a huge angel girl with black wings who was blowing a horn, at the end of which an incredibly strong dark energy was formed. Vera's hero said that she always fights back. That's her character. There was a huge flash in front of Arcadius. But isn't faith just a quantity? Hero Vera, along with a huge angel, looked ahead with a smile at the dispersing smoke. The military man looked at the screens in fright, and then said that it was a miracle. Arcadius was still in the same position, his halo shining even brighter. The Hero of Faith shouted, "Why does he suffer, and not defend himself? He could at least summon armor." Arcadius' body had a large number of burns, and his condition was extremely deplorable. Faith is not determined by the numbers created for the account. Arcadius was looking at Vera's hero, and then he said that this is the difference between them. The faith Arcadius received, and this bundle of fear, they have a different source. Arcadius held out his hand, and Vera glowed a bright blue. Seeds of kindness planted in the hearts of orphans hundreds of years ago. We are transported back to the time when Arcadius distributed bread to little beggars. One of the boys said he didn't have any money. Arcadius told him to grow up first and then take care of the other kids, then patted him on the head. Then, as this boy grew up, he also distributed bread to children in need and told them to do good. One of these children thought about it. Later, when he grew up, he opened an orphanage for children in honor of Arcadius. Children ran up to this young man. They smiled and happily hugged him. This young man said that when they grew up, they should become adults who lend a helping hand to those in need. We are transported back to the battlefield, the faith that ignited the fire inside our hearts and passed through the centuries. Arcadius stared sternly ahead at Vera's hero, Demian's spear of love. Hero Vera was startled, then wondered what kind of spear it was. This pride of faith can be a beacon that will help you find a way forward and lead humanity out of the darkness. A glowing spear, and said that the meaning of his life is in this spear. Let him try to block his way if he can. The Hero of Faith laughed and said that the faith of a couple of people is ridiculous. She wondered if there were many believers willing to give their lives for her, so she could resist as much as she wanted, and then snapped her fingers. But the followers didn't move. Hero Vera looked at them with a puzzled expression. They didn't move, tears streaming from their blindfolds. The Hero of Faith called out to them and asked why they were standing. Arcadius said they saw what true faith can be, and they realized that their own is disgusting. Arcadius then threw his spear at the Hero of Faith. The spear pierced Hero Vera's stomach with great force. She coughed up blood. Then she shouted that these wounds were nothing to her, if only she can recover. Then, as she grabbed the spear that had been stabbed into her, she understood that the fear was leaving her body. Vera's hero started crying. She recalled all the events that had passed in her life, and her blindfold began to break. Now the anger and sadness and fear that bound the Hero of Faith could disappear. She started shouting at Arcadi not to pretend to understand her. It was all because of him. He had to save her. Why didn't he show up earlier? Why did he let the priests run amok? The blindfold on the followers' eyes also started to break down. They looked ahead in fear, not understanding what was happening. Hero Vera, with her stomach pierced, closed her eye and rushed towards Arcadius, shouting that she wasn't finished yet. Arcadius hung limp in the air. Anna transformed her hand into a spear and wondered if she killed him, they would believe in her again, and she can start all over again. Arcadius spread his hands in front of her. She didn't understand what was going on. Then she stabbed him with Arcadius' spear. Arcadius looking at her with tears in his eyes. He said that from the very beginning, it was only her who should have been comforted. She's a poor girl. Vera's hero screamed for Arcadius to let go. Well, Arcadius hugged her, grabbing his spear on the other side, and said that everything is fine, child, everything will be fine. The hero of faith said that if he had heard her prayers earlier, something would have changed. The blindfold over her eyes was already completely gone. Arcadius told her that he would be happy to listen to her, that poor children should be comforted. That was his motto. Sunlight poured down from the sky, and behind Arcadius, the sacred ironwork appeared. Together with the hero of faith, he plunged into it. USA Silicon Valley. The old transformation hero stood in the room and looked through the screens at the military. One of them asked why the Western force was diverted to the east and what it meant. The transformation hero replied, so the Western front should be empty. The transformation hero said that if possible, you need to enter a state of emergency and redirect the troops. Another soldier said, the hero of the South was allowed to command the North. Why on earth? What do you think their army is? The transformation hero replied that, alas, it is not the brave who win. Only a hero can fight back against a hero. And many soldiers sacrifice their lives in vain. So I suggest that you do so. To fight monsters, you need a monster. She will fight him alone. The soldiers looked at her, puzzled. And then one of them asked if there was anything they could do to help. The transformation hero replied that they should help, as she said. The military man asked if she was talking about the state of emergency. She said yes, because people will believe not a robot, but someone who has a warm body to huddle in. The man in the suit replied that he understood her. Then they would leave this monster to her. He told her to wait. And there was something else bothering him about what she was saying. He asked the tech hero not to call himself a monster. It has a heart, so the essence is close to human. The transformation hero bowed and said that she wouldn't disappoint them. Then static appeared on the screens, and the military disconnected from communication. Heroes of Transformation told Asimov to give the coordinates of this girl. Asimov took action. After that, he said that the target was found and the flight to Los Angeles was planned. If the landing time will not change, and it is assumed that no damage will be caused before arriving in the city. The transformation hero said that she needed to move faster and asked Asimov to determine the path. They need to come as soon as possible. Los Angeles airspace was being combed by several drones analyzing the city. New Hero's transformation puzzled said that even the mouse cannot see really all escaped. Even though she didn't care if he destroyed the entire mainland she loaded in her cannon, they were accumulating incredibly strong energy. Suddenly, an old transformation hero flew up to her. The new hero of transformation looked at him and, not understanding where the robot came from, thought that he had a good equipment. Is this the robot hero of the last century? The old transformation hero said that she knew that he had already killed many people and that he had come here to shoot innocent people. The new hero transformation replied that he couldn't understand what she meant by that. What answer does she want to hear? Maybe she thinks that he will repent. The old transformation hero replied that it was about time for this. Even though he had killed many people, there was still a chance to correct the mistakes. Let him help humanity get back on its feet by using his technology. The transformation hero laughed, and then he replied that it was malfunctioning. It seems that the contacts in the processor were closed. She replied that they used to be people, and they are illogical. As a hero who is older, she will give him a chance. Let him give up and stop this chaos. The new hero transformation replied that he was even taken aback by such a suggestion, because usually the strong gives a chance to the weak, and not vice versa. A technique that was relevant 100 years ago thinks that it can be stronger than the next generation. He didn't even have the words. He pulled back the plugs from the explosive rain projectiles, And then the new transformation hero sent a large number of missiles towards the old one and told her to blame the whole world. A piece of iron. An incredibly strong explosion occurred together where the old transformation hero had hovered a second ago. The dust cleared, and in the center of the explosion was an old hero, surrounded by a barrier. The new transformation hero wondered if she had blocked it. It was like some kind of protection, but there is no such technology in the world yet. The old hero transformation replied that when she went back 100 years, she wasn't just having fun, just wasting time. On the basis of all the innovations that she brought with her, she created new ones, along with the people he hates so much, to repel the attack of the hero that will appear in a century. Asimov started vibrating and said, Silicon Valley, unlock stealth mode. Behind the old transformation hero, a huge area started to glitch, and a giant island appeared above the city. It was floating in the sky, and there was a huge city on it. The hero's final weapon, Silicon Valley. Thousands of efforts and sacrifices made by science for the benefit of the future generation. It was a huge military city. The old transformation hero told him to be respectful. The Manhattan Project. Us planned to develop nuclear weapons during World War II. During this period, the hero of transformation met many scientists and saw the potential of humanity. After the end of the war, the minds of mankind met again. A group of scientists were standing around discussing something. Suddenly, the transformation hero came up to them and said that scientists and reformers, friends and comrades, they managed to end the war. She went on to say that she believes they think the reason for their meeting is, but no, they need to start preparing for the future. Otherwise, the price that will come to pay will be exorbitant. It is necessary to prepare for future fights with other heroes. One of the scientists, puzzled, asked to wait for the hero of transformation. Why does she think that the next generation of heroes, just like the current ones, will choose to be evil? She knew something about it. The transformation hero shook her head and said no. But a safety net is never superfluous. It is important that the weapons created by them are not seen by the world. This is how the Silicon Valley Project was created. They designed it for a long time, and then they built it for many years. Headquarters of the Union of Central America. One of the military calls the hero and says that everyone within a radius of 100 km from Los Angeles has been evacuated. Let her not worry about anything and show the strength of America to this hero. She replied that she was paying homage to those who had done their duty, and she would show them the power of truly powerful technologies. Suddenly, a manipulator flew out of a Silicon Valley city. He charged towards the old transformation hero with great speed and grabbed him. And then he started pulling me back. The old hero transformation was connected to the city. Asimov informed her that synchronization was complete and control was fully transferred to her. She said, Silicon Valley, call to action. Asimov responded by opening the rocket hatch. Hatches opened in the city, and a pair of skyscraper-sized warheads came out. The old transformation hero said to launch 12 Leo Szilard missiles. Rocket at high speed flew out of the city in a new hero transformation. He said he'd see what her last century car could do, and then used the command to limit the power reduced by 70% of the plasma barrier. The rockets hit it directly, and there was an incredibly huge explosion over the city. The dust began to dissipate. The old transformation hero looked into it and saw something glowing inside it. 2 plasma bolts shot out. She said the Niels Bohr defense system, and hatches began to open on the roofs of the houses, from which a huge number of large drones flew out. They used energy, and together they created a barrier over the city. The plasma charges hit. It was cracked, but it wasn't broken. Asimov said that the drones were damaged by 27%, so it was successfully reflected. The enemy is inactive. The old transformation hero told them to prepare Oppenheimer's main weapon. She needs to find the enemy's vulnerable spot and burn it with a laser. Some skyscrapers began to collapse, and in their place, huge laser cannons appeared. An old transformation hero with a commanding launch of Oppenheimer's main weapon, and a large number of laser shots headed towards the new transformation hero. He dodged them as best he could, but one of the shots hit his cannon. Looking at it, he wondered if these developments of the last century were interesting. He analyzed the island. His estimate of the chances of winning at the moment was 30% probability. He asked what his chances would be if they broke through. The meter read 83%, and the new transformation hero said that he had no choice. And then he ordered mode changes. He reincarnated into an airplane using the command, "Power limit is 30%, jet plane possession mode." An old transformation hero thinking that this is an incredible shape change. This is science advanced. Asimov said it was amazing. The new transformation hero banked and forced his way through the barrier above the city. The old transformation hero said that you need to strengthen the defense. If they break through the barrier, they will not be able to fight any further. The new transformation hero said it was his turn now. Suddenly, the old transformation hero noticed, on the nose of the plane, the hero of the Iron Hand. He was smiling and shouting hello to her. She was very afraid that this might be another hero rebelling against the world. The Iron Hand hero started to push the barrier apart. The old transformation hero shouted, "We urgently need to add power to the barrier." Asimov said that this cannot be done. The capacity of drones is limited, and they will not explode if there is too much energy. The drones that created the barrier started to overload, and the Iron Hand hero was pushing the barrier further and further apart. In the end, he succeeded, and they were able to break into the city. Asimov reported that the hero's satellite had passed through the barrier. The new transformation hero stood on the ground. He said that all the works of their geniuses, just paltry compared to its power. The power limit is 30%, total control. He reflected that he was sorry that she had chosen to take the side of humans, being so weak and imperfect, and that was the reason for her defeat. The new transformation hero fired a volley of huge amounts of missiles. We are transported to 1908 London, England Chelsea clothing factory. Two men are walking somewhere, dressed in expensive suits. A man with a short stature and a mustache stretches out his hands and tells the other to pass. They enter the room where the work is being done. The man with the mustache says with a smile that they are trying to fix everything and have already called the craftsmen in the area. But it will take some time. He hopes for Mr. Stevenson's understanding. Stevenson tells him not to worry, that he's already doing what's necessary, and he just came to express his gratitude. Suddenly, a man with a mustache turns around and roughly shouts which cars were broken. It is approached by working groups 31731 and the main engine. The man says why. The employee mumbles, "Because they have a guest, let him get together." A man with a mustache pushes a worker and tells Mr. Stevenson to pass. He continues to make small talk with Stevenson, and the employee behind him gives him a stern look at the back. Then someone says that the engine was fixed in the morning. Marie is just a jack of all trades. The man with the mustache and Stevenson turn around, puzzled. The man with the mustache grabs Marie by the scruff of the neck, and he shouts at her, asking who asked her to climb. Even if she works hard all her life, she will not earn enough. A man with a mustache rolls up his sleeves to beat a girl, and then she goes on talking to let him know if she understands it. Suddenly, Stevenson disassembles the generator and tells it to stop. After all, the engine was really repaired. The man with the mustache stops his hand, and then Stevenson asks if he can talk to the girl. Marie hangs her head sleepily, but Stevenson holds out a mug of hot tea for her, and she apologizes to him in great fright. Stevenson says the engine is now running, but efficiency has dropped. But still, she did it without the necessary equipment, only with the tools left here, which is impressive. Then he asked if she attended night school. Marie replies that she has 6 sisters and 3 younger brothers. All the money for school went to her brothers. Stevenson, smiling, replies, so Marie is uneducated, just as much a genius as he is. Maria responds without emotion that she is grateful for the compliment. Stevenson says he has an offer. She will get a big paycheck if she wants to work in the workshop. Marie looks at him enigmatically. And then Stevenson says, the best engineer in London will teach her mechanical engineering. That's how Marin started working in Stevenson's workshop. They worked for days on end, until her mentor died in a fire caused by an accident in the workshop. That day, she stood over Stevenson's burned body and asked how he could have left such a mark on history. Stevenson said he wanted Marie to be his memory. The lab he invested all his money in, his dissertation all burned down, is the only thing he can give her. That's his last name. On that day, Maria received the name of a great man. She cried and hugged Stevenson's hand, saying that from now on, she would become Marie Stevenson. She understood how people leave a memory of themselves. During the day, Maria worked at the factory, and at night, Stevenson's research continued. For the rest of her life, she tried to leave a mark on her mentor, but eventually died of overwork. But still, her efforts were not in vain. Together with her colleagues, she managed to achieve a lot. And now, when she saw that all her work was on fire, several cars were driving towards Hero B armed with guns. Hero Ironhand destroyed one of them with a single blow. The old transformation hero, looking at this destruction, didn't know what to do. Asimov said that Leo Szilard's rockets are not up to their task. The entire city was ablaze. Asimov said that the Niels Bohr defense system is no longer operational. Complete destruction of Oppenheimer's weapon. Not only her work was erased, but also the efforts of her colleagues. The iron had become her skin, her wires, and there wasn't much human left in her. But now, the hero of the new generation, who had lost his humanity as such, forced her to take extreme measures. Marie said that it's not the flesh that makes a person human. How could they go against their own brothers? They lack humanity. She squeezed her hand like that. What a sparkle it was. A civilization built on the bones and blood of humans. They want to destroy it. She must prevent it, even if she dies. She shouted at him to give Silicon Valley a free hand. Let him remove all restrictions. Asimov replied that the restriction was lifted, and the switch to manual control was made. A manipulator appeared behind her. He grabbed her and dragged her into another room. He disconnected her arms and legs, and then I started welding new ones. She appeared in a new guise. From this moment, the struggle for the preservation of humanity begins. Marie remembered how she had entered another world. There was a robot in front of her. It was a world of transformation. The robots surrounded her and knelt before her. To survive here, you have to give up everything human. Marina then used her finger to make a plasma pistol out of it. Then Hand Upgrade, the new transformation hero, upgraded her hands to a plasma cannon. Then there was the improvement of her legs, and at first it was difficult for Marie to adapt to them, and it kept falling. Internal organs should be replaced to avoid injury. The new transformation hero cried and screamed in pain during the operation. To return to the world where you are expected, you need to survive and fight in it. What Marie and the new transformation hero were doing. To get back to people, you need to become less and less like a person. It's ironic, really. A friend among strangers, and a stranger among his own. And when such a hero returns, how people will look at him, what they will see in him. A weapon, a monster. What happened to the new transformation hero? When she returned, the military tried to destroy her. Or you can still see a person like what happened to Marie. We are transported back to the battlefield, and Marie has become a giant robot in her new form. The hero of the Iron Hand looked at her with horror and said, "This is her true face." The new transformation hero reflected that the lack of a protective barrier reduced the need for a hero with an iron hand. Marie's target will be him. He shouted for her to start, and transformed himself. The power limit is 0% in bastard mode. It was as big as Maria's. He activated his plasma cannons. Mary didn't hesitate to use her laser weapon either. The shots of both of them reached their target, and there was a big explosion. When we're scattered, Maria was running towards the new transformation hero. He didn't waste any time either, rushing towards her. They activated the rocket boosters, and then, smashing everything in their path, they activated the protective barriers. They clashed their accounts with each other. The impact was so severe that the shock wave passed through the area. They tried their best to harm each other. The hero of the Iron Hand, standing on the ground, thought that the new hero of transformation. If he finds at least one suitable moment for a new transformation hero, it will be a victory. Suddenly, a laser shot flew at the Iron Hand hero. He returned, and then turned around to see an army of robots. Asimov said that this was a guest of Maria's, and they should take care of him, and then ordered to shoot him. The hero of the Iron Hand smiled, and said that he was amazed that she was not alone. Then he jumped back at the robots. The shields of the new transformation hero and Mary broke. Marie swung her arm to strike. Then she grabbed the new transformation hero by the head. I tried to tear it away. The new transformation hero used his other hand to make a blade out of it. Then he cut her arm open. Marie said release of the power arm, and her left arm came loose. She shouted open hammer hands. A new hand joined her back. The new transformation hero swung his blade and shouted, "She thinks she's to wait for her reception to be completed." But suddenly, rockets were thrown at the new transformation hero. They exploded in her and pushed her back. And Maria said that she already said that this is the work of many scientists. Marie swung her hammer arm and told her to show more respect to her ancestors. She hit the new transformation hero with all her might. An incredibly strong explosion occurred in the middle of the city. A person is made up of skin, blood, and bones. The feet of the new transformation hero were pinned to the ground. It was difficult for her to hold Mary's giant hammers. Ironic as it may be, a new technology hero from Cannons has created extra arms to hold back the hammer's onslaught. He gradually began to push it further away. Heroes fought for their future. The new transformation hero grabbed the base of the hammer with his extra hands, whose skin has long since turned into steel mail. The new transformation hero lunged and kneed Marie in the stomach. Such a strong impact caused her armor to crack. Instead of blood, oil and electricity flow in their bodies. Marie said hand hammer, self-destruct. The new transformation hero, seeing how the hammer starts to shine, is very scared. Then, in the same second, the hammer arm exploded, knocking Mary and the new transformation hero back. From such a strong blow, the main arm of the new transformation hero was torn off, a couple of meters apart. The new transformation hero stared at Marie with hatred. Suddenly, she started running. She was rapidly approaching and opened her mouth. Marie put up her right hand to defend herself. The new transformation hero clung to Marie's arm with her teeth, and then it tore it off. A steel frame instead of a skeleton, which once again proves that they are not people. Marie set a photon laser, and energy began to build up in front of her face, which subsequently lined up and punched through the new transformation hero, so hard that he was thrown back. Asimov said a temporary power reduction. Power is turned off. The new transformation hero shouted, "Let Mary tell you why she took the side of the humans." Marina started to get up gradually. She could hear the new transformation hero shouting that Mary was a monster just like her. She was also rejected. They outperformed them in everything. The new transformation hero screamed that he hated her with all his heart. Marina was supposed to change the world 100 years ago. She could have been the goddess of that time, and everyone would have bowed down to her and trembled. Then no one would have dared to go up against the heroes, and this situation wouldn't have happened. The new transformation hero asked why Marie was hiding. Why live happy while pretending to be human? Marie answered calmly, because they are also human beings. She's not a god. I never wanted to stop being either a god or a monster. Not a weapon, not a hero. Not by car. Maria, barely rising, answered that I wanted to live like a human being. She loved her life and dreamed of living with a human. She was rejected. It is quite expected that there are people here who will not be able to accept her, but she does not need it. This is pain and reflection about who she is, her personal problem. But in the cycle of time, she was chosen as a hero for this reason. Maria replied that she could not consider herself a victim. People don't have to understand them, and they don't have to force them to accept us. Marie remembered how it was during the war. She was sitting up in her bunk, tired. One of the soldiers approached her. And then he said that thanks to her, their team survived. He does not know if she is chocolate, but let her accept his gift, handed her a chocolate bar. Marie sheepishly took the gift from him and said, "Thank you very much. He is the best friend." Respect and recognition must be achieved through actions. We are transported back to the time when Marie was almost completely transformed into a robot. A girl in business clothes ran up to her and said that a letter had arrived from the government. In gratitude for her hard work and dedication, she is granted the right to be a resident of America and the opportunity to emigrate there. She determines her own actions, and they prove that she is a human being. We are taken to Marie, who is in the room watching the parade. One of the soldiers is leading a veteran. Mary notices him and remembers him. Suddenly, one of the veterans rips off his medal. He pushes her forward and tells her that her comrades still remember Marie. They're so old that he's afraid they won't be able to meet next year before the death, he'd like to say. Instead of braving her, they got the medals. Maria stretched out her hand and put it in front of the screen, where the medal was visible. We are transported back to the battlefield, where Marie says she wants to die as a human. Why the new transformation hero says that she hates people, because she craves their recognition and love. A new transformation hero remembered her childhood, how she went out with her friends, how she won cross-country championships, how she had her first relationship, but she was denied it. That's why I wanted to catch up. People shooed away from her and ran away. They didn't understand and asked what was wrong with her eye. Her boyfriend, when he looked at her, was very creepy. The military attacked it. The new transformation hero believed in humans. She defeated the monster and returned. She thought that now her life would get better. But alas, she said to Maria, desire and the point of wanting, because she is a machine that is alien to emotions, a simple piece of iron. They call her a monster. The new hero's transformation body opened up, and in the center of it, there was a real body. She shouted that she had decided to comply. She cried out that it wasn't her fault. Then she charged at Marie. Marie sat up and said that they appreciated her sincerity. But now, it's time to finish. One of the robots looked at the hero of Iron Fist as he tore off his comrade's head and thought, "Teacher, he still doesn't know what to do." The hero of Iron Fist dealt with all of them, and only one robot remained. There are people who kill others to prove to humanity that they are the same people. To live in this world, burn it. But it doesn't end there either. People sacrifice other people's interest for their own. While going over their heads, they fight in conflict. They shout and ignore each other. The robot told itself that as a teacher, it doubted humans. Robot looking at the heroes of Iron Fist. Transformed my hand. The hero of the Iron Fist shouted, "One in the field is not a warrior. I've heard of such an old piece of iron." I asked him to attack. The robot lunged at him, swinging its sword. The Iron Fist hero dodged and then swung back. The hero of Iron Fist, watching the severed head of the robot, rejoiced. He shouted that the robots of their scientists were completely destroyed. The robot didn't understand why Mary was fighting for these imperfect creatures. But the eyes of the teacher trying to save them from collapse are so bright. It was the first time he'd seen her like this. The Iron Fist hero crushed the robot's head with his foot. The battle between Maria and the new hero transformation continued as she pushed her leg and so flew for several meters. New hero transformation pushed off from skyscrapers and once again rushed into battle. Marie said Asimov, that just because he doesn't understand her means she's not just a soulless machine. Marie said turn on the hammer. Near it, two new hands emerged from the buildings, who instantly joined her. The new transformation hero tried to break through to her head and take a bite, but Maria held her back with her hands. Innovators and scientists dedicated to research, and they gave their lives to fulfill people's desires. Quantum mechanics, the law of universal gravitation, black holes. Life is an extra moment that will fly by one way or another, whether it is important what you will leave behind, who you will be at the moment of death, what you will be like. The new transformation hero was knocked to the floor. Maria, looking at her, thought that's why she decided to die a human. This girl is a reflection of her past and Marie needs to save her. She told me to open the control panel. Marie went on to say that there was only one way to save both her and the world. Maria opened the door of her robot and looked ahead. The new transformation hero looked at Mary with tears in her eyes, not understanding what she was doing. Marie now saw the real heroine of the transformation and understood that he struggles with his past. This is her last chance to become human. She told herself that they should end this. She is the same you, but already grown up, and she is from the future. Marie jumped out of the cab to join the new transformation hero. And then she said, Asimov, she's going to die human today. Mary leaves unfinished business with her follower and will die a human, such that before death, he will calm the soul of another, wipe away his tears. Mary pulled out a metal stick from her iron hand. Then I stuck a new transformation hero in her chest. The new transformation hero shouted that Maria was sick. Then she grabbed it with a huge hand. The new transformation hero wondered if she couldn't get it out of her chest. What kind of weapon it was. She shouted out what she had done to her. Maria, with severe injuries, replied that for 10 years they had been developing something to stop the heroes of the future. And they managed to create a human body without a brain. She's talking about a human mannequin. The new transformation hero took a startled look at this device. It had a 58% download rate. The new transformation hero asked why she didn't want to use it herself. Maria had blue blood flowing from her mouth, and with a smile on her face, she answered why she should do this, because she had already become a human. The new transformation hero said that she was pathetic. And what's all this about? Man is not perfect, illogical, and they often wish for the impossible. She did everything in her power. I even took a chance on myself for the sake of a hazy future. And this is her gift to the new hero of transformation. Let it come out of the iron body. Let them take the chance given to her by the man. The new transformation hero lowered her head down. Her metal arm released Maria, and Maria fell from a great height. Her body was torn apart, and her limbs were all around her. A robot approached her and asked if she was sorry. Mary replied that their power was still not enough, but her way was to save everyone at the cost of a small sacrifice, her life. Maria replied that she did not regret it, but was glad that he had asked, because only people can feel sorry. The hero of the Iron Hand is still alive. Her last indication. Let them trigger the self-destruct of the main mechanism. The robot nodded. Maria replied that Asimov, he did his best. She leaves this child to him, so that she can become a human being, be able to get everything out of life. And in the next moment, Marie died with a smile on her face. Suddenly, the new transformation hero in Marie's body woke up. There was a small iron seal sticking out of her chest. She watched her hands, don't understand why she has a human body. She felt the warmth that they had felt for a very long time. Asimov, a new hero, came up to her and asked her why she was saved, if she deserved this body and a new life. What should she do now? Asimov replied that he had asked for a teacher. Save as many people as possible, even though there was no response at the time. But now he can see that she believed in it. To the little bit of humanity that was left in her all this time. The teacher went to the eternal sleep that he had been dreaming about for so long. Asimov went on to say that she is now dead to her allies. In the world, everyone thinks they died after killing two heroes. For her, a new life began as a person. Asimov got down on one knee and asked her what her choice would be and what she wanted. What is your choice? The robot asks the transformation hero. He gets down on one knee and asks her what she wants. Garam thought for a long time. She sat against the wall and thought. He covered his face with his hand. What kind of life should she live? Thinking back to how the point was stabbed into the current transformation hero. Escape and live a normal life. An idea for a ruined road. He takes off his hood and starts looking around. Everything is red, and there is rubble everywhere. Or continue your monstrous atrocities, remembering the hero of the return. Or make them a hope for the world by following Garam. Then she stands up and says that she doesn't know where the hero of the spear is now. to which she is told that she knows. He worked with the American government and almost determined the location, showing it on the map. She looks and says that we need to help her get there, until he meets the hero of return, and he has something to say. After that, the events are transferred to an office with a large number of computers and a lot of corpses. The return hero is sitting and watching something on the monitor. He watches others fight in space, and the huge dome is shining. Total, as there are many heroes next to the frozen hero of the sword and the hero of ice. He draws with a felt-tip pen, who died and who stayed alive, crossing out the hero of faith. After that, he crosses out the transformation hero. He walks away, sitting down in a chair, saying that he's holding up well, this old man. It starts spinning back and forth. After that, he says that the two strongest are eliminated, and the muscular one is also minus. Then he hears some sounds. He pulls out his gun, and I think about dying. He raises the gun to his mouth, and he thinks about staying and playing with the other two. Then he looks at the monitors. He thinks about it, saying what it is. He approaches them and says that it is a sin to let out such a sight. And what is the salvation of Kim Mintz and his comrades? He looks at the frozen sword hero and tells him to show his grandfather that he was once a worthy man and force him to fight with his comrades. And this, of course, is only an indirect merit. After that, he approaches the monitor and says that still. Events are transferred to the battlefield. Ice Hero is trying to cure, and the other heroes gathered nearby. He looks at them, and they think about how he managed to summon his comrades. And how is this possible? And can they come by themselves? But one thing he's sure of is that they've come to save him. After that, he takes the weapon and says that he will finish with it before swinging it. Then he strikes, and an arrow pierces his arm holding a weapon, and he flies away. He looks at them, and they are in a fighting position. They quickly assessed the situation, and the hero, chained in a block of ice, and the old man who tried to kill him, says they're wrong. A city crusted with a widow's crust, a hero on the prowl. Then they remember sitting together, and the old man decided to kill him at all costs. Not to mention that they're thinking the wrong thing, and he's not the same person they knew. And this is the final. After that, he tries to run up to the hero of the sword and arrows threaten him. Then he turns around, and they tell him not to think that way. It was obvious that this old man wanted to kill the sword hero, who was fighting so fiercely for his world. After that, the priestess says that she will save the hero, but for now they will distract the enemies. And this is the grandfather demon of this world, the world that their heroes so wanted to return to. This is an opponent who is stronger than the hero, and I don't even know if they will be able to hold out long enough. After which, they say that they must repay the debt to the person who saved their world. After which the fairy says that she agrees with these things to work out. The elf says they're starting, and everyone is eager to fight. And what a complete misunderstanding this is. They show us the house where he sleeps. Sword hero, it was in that world. A priestess comes to see him. She takes the blanket off him and puts her staff on it. And she says that she doesn't know if the enchanted magic will still be there when she comes out of the world. But she knows for sure that she wants to be with the hero in his last hours. She uses magic that shows how long a person has left to live. After that, the hero begins to shine, and she tells him to enjoy life in his own world. And when the time comes, she kisses him, and they say that they will meet again. After that, the partners of the sword hero from this world begin to attack. The elf charges her arrow, perk up, and help the sword hero. The fairy says that she was preparing for an attack. Now this block will melt. After which, she used the fire element for the spirit, fire ignis. He directs in his hands to a block of ice and uses fire. It envelops ice sea, after which it begins to melt. After the smoke clears, they look at this block of ice and are surprised that the ice has not cleared. The priestess puts her hand to her chest, talking about having the beloved seraphim give her eyes that she can see mana. Her eyes start to shine, and she looks up at him. She sees a lot of magic circles and chains in this ice, and says that it is not just ice, and there are restraining seals placed on it. After that, She says that she will print them out and that she will help the guys. After that, the fairy agrees and flies away to help. Geralda says that he used complicated magic techniques like freezing to death, so he didn't have any strength left. He can only hope that he will be able to deal with them without using complex techniques. He jumps back. It jumps away and uses ice birds, an icy water stream, and a flock of seagulls. After that, they go to the hero's companion, and he grits his teeth. But at this point, Dwarf says King of the Rocky Mountain and applying his shield. He says that this is a wall that cannot be destroyed. And then a huge magic shield is created, absolutely blocking all attacks. After that, he says that Grandfather Tammin, how he was on time. Ivan says that he has defeated the hero, and it is impossible to be careless. After that, the herald says that it is clear that they are used to working in a team, and they are not newbies. The elf shoots a bow at the sky. I apologize to that, and that it took her a long time to figure out the flow of mana in this world. After that, a magic circle appears in the sky. Keep insisting that a large number of arrows appear from this magic circle. The elf reaches out and tells them to rain heavy arrows, calling this attack Steel Rain. Shooting falls from the sky on the ice hero. He says that both this and that why do they interfere with dealing with such a monster? Then creates a secret water stream land turtle. It appears above the ice hero and blocks all attacks. He thinks to himself that he needs to restrain himself as well, as he is at his limit, and he can't exhaust all of his mana. The elf starts to get tired, but continues to attack. The herald is silently examined and thinks about the fact that there is no melee war among them. Then he stops and thinks that one is missing. He looks up and wonders how one of them jumped on him, after which he says that he miscalculated and strikes with a violent fist. The herald is watching. On this flash, using a land turtle, a huge magic fist from above flies at the hero of ice, and he covered himself with his turtle. After that, he tells them to apologize, and he made the wrong choice, makes its own impact. The land turtle breaks, and the herald gets a lot of injuries. After that, it lies in the ice fragments. It's in very bad shape. The second one landed and says that although they couldn't take down the sword heroes thanks to teamwork and surprise attacks, they managed to defeat them, and the fact that they underestimated the enemy, saying that he would avenge their hero. A blizzard starts everywhere and huge snowflakes appear. He freezes and thinks it's him, and he can't move. The dwarf standing next to him also thinks what happened, and as if time has stopped running. Everyone is very surprised. After that, the fairy thinks about making everyone wait and think who it is. A pale hooded girl walks towards the ice hero. She goes down into the pit, and he says that how quickly the time flew by his dear hero. He begins to wonder and calls her the Snow Witch. It was a girl with blue eyes, blonde hair, dressed in a white dress, and covered with a black cloak. Ice Lady Snow Witch. The Ice Witch says that how quickly time flew by her dear hero. He is silent, looking at her called the Snow Witch Ice Lady Snow Witch. She puts her hand to his forehead. He says that the old strength is gone, and only the old body remains. She says that she is sorry, and he is silent, looking at her. They say that the last hero. She says that the newly arrived hero lost to the monster and couldn't become a hero. The whole world will disappear, only her remains. And that was the only reason she came to him as a naughty girl. After all, her beloved world is no longer there, so she came to watch her die. At this point, he coughs up blood, and she says that although his body has aged, his eyes are still alive. And maybe it's because there's more to do. And does he want to kill the enemy in front of him? And he tells her to give him the power to protect her world. To which she says, what will she get as a replacement? At this point, he's lying on her lap, and he's talking. For her to take his life and soul, whatever. Everything. If only his world could be saved by remembering the village where he used to live. He's talking about what if he manages to stop this war. And this is his last wish. The price of how he cried. And the rest doesn't matter anymore, breathing hard. She says he's going to die anyway, and she can't take his soul. holding his head. And if you choose something, then his memories of the ice hero. She asks to give him her long story. They show us the movie he's running through. Fighting your enemies, getting better by killing Hitler, and fighting the sword hero. But that he agrees. Speaking of which, he didn't want to become a hero. And the meaning of his life is only to save humanity for the sake of people and create a world where they don't have to kill each other. After which he smiles. She says to him, even though he has been sitting for a while and his face is drawn down with deep wrinkles, she looks at him and starts crying. Speaking of which, his determination is still unwavering. She starts to smile all in tears, putting a hand to his forehead. They say that he is his best hero. Then she kisses him on the cheek and tells him that it doesn't matter what kind of life he's lived. It starts to evaporate. And you say that it will become his weapon, with which he will be able to make his last wishes come true. His body starts to freeze, all standing nearby. The sword hero's companions begin to breathe heavily. They can't understand what's going on and how their comrades are doing. They say it was an atypical magic. And who is this girl? It seems to me that she is an ally of that grandfather and can influence his treatment. After that, one of the hero's comrades rushes forward, saying that it is necessary to check it out and take his life while he is weak. Dvorf says everyone needs to get ready and get into position, and we can't let him recover. He goes to the same pit as the other fellow soldier. One of them jumps out and says, "Why is he so reckless? At this point, you need to wait." Then he stood up. Strawhigh says that you need to step back, because that grandfather turned into a monster. A huge number of remains appear in front of him in the ice. They soar up. Then he looks, as on a huge number of remains sits. One of the other remains has a crown on its head, and is sitting on a throne. A huge throne of ice. Everyone else is horrified and surprised. And he, the dwarf, thinks that the girl turned the old man into a living dead man. He grits his teeth and thinks to himself that it's just moving pipes. They raised their heads to him and said to form up. It is clear that this is stronger than the demon. It was a huge skeleton with a crown and a huge beard. A fur cloak wraps around him, and he sits on a throne, with which our hero of the sword fought. Then one of his associates tells Dwarf to run, and he'll last 10 minutes. And without the help of the hero, they will not be able to resist such a monster. And all he can do is delay it for a short time by setting up barricades. And until the sword hero recovers, they must not maintain their positions. He says that building the barricade will take 1 minute, and he must endure it, then run to them. And he gets into a position, spreading his legs. A magic circle appears around it, and everything around it starts to glow red. Unlimited Jin trigram. The skeleton points its finger at him, and a lot of corpses run at him. He speculates that the trigram will increase the speed and power of his technique by 8 times. And this is the strongest seal that reduces mana consumption by up to 8 times. And now you just need to hold on. After that, a huge number of skeletons are thrown over it, and he will be able to withstand it by launching attacks with his fists. He attacks this pile of skeletons with his magic fists. He furiously attacks the pile of skeletons with his fists. A lot of blows hit them, and they crumble. Even before joining the hero squad as a foreground fighter, they show us the castle. This castle has a portrait of the hero and his teammates. Jin was a famous person. After all, his father, the king of beasts, the undulating man, the female warrior, was the mother empress, and Jin was blessed from the very beginning. At the age of 3, he joined the Pillars of Demon Resistance group, holding her father's hand, which neither war nor demons could resist. The pillars would resist the demons. A huge number of all kinds of fighters gathered at the gate. Jin. She sucks her finger. His hand is covered in blood. A promising young fighter defeated a bear at the age of 9. Young Jin stands on the corpse of a bear man, and to a rank 13 demon who came to the village, holding the head of a goat. He cut off the head at the age of 14, standing over his corpse, and becoming the youngest pillar. He beat 127 mentors by the age of 17. 17-year-old Jin is attacked by many people. All of them are scattered, and all the walls are cracked and scratched. And he heads forward, his fists covered in blood. After that, he is dissatisfied and says that he is bored. The guy is so strong that no one wanted to accidentally provoke him. The demons were so obsessed with getting him that they even sent a lion to him. It stands in a rack. That was Jean. It hits a huge block tied with ropes. After that, the hero and his companions are sent to him. The young sword hero looks at the map. Does he pay attention to what it is? It was Jin, and he was practicing. He makes a kick at the rope and notices them starting to turn around. Heroes of the Sword says he's apologizing. And isn't this the shortest way to the vanguard? You can immediately see that the guy is not amiss. Jin looks at him and thinks it's him clenching his fist and jumping on him. He attacked him himself, lunging at him, and he was defeated for the first time. He's lying on the floor. Heroes of the Sword says that he was too abruptly ran up, to which he apologizes. Jin had been searching for true power all along and decided to volunteer to join the hero squad because he thought that the hero would lead him to true power sooner or later. They are sitting together over a campfire, discussing something. He watches the heroes of the sword, and the way he smiles. The source was never found for all of them. After that, we are shown how one of the demons is cut in half by the hero of the sword. He stands over him, and Jin, who has fallen, is very surprised. The hero grew stronger with each passing day, and he looked at him and was very angry. Jim always had to stay in his shadow. The sword hero walks up to him and asks if he's okay, holding out his hand. Chasing a turtle. We are shown a scene where Jin runs after the hero, but can't catch up with him. But now Jin is smiling. He uses his technique and strikes multiple times. He's broke and opened his mouth. Now he understood what true power was. At the head of the empty idol, all he sees is that the enemy is in front of him, and then it's just him and me. And somewhere out there, far behind him, his comrades are watching him, and now he can. At the head, he runs, catching up with the hero of the sword. He is getting closer and closer, getting closer to him. He was about to catch up with him, and he turns around. Who thinks to themselves that they have discovered the secret of power, continuing to throw a barrage of punches. From this pile of skeletons, something that looks like a dragon appears. It growls and attacks back steadily. But why is Jean shouting that she's mine? And it bites him. He thinks to himself that the mission is to protect his comrades. There's blood flying everywhere, skeletons, dwarves, and everyone else is terrified. Heroes of the Sword also looks mature. Sword Heroes defrost time is now 18 minutes and 21 seconds away. We are shown the castle near it. There are guards and a lot of people carrying bags. Near the wall, people are being loaded somewhere. They move a lot of boxes, loading them into the carriage, and the knights stand nearby and watch. A sitting dwarf smokes from a pipe. Next to it is a large sword. He is watching the guards, and an elf approaches him. He is silent, and then says that she has a worried look, to which she says that she saw a new hero. It's very sad. Then he says he's not so good, right? And she sighs, agrees with him, saying that he is so-so. And the fact that he doesn't even have muscles visible, and is too polite, and isn't ready for fights. We are shown a hero who has just arrived in this world. He stutters, pauses, and says that he is glad to meet you, holding out his hand. The elf looks at him in silence, and surprised. She says those red eyes look like he's been crying for 4 days straight since he got here. Remembering this, dwarf smokes and is wary. Even the sword that he gave to the fat man, thinking that he would be able to lift it at all, pointing at it. Our world is over because our hero was not like that. In the current situation, she will be looked at askance, even if she is bent on joining the hero. Only despite this, the words of this weak boy about saving our world were sincere. He says this with a serious face. After that, the events turn to the hero of the sword, who bent down and says that he wants to fight with all his strength, because he wants to successfully complete the task and return to his home. The dwarf is surprised by this, looking at him. He comes back from his memories and turns to the elf and says again, he's risking his life to save an alien world. Well, he doesn't know what to say. After all, you can also die, and this is a bit too much. Even someone who had spent most of their life on the battlefield wouldn't be able to do such a thing right away. And the struggle to save the motherland is one thing, but if they told him to die for the sake of strangers, he would think about it. But this guy is determined, and the dwarf says he thinks he'll be a worthy hero. The elf looks at him in silence and wonders, asking him if he will help him, but that he says he will. After all, such a kind boy should not be sent to certain death. Standing up with the box, he says that the warrior should try to save as many lives as possible. After which, the elf smiles and says that she didn't think he was capable of such fiery speeches, and then she will also join in. To which the dwarf says that he has not met such elves for a long time, with whom it would be possible to conduct a dialogue. They pound each other with their fists. Events turn into reality. A huge mass created from a huge number of remains. He shouts at Jin, and everyone else is shocked. They watch as a huge dragon created from the remains runs at them. The priestess thinks to herself that she will not unfreeze it soon, begins to cry, and the guys do not think that they can stand it. Then the dwarf tells them to get together, and they have already come to this world, knowing that they will not come back. They didn't forget about our goal, after which the elf starts crying and says, "What are these goals?" Dare says they came here to save the hero, and the dwarf agrees to it just for the sake of it. If it wasn't for him, they would all have died long ago. And since he saved them, they need to pay back, no matter how difficult it is for them, and no matter how strong the opponent is. They should pay him back. After that, he says that all the guys should gather. Everyone should prepare for the attack, and no one should despair. They will reach on their own. He presses his shield to the ground, creates it. Magic wave, calling the overlord the stylish lady of the mountains. My 100 warriors who defeated 20,000 demons. At this moment, the dragon is approaching them. He's you novel, I pray you righteous guardians, warmed by evil, no broken glass, no scattered earth. We are shown an exhibition of the dwarf fortress, Iron Canyon. A bunch of skeletons crash into this one. Avant-garde. They all keep coming and split into two parts, leaving the earth behind this fortress. Some of the skeletons create an ice ladder out of magic, and they're trying to climb it. There are already several of them. They are all climbing and climbing. At the top of this fortress are cannons that start firing, and everything below explodes, sending those skeletons flying to their deaths. The elf looks up at the castle walls. Think to yourself that the fat man has built a strong wall, and now it's her turn to take control in the air and attack the evil spirits. She asks Belle to help, and Belle agrees. She puts her hands to her chest and summons a dragon to the spirit, reincarnated in this small body. Her wings expand and a tail appears, and she transforms into a dragon. The elf runs and jumps. She sits on this dragon, and they soar up. Life in exchange for the saved ones. After that, she charges her arrows and releases only, risking her life. Could not have a chance to save the hero. However, we are shown a frozen dead elf. The hero, who has now become an undead, also paid a high price. He looks at them, picking up the elf. Well, the castles are burning. The guns are already visible, silence and debris everywhere. The dwarf is seen holding a shield. He held on to it until the last moment, even though his body was gone, and shows that he was able to protect what was behind him with his shield. Fairy Dragon was eaten by another dragon created from evil spirits, and the priestess keeps defrosting him and crying. She creates a huge number of yellow seals and keeps trying. Castle caught, it starts to crumble. The priestess continues to watch this and is surprised. She is resurrected. The undead king looks at her. He says, "This is the end," and points his finger at her. The walls of the castle begin to crack, after which it collapses into pieces. The priestess looks at this, surprised, tears welling up in her eyes. The undead king looks at her and says that this is the end. It means that the end of the sword hero is also a destructive force. Destroy it. Then there's a flash and a huge pile of skeletons, and that's it. Those who were there were heading towards the hero of the sword. They try to attack it and burn it by gritting their teeth. raises the staff up and uses magic. She creates some sort of seal magic protecting Fairy. Golden domes appear around them. She drops the staff to the ground and continues trying to pull it out of the ice. Inwardly, she calls out to the hero as she looks at him through the pile. In fact, I hated him even before he came to our world. They show us a girl or a priestess walking through the snow. She looks into the distance and says that it was because of the hero that she had to become a priestess. They come to a snow-covered castle. Walking at the bottom of it, approaching the stairs, they come to the temple, where the bishop and his associates stand. He's already gray-haired and old. He says that she is already destined to become the priestess of the next hero and go with him on the greatest journey, extending her hand. But I'm very surprised. And so from this moment on, she cannot be someone's daughter, friend, or lover. Her life, her immaculate soul, and all this must be saved for the hero who will come to save our land. To which she asks, for what reason did she have to fulfill this mission? She asks the bishop, saying that she is a simple girl who is free with her current life. Her hands are shaking. He slaps her across the face with his hand. It bounces off from the force of the impact. She puts her hand to the cheek where he slapped her. He says the lives of 100 million creatures are at stake, and it should know its place. A nun nearby says that if she refuses, they will kill her and assign it to another child. Therefore, he asks not to refuse, and then they will all survive. Then he hands her the staff and tells her if she can. After all, a priest is a person who worships God. We are shown a portrait with the goddess and 4 priestesses next to her looking at them. And this is just a formality. Everyone knew that the priestesses worshipped another person, not a god. They were just convenient tools that should always be at the hero's fingertips. We are shown how a priestess treats one of the past heroes. It was the red-faced hero who pays attention to her, and she looks back at him in surprise. He kisses her. They say that the abyss of false love. He shows us another white-haired hero and a red-haired priestess walking forward holding hands. Ahead of them are their partners, or drowning the hero's thirst. After that, we are shown how one of the past heroes lies in bed naked. The priestess is sitting next to me, wrapped in a blanket, and they had to make sure that the hero had feelings for our world. After that, we are shown a room with a boss that the previous hero cuts. The priestess stands and watches. She's got bruises all over her face. She watches the hero win. And so she was forced to love him long before the hero himself arrived. Despite all the past priestesses, she says, it's a miserable life, and starts crying. You couldn't eat what you wanted. Bring water to plates of leaves. She just sits there. Speaking of which, she only has to learn what's necessary. Then he shows her how she learns to walk properly, and the nun stands next to her with a baton. She pays attention to this baton only by living a planned life. She doesn't want to be a priestess. At this point, she is crying. Heals his leg wounds. She starts crying, calling them heroes because she hates them. But however, he was different. Shows the moment when the hero was summoned. He showed no interest in his body. He was crying. She goes up to him and takes his hand, and he jumps back and asks her not to do that. He did not demand anything. What was given was not taken. Then she stands on the grave, sorceresses and crying. The hero comes up to her and wraps her up. She is surprised. He tells her that the mage died through no fault of our own, and that he is simply too weak, and they will not lose anyone else, and will try to keep this promise. Then she smiles back at him. The belief that you are protecting us. After that, we are shown the main boss of this world. How does the hero fight against him? He defends himself with his sword against his attacks, and then flies away. The priestess heals him, and he gets back up. And that alone was enough to save their world. But you gave us so much more. After that, we are shown the corpse of this boss, and the hero and his companions sitting next to it. They're all laughing and smiling. Live and look at the hero. Also smiles. They say that's why. They return to reality. By creating a golden barrier, she defends herself from a horde of skeletons and keeps trying to unfreeze him. And this time, they would save him and pay any price for it. She starts screaming, and one of the chains breaks, causing the ice to crack. The barrier also breaks, and the skeletons fall inside. The hero begins to melt, and then watch as the priestess is killed. And the last thing she said was that she loved him. There's a pile of remains everywhere. Pieces of the priestess's clothing and bloody footprints are covered in blood, and her book with some paraphernalia is lying on the floor. The ice is breaking. The sword hero is released while holding his sword in his teeth. He looks at it and starts crying. He drops the gun to the floor, begins to tremble, go forward, saying that there is no, and how is it so? He takes one of the pieces of priestess clothing and sit on one knee. He asks for mom and dad. Speaking of which, why would he do that? He watches as all of his companions die. He turns around and says no, this can't be happening. It depends on how the dwarf held his shield to the last. He's watching it, asking it to stop. No, this can't have happened. He starts screaming that he had a terrible dream in which he was trapped in a strange world. And to get back, he must defeat the demon of this world. The goddess explains the rules to him, and he begins to refuse. He trained and fought tirelessly for a whole year, losing his teammates and overcoming pain. It shows him standing in front of a dead enemy, holding a sword. Everyone is out of breath and in poor condition. He's not feeling any better either. And when he came back with a victory, they were already out of it. Sitting on his knees and crying, remembers friends, relatives, and society did not accept him. He was hurt and hurt. His heart wasn't just breaking, but his soul was suffering. He continued to cry, and a puddle appeared around him, from which he could see his reflection. It felt like he was peeling off his skin and eating it himself. Walking down the street in such a sorry state, he felt sad, remembering how they are. Were you lying around the fire with your companions? He opens his wallet and looks at the picture of his parents. There are tears in his eyes, and he feels sad. But it shows how he tries to follow the society, saying that he is sad. A muscular guy and a girl appear in front of him, laughing next to him. He pays attention to them and says that's why he collected all his sadness and shared it with the world. Turns into a hero and attacks. After that, a huge explosion is created, and he cries. The frustration, sadness, longing, and anger that filled his heart burst out, turning him inside out. The helicopter flies up, watching this hero. Kanchaku district was destroyed by terrorists. He shows the hero of the sword on TV and says that he is a terrorist, and that day he became the enemy of this world. A huge amount of military equipment is being sent to the area, and those who wanted to save the world and stop the manifestation of its sadness. People who were happy. And what? They wanted to stop him. We are shown a bloodied teddy bear near a man lying under a pile of rocks. The way the hero of defense fought against him using his shield. She's in bad shape, sighing heavily. After all, they were all killed by him. The sword hero sitting on this shield after defeating this hero. And he says that he had nothing to lose, and he didn't want anything anymore. Watching the whole city go up in flames, but kills someone else's happiness, shooting one after another. He briefly forgot the oppressive pain. He knew it was wrong, despite being attacked by other heroes, remembering the battles with the spear hero and another hero who returned to their own world. He knows he's looking at how the spear hero attacks him. But however, as soon as a black substance appears in front of him, hands pull him down and suck him in. What did you expect? What did you want? He begins to drown in it, standing on the huge pile of those he had taken their lives. He was just an ordinary teenager, sitting at school and walking with classmates, sitting in a computer club. I just wanted to live a happy life, having dinner with my parents. But when the whole world turned its back on him, what was he supposed to do? Why did he become an extra in this world when he did his best just to live? And it took just one word of encouragement to overcome all the difficulties and move on. And he became a monster because of their selfishness and indifference to the interests of others. And they turned him into a monster. After which, he sits on his knees over the elf's corpse, and the undead king is heading towards him. He says that this is a reward for joining with him, and the time has come for reckoning. and now he's starting to cry tears of blood, as payback for what the people he wanted to save had done. I remember all those colleagues. He remembers how Jim was killed, and how to protect the people he remembered from me. After all, it was the last comrades who died in such a painful way. I remember all those deaths. All of them. He screams. This is a nightmare. I'm going to wake up right now, because it can't be that no one is going to suffer so much. Death is not so terrible. A person who has nothing to lose is terrible. We are shown how much he screams when he is in despair. Tears of blood are streaming from his eyes, and he is holding a piece of cloth. But unfortunately, it's not a dream. He lowers his head. To which the undead king says that if he has already felt pain, it is time to die. They start attacking him. Heroes of the Sword says that his soul still hurts, and it's just bursting with pain. He stands up and watches them attack him. His swords, which were not far behind him, start to burn with a red aura. They abruptly begin to shine and ask him to save them. Someone is singing a song in the background, and a dead hand is lying everywhere. Corpses of workers are dismembered into pieces. In the stairwell, it was a throwback hero who takes a pack of popcorn, and he's heading somewhere. He's watching what's happening with the sword hero on his phone. He comes to the kitchen and goes to the microwave to reheat the popcorn. He sets it to prepare on a timer of 2 minutes and 30 seconds. He watches the popcorn being cooked and smiles. The pressure inside builds up and the package explodes. Popcorn is picked up. Events are transferred to the battle. Everything around explodes. The undead king is looking at this. Speaking of which, the sword hero is already half dead. And why is he still trying to do something? Heroes of the Sword sat and sits on his lap. You can see the desperation on his face. The two swords around him emit a red aura. Heroes of the Sword says it's over getting back on his feet, and he says he's lost everything, and this is the end. The undead king thinks that he is out of his mind, and that he is muttering to himself. Because it doesn't matter anymore, he raises his finger, using magic, saying that it's all over for him now. It collects the remains around in the sky. The sword hero just stands there and watches. He calls this the sphere of circumscribed bones, and with a wave of his finger, he directs this pile to the hero of the sword. T attacks him. Heroes of the Sword discusses how the world can be cruel to one person. Then that pile of bones hits him. The skeletons start eating him while he's lying down. They bite his shoulder, eating away at its meat. They bite off everything they can. He says that the sad world is not for me, and no one will be more unhappy than him, and he will just kill everyone. While the skeletons try to eat the hero, others hold his swords. He says that there will be no one left anyway, and he will be alone again. So he closes his eyes and asks everyone to disappear. It's an empty world with no heroes or villains, a world that will have to start developing from the very beginning. Today, at this moment, a demon was spawned. He smiles. The skeletons ate his hands and feet. It rises. He looks at me with his desperate eyes and asks me to answer the sword of Durard. Shards of the sword and his armor fly towards him, creating limbs of themselves. They create armor. He gets his hands and limbs back. A golden flash occurs. Everything is breaking apart. The undead king thinks to himself that all the skeletons just disappeared and how strong he is still. The dragon is heading towards him. The sword hero had the remains of Durar's sword appear on his hands, fusing with his new hands. The dragon tries to bite him, and he smiles and points at it by swiping on it. After that, it is cut into 2 parts and falls to the ground. The undead king says that this power is of a different dimension, and it's impossible. The hero who was supposed to stop the demon according to the law of the universe, calling him a scoundrel because he decided to join evil. It sprouts golden-colored legs inscribed in runes. The hero rises. The skeleton king argues that this is not a catastrophe, and this is not even a war, because he has become a real apocalypse, as long as he gets back on his feet, and because of him. He uses his magic and creates a lot of balls similar to those that were before and skeletons pointing at him, trying to kill him. He directs them to him, and he swipes his finger, and they all explode. The latter is surprised and tries to attack him with ice revenge, using a spear. Matter. He smiles and looks at him. In turn, the latter fires a spear at him, which pierces through his chest. The sword hero is suspended on a spear of ice. The king of the dead grabs him by the head, using icy vengeance. Velas. Taking an axe in his hand, he tries to chop off his head, saying that his death will save his world, and they ask him to die. After which, a grid appears on it, and it breaks up into small pieces. The hero of the sword is lying down. On the floor of his chest is the remains of a spear. He says that there is no salvation, and even not so it was not originally from the beginning of time. After that, the hero of the return is very surprised by this and drops the popcorn. He starts shaking and crying, speaking of what he's finally after. 374,581 returns in 150 years. He finally does, and he starts crying. The ice hero is dead, trying to destroy the sword hero. The sword hero was lying senseless on the floor, with an ice stake sticking out of his chest. At this point, there were no more heroes of the old generation left. We are being moved to our headquarters in Russia. One of the soldiers receives information that shocks him. He resorts to the warlord, and they report that Ivan Pushkin is a hero and have just confirmed his death. The sword hero is now just walking in a straight line, but heavy snowfall reduces his speed. The soldier said it helps that the sword hero will reach the Chinese border soon. The warlord slammed his fist down on the table, and then he yelled, "What are the Yankees doing, trying to claim victory with just 2 heroes? What a shame, one couldn't rely on feeble-minded old man now." The walkie-talkie rings. The commander-in-chief and the soldier notice this. The commander-in-chief shouts to the soldier why he is standing. Let him answer. It must be those narrow-eyed men, and the soldier runs to the radio right away. Then he puts on his headphones. We are transported to China, everywhere devastation, rivers of blood, everywhere raging fire. The river has completely changed its color to red, and a huge number of corpses are floating along it. All tanks and everything that was created to stop the hero are destroyed. One of the soldiers sitting behind the shelter bandages his bloodied, severed arm. He shouts into the radio with tears in his eyes that the Russians are who they created. The border outpost of 200,000 people was completely destroyed in 12 seconds. There aren't even any corpses here right now, just a mess of meat, blood, and bones. The soldier who said this into the walkie-talkie is approached by heroes of the sword. He begins to tremble non-stop and asks the hero to pardon him. The sword hero, covered in blood, looks at him expressionlessly. A frightened soldier tells the radio that this scumbag has come. A Russian soldier tells his commander-in-chief that he has been informed that the border garrison of 200,000 soldiers has been destroyed. If we don't consider the sword hero, the hero of the old generation still made their contribution. Faith sealed despair, turning an enemy into an ally. Hope left the hero that could become a weapon of mass murder. Love is the same. The love of humanity has sacrificed its memory and life, leaving its own body and soul to be torn apart, to keep the demon at bay for a little while. Only the new demon king remained, heroes of return, and the other 2. The blood hero watched as he destroyed the ships with cargo burning in flames, and then, with a smile, he said that he felt much better. We are transported to a small, peaceful town. The young man stirs the water with a ladle. Then he pours it into a cup. He carries 2 mugs to his grandmother. She's blind, so she asks if it's her granddaughter. The young man replies that yes, it's him. He made tea and offered it to Grandma. My grandmother thanked him and said that he was her favorite grandson. They sat down together across from each other and drank tea. We are transported to Indonesia, the island of the hero's hideout copy. Paxson was doing push-ups on the beach. He was breathing heavily, but he repeated the exercise over and over again. His left arm was but half made of wood. A girl with green hair came up to him and asked how his arm was. Paxson stopped doing push-ups and said that he thought she had taken root and was even stronger than a human. Perhaps it can be turned into an advantage. The girl smiled sheepishly and pointed her fingers at her head and said that, of course, it was made of her horn. Paxson said the feeling was a little different, but he thought he'd get used to it over time. The main problem for him right now is that he doesn't have a weapon. If he is not like me, created in another world, he will be powerless against other heroes. The girl replied that she knew his spear was left somewhere deep underground near the base of the restored South Korean government. They were already thinking of getting other heroes' weapons for him. Paxson was very surprised, then replied that the hero of the sword has followers. They will protect him with all their might, and she thinks that he will have a chance against them unarmed. The girl calmly replied that he would not go. Paxson was outraged and didn't know what she was talking about. The girl replied that his task was to kill the hero of the sword. He doesn't need to worry about the rest, especially now that he's recovering. Paxson wondered who would go. The girl replied that he has followers and friends. Let him confide in them. We are taken to a man in a knight's helmet, surrounded by security. He stands on the podium, around him a crowd of people with red cloaks, and behind him a huge graffiti heroes of the sword. He shouts for the crowd to maintain strict order. They need a great sacrifice. The hero of the sword is the truth. Only the future belongs to him. Since he has declared himself, they must obey him. The crowd enthusiastically supports the agitator. He keeps shouting that if they are submissive, the hero will turn them into inhabitants of a new world. Two girls are watching us from the roof. One of them is looking through binoculars, while the other stands behind a sniper rifle and takes aim at them. She's got an agitator in her sights. The girl indignantly says that, oh, these redheads, commanders of the restored On-Ye government. A girl with binoculars asks Vicky whether to remove the agitator. Jai replies that, of course, the hero of the divine horn said that we can start. Let her blow their brains out. The girl pulls the trigger, and the agitator's head flies in different directions. Start of the operation to recover weapons. The agitator splattered graffiti, the hero of the sword, with his blood. His lifeless body fell to the floor. The crowd watched him die in fear. And why did she start running in different directions, shouting that they should be saved? The girl who fired the shots said that everything was done, Commander. G said she could see that, but she didn't want to report it in the future, or she thought G would think the red marks on the wall were ketchup smeared like that. She picks up the radio and says that even so, unemployed ladies and gentlemen, this is the signal for the start of the operation to return the hero's weapon. Let them exterminate all these apostates. We are being moved back 5 hours to the general headquarters of the restored government. In front of us are two small groups of people, one in suits, the other in military uniforms. G walks past them. She walks to the podium and drops her things, and then say that he welcomes everyone, the last survivors. They probably already know about it, or at least have heard of it. She is the former head of the National Intelligence and Counterterrorism Team, as well as the hero's chief strategic analyst. She now assumed responsibility for the remnants of the restored government forces in the destroyed city, and then asked to be allowed to introduce herself once more to Ona Jai. One of the soldiers shouted that she had appointed herself and introduced herself. This was some kind of webinar for her. If she has already gathered everyone and everything here, there is nothing to delay. Let her go straight to the point. The soldier had a scar on half of his face. Jai replied that there would be a lot of deaths soon, so she wanted to cheer everyone up a bit first. And if they don't have a sense of humor, they'll get right to the point. Operation to recover the hero's weapon. The main task on the projector was to find the hero's relic, his spear. She went on to say that, as everyone already knows, there have recently been skirmishes with heroes with massive losses for them. But there were heroes who fought on their side. Their goal is to find the weapons of these heroes, including the rebellion hero's spear. How could you forget your weapon? Their problem right now is the fanatics supporting the sword hero, and in the two heroes that are now in South Korea. After 5 hours, they will throw all their forces in search of these very relics. The small group of people behind the agents and the military began to hum. Jai kept saying that it sounded simple in words, but in reality, they were all going to die. They only have about 100 agents, and the armed forces are less than 1,000, and probably something like 300 civilian survivors who will help them in the guerrilla war. The military man with the scar said, "What a speech." She thinks they will tremble because they are afraid to die. They are all ready to die already. They are only ashamed in front of their colleagues that they have already been to the next world, and they are still here. Well, even if they get their own lives, who will use them? And whether it will be possible to use them to destroy the remaining heroes. Jai replied that the hero of the rebellion is the strongest of those who are on their side. He will definitely be able to deal with the remaining heroes. She went on to say that, to be honest, he was their only hope. They're going to the bank, so let them trust him and mine the relics. Since they are powerless adults who can only push this child to fight, they should at least get him a weapon. Jai shouted that they should be sinners and risk their lives, so that the hero of the rebellion wouldn't go into battle empty-handed. Despite the resistance of the hero faction, we are being transferred to Seoul, Gangnam. One of the military rakes fun with an excavator. He is being shelled from different directions, but he continues to dig. At one point, he shouts that he's finally found it. Under the rubble, you can see the hero's corpse, and his staff is lying next to it. The mission to recover the relic that started so suddenly. Restored government, underground city B12. A pair of military camouflage coats make their way through the streets. They reach the place where the Battle of the Sword Hero and the Rebellion Hero took place. One of the soldiers tells the radio that it is B12, and they found the spear, the heroes of the rebellion, and it seemed to have been successful up to the moment, with only 500 casualties. A couple of helicopters with magnets on the ends or go around the city. They loomed over a huge shield in the province of Gyeongsangnam-do, Changwon City, and then they started fixing the shield. 4 helicopters hooked up their magnets to the shield. Then one of the soldiers tightens the cable, said that they are securely hooked. There are no other problems. The pilot replied that he had received the information and they were going up. He radioed that it was Jeonwon, and they were transmitting the shield, and it was about to be picked up. But suddenly one of the helicopters exploded. One of the pilots was startled and didn't understand what was going on. A cultivation hero burst into his cabin. Startled, he turned around to see what was going on. The cultivation hero was standing in front of him. He desperately shouted what. His plane exploded until the cultivation hero appeared, approximately 15 minutes after the start of the relic search operation. The retribution of the new owners of this land has begun. The guards who were guarding the agitator were trying to find the killer right on the roof. The agitator's body was lying on the ground. Suddenly, the blood around his head began to stir. Then she came back, and he gradually started to get up, until he fully recovered. The guard said that he had certainly heard that the agitator had received the blood of a hero's blood. Well, it's a disgusting sight. The agitator replied that it was disrespectful to speak like that to a hero. And then he got up and dusted himself off and asked how long he had been lying there. His security guard replied that it wasn't very long. And by the way, besides this place, those government prowling around looking for hero weapons. The agitator scratched his head and said that he understood, but he did not expect such an outcome. The guard said that, of course, because he was lying there with the bullet. And yet, to be honest, he thought that such a thing might happen. So the cultivation hero went to the place where the government mutts found the shield. Suddenly, the agitator looked up. He saw a girl standing on the roof. And then I asked the guard if there was any news from the hero of the return. The girl on the roof started running away. The security guard told him that they were unable to make contact with him. And then he said that presumably he was still in the underground city B12, but there was no exact information. The agitator adjusted his shoes and said that he understood. He was tying up his shoelaces and said they'd do the cleaning for now, and then abruptly pushed off. He took off and said that it was the duty of those who were saved by heroes. He leaped up the skyscraper in an instant. There were red claws on his shoes to keep him from falling. As soon as he climbed in, he saw a rifle. Next to it were several C4 explosives. There was 1 second on the timer. The agitators were startled as it began to engulf the flames. There was a big explosion on the roof. The agents who had previously eliminated the agitator ran down the steps of this skyscraper. Jai was holding a walkie-talkie in her hand, and the voice of the military was saying that they had failed to get the shield. They then repeated once again that they had failed to obtain the shield. Jai information is very angry. Walking quickly down the stairs, Jai asked what about the other relics. There was static on the radio. One of the soldiers on the radio said that it was Gangnam, and he had a staff, and Tom took on the enemy's fire. Those who were responsible for the hammer and bow belt are also in action, while the spear is now being moved to Maklo. He went on to say that judging from the preliminary reinforcements, control over the hero faction had been restored. He said that he did not think that it would be possible to return all the relics. He said, "Commander, he thinks they'd better retreat as soon as they deliver the spear and call the rest of the survivors together. If they lose everything here, the restored government and their resistance, everything will go." G stood on the stairs and thought. They were too used to losing. In the world of legacy, and these children of heroes who fought on their side, they lost everything. G bit her lip and kept thinking that this time would be different if they gave up and ran away under the pretense of trying to conserve their remaining strength. Then whether it is worth living at all and not so disgraced, but at least they can finish the last battle with honor. Jai told the radio that they would ask for backup from the police and let them send the living dead to Changwon. She would go there herself. This is war. They were already constantly running away and retreating, but there was nowhere else to run. Tens of millions of civilians, soldiers, overwhelmed with a sense of duty, but already abandoned them. Yes, even the country's infrastructure. Everything is destroyed by the hands of carefree living heroes. Under the rubble lay a girl who was bleeding profusely. Someone started shoveling the rocks above her. It turned out to be one of the heroes in armor, with an emblem on his chest. He gave a hand to the girl, saying that she was holding up well. She looked at him hopefully. Jai went on to say that they were always looking for an excuse to save their lives, saying that they were retreating to fight in the future. There will be no future battle. There is only the war that is going on now. They must get rid of these today, even if it means shedding rivers of blood. They must protect the relic at all costs. The response was that she was understood. They would send a helicopter to pick her up and take her to Changwon. Operation Living Dead begins. There was a man lying in the operating room. His body was all bandaged up. It was the transformation hero On Jai-won. People were running towards him. The doctors looked at the approaching fighters in fright. They were carrying a stretcher with some kind of device. One of the doctors shouted for them to wait. He spread his hands and said that he didn't know what order they had received, but it was just a patient, and he will definitely die if they touch him now. He needs peace. One of the soldiers pointed a gun at the doctor. She said there was no time right now, and they would explain everything on the way. The beginning of the last, all-out war between the one who stole and the one from whom it was stolen. The Korean government could really stop the sword hero. Everywhere on the walls were inscriptions. Korea is doomed. A new era has arrived, and our new legal order has emerged. But not the police, not the guns, was not the answer. The only thing that could stop a hero was another hero. A huge number of heroes have already been eliminated. After the incident that took place in the Kangso-gu area, a new hero has appeared. A new hero who claimed to neutralize the terrorist. It was determined that the new hero is a teenager who went missing a couple of years ago. After carefully reviewing the archives, it was possible to find teenagers who were supposedly heroes. G knocked on the door. A pretty girl opened the door. Most of these heroes didn't want their world destroyed, so they decided to go up against a hero who wanted to throw the world into chaos. G and the girl were sitting across from each other, and then the girl said that she would fight. She decided that before anyone came to see her. The problem was the government, which incorrectly used this human resource. Ono didn't send all the heroes to battle at the same time. She sent them out one by one, as if arranging dominoes. Jai Evil was walking along the corridor. Then she pushed open one of the office doors. She shouted at the man sitting at the table that he was crazy why he sent the hero alone. Why did he even think that if they fought against him alone, they would succeed? The man replied that this was the order of the management. It is necessary to eliminate the risks, also known as heroes. They were told to eliminate not only the one attacking the civilian population, but also all the others in a successful scenario, and not kill each other. He went on to say that he himself believes that this is the right decision. After all, there is no guarantee that these kids will not rebel in 10 or 20 years. Sending them one by one is not guaranteed to get rid of one of the risks. This is the goal of Operation Voice, and it doesn't matter her or the public's opinion. They're not playing games here. Jai grabbed the man by the scruff of the neck and tearfully shouted how dare he even call himself a human after such a thing. It was the children who sacrificed themselves for the good of the country. Although we could go abroad and live happily ever after, but they stayed and decided to fight for this land, for this air that he and his family breathe. The employees who were sitting in this office grabbed him so that she wouldn't do anything else. The man adjusted his suit and said she was a hypocritical. Isn't she acting like this because her missing brother might come back like this? He might have already become one of the monsters. Jai stood in front of him at a loss for what to say. The man continued to talk, taking out another cigarette from the pack that he admits she is capable of. So he sends her to the refugee shelter. And then he added that she should not think about these heroes again. If the management has planned everything correctly, they will get rid of them within a year. And what happened next is clear and without words. Heroes who only wanted a peaceful life for everyone became scapegoats and died one by one. Finally, Brother Jai appeared. He was a hero. We are transported to the transformation hero, who is fighting the sword hero. The sword heroes look at him calmly without taking any action. The transformation hero pushes off from the ground, and then at high speed like lightning, it approaches the hero of the sword. He climbs up skyscrapers, and then gathers all the electrical power by stretching out your leg is going to hit down. He tries to deflect the sword hero's blow with great force. The collision was so fierce that an incredibly strong blast wave passed through the entire city along with a huge flash. And now G is asking him to sacrifice himself again. The transformation hero lies wrapped in bandages. His condition is extremely serious. Jai covers her face with her hands, and then wonders if she has become as insensitive as those people from the government. The commander looks out the window and notices the shield, then says that they have found the last relic. She informs G that they are there. Jai approaches his brother with a calm face, and then the transformation hero speaks. I put the belt on him. We need him again. And she falls to her knees, her body shaking. Tears fall from her eyes, and then she says just once. She starts crying non-stop, telling him to fight for them. The transformation hero opens his eyes, and then tell her not to cry. He would give his life for her without question. The cultivation hero is sitting on the ground. Then he stands up and watches as the helicopter hovers over him. A bright blue light shines on the helicopter, and the hero does not think that someone has arrived. This is probably a strong opponent. The transformation hero is sitting on the edge of the helicopter, already wearing his armor. We are transported to the past, where a boy is watching Rangers on TV and the TV voice says that the hero of justice, a ranger with a ball, appeared. The boy always dreamed of becoming a hero. He was sitting on the floor looking at the TV, from which the sounds of the edge of his blade were heard. I will deal with you. We are retreating. We will not defeat him. As a child, he ran around the playground with a ball and a ranger mask, and along with a raincoat. He raised his sword in the air and shouted, "Fall back. This is a ranger." And then someone pushed him. In front of him were 3 boys who were clearly older than him. Later, his ranger mask was smashed. He stood on the landing, sobbing. Suddenly, someone approached him. G was standing in front of him, telling him not to cry because she would give them change for him. Heroes like his sister. We are transported back to the transformation hero. He slowly stands up, and says that he wants to fight him. His whole body is shaking. A doctor is standing nearby, watching him. The doctor, looking at him, thought that he had third-degree burns all over his body, anesthesia, and blisters. It's probably even hard for him to think about anything other than all the absorbing pain, let alone movement. The doctor says that painkillers, antibiotics, are also a simulator for muscles and starts digging in his bag. He takes out a syringe and gives the hero a transformation shot in the arm. And then he goes on to say that if an ordinary person received them in such a dose, his liver and kidneys would fail at the same time. But it will help him cope in battle. The transformation hero adjusts his belt. Jai says that the cultivation hero is there, and he will need to distract and lead him away from the account so that they can pick him up. The transformation hero took off his breathing mask. Then he clicked on his belt and said transform. His entire body shone. And then there was the transformation hero in full uniform standing in front of them. Hero transformation opened the helicopter door and looked down. Katya stood and looked at him from behind, being blown away by a strong wind. He turned to her and said, "Thank you for waiting for me." And then he flew out of the helicopter at high speed and said, "That's all." A transformation hero, with an outdated suit and injuries. Nothing was expected of him. But he is one of the two heroes who managed to survive the encounter with the sword hero. They faced off against each other at great speed for a very long time. Heroes of the sword tried to deal him even a single blow, but constantly missed. The transformation process was too fast. He even managed to land a punch on the sword hero and push him back a few meters. And even the fact that he was partially paralyzed does not change the fact that he was a strong opponent. And he was found under the rubble of a skyscraper, his whole body burned. A hero who could no longer fight should simply be left alone and allowed to live out the last painful months. When he was admitted to the hospital, the doctor reported that he was still alive, but without a cat transplant. He thinks it would be more humane to let him die. G stood over him and said nothing. There was nothing she could do. The transformation hero was breathing heavily. And then G said that not now, not yet. There was something else he needed to do. He was sent to the battlefield once more, and there were no other candidates. The transformation hero flew down like lightning. Suddenly, his belt looked at him with a puzzled expression. And then he said, "Is this really his friend? Is this really him?" He went on to say that he was crazy. The cooling mechanism was still damaged. During the battle with the sword hero, his belt said that he couldn't handle the high temperature. Let him increase the distance and transform. But the transformation hero didn't listen to his friend. He dealt more and more blows to the sword hero. His cooling mechanism began to fail. His body began to burn. And he shouted that if he ran away right now, all the innocent residents would suffer. We are transported back to the battlefield with the hero. The train says that last time he ignored it and was almost burned to ashes. He still continues to fight despite his condition. The transformation hero did a couple of somersaults in the sky and landed on the ground. And then he stood in a crouch ready for the fight and said that G asked him to hold the last fight. I didn't know what he was talking about. The transformation hero said that was why he would fight. The cultivation hero pushed off from the ground. Then, holding on to his hat, he charged at his opponent. Hero transformation said acceleration mode. The belt replied in displeasure and then activated the acceleration mode. The preparation is complete, and he can go ahead. His entire body was imbued with a strong energy, and he was ready to engage in battle. The cultivation hero was running towards him. He wondered if his opponent really hoped to defeat him. Suddenly, the cultivation hero couldn't see his opponent anymore. It literally dissolved in front of him. Then a large number of lightning flashes appeared. A huge bolt of lightning tore through the skyscraper. And then the transformation hero delivered a sudden, very strong kick to the improvement hero's stomach. The cultivation hero grabbed the transformation hero's leg. And then he used the spell Sky Demon, Sky Spiral. And the transformation hero's leg began to twist. But he did a somersault around himself and then hit the hero with his other foot. Then, almost instantly, he swung his first leg and hit the cultivation hero's head incredibly hard, sending that far to the ground while destroying skyscrapers. He literally instantly landed back on the ground and ran in search of the enemy. The cultivation hero has already risen. He wondered if the transformation hero had spun around as fast as he had twisted his leg, and even managed to hit him back. He jumped down from a skyscraper and realized that it would not be easy for him. The transformation hero was running to fight the cultivation hero. They were being watched by a heat measuring camera. Jai watched their battle and then thought that the transformation hero's temperature was currently 44, and his sweat glands would already melt if he started to exert more strength. Can really burn itself out. Jai then shouted that the transformation hero had taken the cultivation hero away and asked where all the helicopters were. The agents informed her that people from the hero faction had placed air defenses on the way to the shield. The pilot controlling the helicopter with barely managed to evade the missiles. Then he shouted that he had been told that they would clear the way to Changwon. So what's going on here? A huge number of fighters were destroyed. A soldier with a scar on his face was shooting back and shouting why it doesn't die. In front of him was an agitator who was hit by a large number of bullets, but he did not fall to the ground. Then he transformed his hand into a blade. He lunged and killed the soldier with the scar, saying that he should have joined them. The restored government must now be backed into a corner. There are many types of pain. The transformation hero and the cultivation hero were running at each other. They swung their foot almost simultaneously. Then they hit it in front of them, trying to knock each other down. Deeper cuts. The cultivation hero used the technique, Heavenly Demon Annihilation Technique, Path of 5 Dragons, and began to strike with lightning speed. Pain from broken bones and torn muscles. The transformation hero also did not stand aside, and also continued to deal the same huge number of blows. Pain caused by bullet wounds. Their punches were so fast that they caused flashes when they hit each other. Pain from choking breath pressing down on the neck with a rope. Their fists clashed incredibly hard against each other, so that they were both thrown several meters away from each other. The cultivation hero clapped his hands, and then pushing them apart, a green sphere formed in his hands. He used the technique, Heavenly Demon Hungry Ghost, Gaping Serpent, and the transformation hero was being carried by a huge green snake. Transformation hero belt said double acceleration mode. The transformation hero crossed his arms, his body starting to fill with energy. The hero, looking at him, thought that he was using that technique again. The serpent had almost reached its destination. Suddenly, the transformation hero flew through it at high speed. Along the way, cutting through it due to the huge speed, he approached the cultivation hero and extended his hand. Then he grabbed his mask and slammed his head into the ground. The energy of this speed destroyed all the skyscrapers standing in the area. The transformation hero started to squeeze the cultivation hero mask. His strength was so great that he easily broke it. The cultivation hero looked at his hand in fright. Then, the transformation hero began to rush around the entire city, destroying it and striking the cultivation hero, holding his face. He wondered if there was still a little more, just a little more, and the worst pain you can feel. The transformation hero's legs started to light up. He felt it and knew that he had reached the limit. And then he couldn't stand the load and just fell to the ground, his body starting to catch fire. The transformation hero looked at him in disbelief. It is the flesh that burns alive, and the blood that evaporates due to the fire, which leaves behind a stench. Hero X watched as the transformation hero burned with a bright flame. Pain that drains the melting body right in front of your eyes. The transformation hero wept and screamed, pain permeating his entire body. The transformation hero was on fire, his body melting right along with the metal. The cultivation hero wondered if the transformation hero's techniques were so effective just because they were so risky. The cultivation hero slowly began to approach the groaning transformation hero. And then he thought that if he was so strong and had no weakness, would they have hidden him for so long? Would they have released him right away instead of the spear hero? Suddenly, A projectile hit the hero of cultivation in the back, which briefly delayed him. Behind him were agents with a grenade launcher and a machine gun. The cultivation hero looked at them indifferently. Apart from his clothes, nothing was damaged. One of the agents shouted that they had bought some time for the commander. Then he started firing a machine gun. The cultivation hero waved his hand, deflecting the bullets flying at him. Jai ran up with the doctor to the hero transformation and started putting him out of the fire extinguisher. The transformation hero said why she was here. She said he shouldn't die like that. And then she said that the mission to transport the bill failed. There was only one option left. They will face the cultivation hero together. This is his final role. The doctor approached him, taking out syringes from his bag, thinking that he wasn't just burning molten blood and clotting flesh. He injected a hypodermic needle through his armor. And then he thought that if he removed the armor from the hero with the transformation, he would turn into a mess. Jai watched in dismay as a large number of syringes were injected into the transformation hero. She reflected that she knew exactly what she owed him. Agent shot from a grenade launcher. Another shell flew at the hero of improvement. He used his powers and then redirected it. The projectile flew back into the sky at high speed. They looked scared. She was fast approaching certain death. Then there was a big explosion to Jai's left. She thought that she knew for sure that in this battle, she was powerless and useless. But still, she had to fight. The cultivation hero turned around and said that they were like an eyesore. And then at high speed, jumped in the direction of the hero transformation agent Doctor and Vicky. Jai took out her gun and started firing it at him. Let death befall them both. She was shooting furiously at the entire store. When the hero of perfection simply put his hand forward and created a shield, the bullet ricocheted in different directions. The transformation hero watched as the hero approached Vika. He remembered his childhood, how he and his sister walked through the city. There were a lot of websites on it. Then he asked her if she was okay. Her clothes were soiled, and she also had a large number of abrasions and bruises, and blood was flowing. Without waiting for an answer, the transformation hero asked his sister again if she was all right. She replied emotionlessly that she was fine. The transformation hero had tears in his eyes. As he wiped them off, he told her to forgive him. She didn't have to fight them. He was too weak. So he just stood there and watched. G stopped abruptly. Then she squatted down and took the transformation hero's hand. She wiped the blood off her nose, then smiled and said no. She still landed one punch, so it's fine. The most important thing is that she did get into a fight with them. And it doesn't matter if they won or lost. The transformation hero was startled by her speech. And then G held out her little finger and said what if he was really sorry? Then let him promise her something. Let him eat a lot and train hard to grow strong. And then he would protect her. We are transported back to the battlefield with the cultivation hero. The transformation hero screams at him not to touch her. And then grabbing the hand of the hero of perfection, does not say that their battle is not over yet. We are transported to the crumbling skyscrapers. Heroes of Transformation stands in front of the sword hero. The transformation hero can barely stand on his feet and is breathing heavily. The sword hero also has shortness of breath, but not as much. And then the hero of the sword says that the difference in their powers can only be determined by looking at it once. But why does the transformation hero fight to the last? The sword hero points a finger at him and asks what is the reason for his zeal. The transformation hero answers, the reason. About. And then the transformation hero points his finger at him and says that on the contrary, that he had the reason. He's crazy, asks what reason he needs to save the world. But if we really care about the reason, then he'll tell him. Because he just wants to save the world. Because he finally had the strength to fight evil. We are transported back to the transformation hero, who grabbed the hero right by the arm. He says, gee, when he was in another world, the Red Ranger told him, Rangers wear silly masks and costumes so people won't recognize them. He suddenly wondered why this near-death to treat him with disdain. He swung his other hand to strike. whereupon the transformation hero stopped his fist. Then he continued to talk. But if the Rangers lost all those who might recognize them, there would be no reason to wear a mask. So he won't take off his own. Instead of becoming yourself and surviving alone. If wearing a mask means that you have to sacrifice your life for it. G stared at the scene, dumbfounded. The transformation hero continued that he would rather die in this mask. The cultivation hero said, "How dare he to say such things?" And then his veins expanded as he used the ability, Heaven and Demon Energy Absorption Technique. He started pumping the blood of the transformation hero through his veins. Then the cultivation hero said that he was sorry to see how he breathed. So it will help the hero of transformation to go to another world as soon as possible. The transformation hero's pants belt laughed, and then said that he didn't want to interfere because there was a serious atmosphere. But he couldn't. He asked if the cultivation hero had gone mad, if he thought the transformation hero still had any vitality left. The cultivation hero was scared. The transformation hero was completely covered in clotted blood. The belt went on to say that from a medical point of view, he has long been a dead man, something like a liquid that retains its shape only from a vessel in this state. The transformation hero slammed his head sharply against the cultivation hero. It flew several meters away. The transformation hero asked how much time he had left. The belt replied, "If there is any point in finding out now." Then he offered to give the cultivation hero a good beating before he died. He used the ability Triple Acceleration Mode. An incredibly huge energy was being emitted from it, as if time was starting to slow down. The hero of perfection looked at him in bewilderment, and then he said, "My true energy. I didn't want to use it." Green-purple rays appeared around him, but he's forcing it. A corpse. The hero's eyes suddenly lit up with purple flames, and huge claws formed on the tips of his fingers. The transformation hero received information that the preparation was completed, and he charged forward at superhuman speed. A long green snake appeared on her cultivation arm, and then he put out his hand, and a lot of similar snakes appeared, which flew towards the transformation heroes. The transformation hero destroyed them one by one, and the heroes of cultivation summoned more and more snakes with a different energy. There was an incredibly large burst of energy. The cultivation hero clapped his hands, and all the snakes came together. By creating a huge snake that was behind the transformation hero's back, he used the technique Heavenly Demon Snake-like combination monstrous appearance Kai. Then he took it in his hands. The snake slammed its jaw together with the transformation hero at one point. The transformation hero spread his arms. Then he destroyed it from the inside out. The cultivation hero extended his two fingers forward to summon the dark energy. She was heading straight for the transformation hero at high speed. He was able to dodge it at the last moment, but she hit the ground and followed him. It ended up hitting him in the chest. And then the transformation hero hit it, and it collapsed. He ran towards the hero, not thinking about anything, and he began to deal the hero of perfection a huge number of blows, to which he used his technique for defense. The transformation hero's belt started to sparkle. He swung his fist, and it caught fire. He wondered if this wasn't supposed to happen right now. And then the hero's fingernails basically broke, and the transformation hero kicked him in the head. And that one began to burn too, and he wondered if he had a little more to do. Her hero of perfection dodged his punch and also hit him on the head with his hand. He only needs a moment. The cultivation hero joined hands and used the Heavenly Demon Path Unlucky technique. A vast dark territory appeared in front of him, a demonic sky full of eternal spirits. The transformation hero covered himself with his hands. The fire started to consume his body. He was running through dark energy. The cultivation hero released a large number of dark swords from the sky. He pointed them at the transformation hero, shouting that he was a half-dead. Ji watched it all with tears in her eyes. There was a huge explosion, with flames raging in the center. The transformation hero, who was completely engulfed in fire, screamed in pain. Jai, with tears in her eyes and fear in her heart, screamed in panic. Heroes of transformation. Someone was walking toward her, engulfed in flames, and a man was burning in the flames behind him. Ji was crying as she looked at him. The transformation hero's body was completely burned. He tossed his belt at her. Then he smiled and said that he had kept his promise. The hero transformation's body turned into ashes. The cultivation hero moved to the village, his whole body trembling. He had a lot of bruises, was breathing heavily, and was holding his side limping. He reached a lonely house. Then he whispered, "Grandma." He went inside. "I saw my grandmother's skeleton on the bed." He smiled at her. And then he told her to let him take care of her. And he took the table and said, "Here's her food." Suddenly, a girl with a sniper rifle crawled out from under the blanket that covered her grandmother. She aimed at the cultivation hero. He turned around and said that he thought Grandma had company. And then there was a shot right in the head, which threw the hero of perfection so hard that he did a somersault. He fell to the ground. We are being transported to the living houses. A small boy is sitting on the floor with his ears covered. His parents are fighting among themselves. His mother came with him on the bus. Their grandmother met them. She waved at them affably. My mother was crying with her hands over her face as she left the house. The boy did not want to eat what his grandmother gave him. They walked together along the fields to the city. Later in the store, the grandmother bought the boy shoes. The boy was standing in front of a food truck and wanted corn. My grandmother bought him this corn without stint. They went home happy with their purchases. Later, they went to a school uniform store, where the boy tried on a school uniform, and my grandmother paid for everything. Before sending the boy to school, his grandmother went out on the terrace with him, and they drank tea. Soon, he went to school contentedly. But he slipped on a rock and fell into the abyss. After he became a cultivation hero and returned to this world, he ran to his grandmother's house. When he opened the door, he saw her lifeless body lying on the bed. Looking at her, he sobbed, "I don't understand why this happened." Suddenly, agents entered the house. They had a list that included a cultivation hero. Looking at them, the sobbing cultivation hero was furious. The agent pulled out his gun. The hero of improvement realized that it was most likely they killed his grandmother, and shouted that it was in your hands that the did it. It was raining heavily that day. The cultivation hero sat on the steps, looking at the corpses of the agents he had killed. The return hero approached him. We are transported back to where the agent fires a sniper rifle at the hero of the game. He wonders what he remembers now. That I was always lonely. Lying on the floor, he says that life is so pathetic. Operation Living Corpse results. The cultivation hero is dead. The transformation hero is dead. The shield relic has been returned. Jai, holding the hero transformation belt, was crying. We are being transported to the ocean. Blood heroes are flying over it. He gets angry and wonders if all the familiars and blood contractors in Korea have disappeared. This is the work of either the restored government or the supporters of the hero of the spear. So they have started to act. He uses his powers to enlarge his wings, and then they keep thinking that he should stop them. It speeds up a lot to finish completely faster. Transportation of the Mokpo port relic. On a huge ship, there is a huge shield. Ji looks at him, hoping he'll be okay. One of the soldiers runs up to her and informs her that all the relics are on board. They were informed that the blood hero was heading here. Ji calmly lights a cigarette and then responds that they have fulfilled their role. The rest is up to them. Hero of Magic is in charge. Thank you for your work. We are shown a floating ship with the shield of the deceased hero. There sits the hero Magic and listening to the radio. I was thinking about something, and by dialing someone's number. When she dials the number, the phone beeps, and she puts it to her ear. She tells her mom that it's her. He tells me that everything is fine. I ask her how she is. She listens to her, says that thank God everything is fine and everyone is taking care of her. Looking up, she asks how her sister is doing and if she goes to school. After that, a certain object is noticed on the radar. The soldier is surprised by this. The sorceresses still talk on the phone, asking what her age is, if not listening to her. then let her say that she is distracting her on her return. At this moment, a soldier runs to her, who is surprised and says that everything is fine. The soldier points his finger at the sky, and so she says that when she gets there, when she's done with her business, she waves to the soldier. She picks up her staff and starts to stand up. She says that no, everything is fine, and it's not hard for her at all. Then she says she has to go and will be fine. Then, standing up from the floor, she directs the staff forward and sees the hero of blood fly up to her, talking about how her mother doesn't have to worry about her life, and she's out of danger, and that's for sure. Then she agrees, says that it's good, and that she's already over 20, after which she smiles, saying that she's already a big girl and cannot worry. She uses magic, and says that of course she will call, and she also loves her very much. Doesn't drop your phone on the floor. After that, she gets into a position using magic. At this point, the blood hero flies up to her. Does he see them on the ship? Is he saying she's the traitor? To which she says that she thinks she is in a position to call me a traitor. It uses a candy stream. A huge beam is sent to the hero of blood from candy and pink color. Blood heroes grow even bigger wings and wrap themselves in a barrier, attacking it from their side too with a stream. These two forces meet each other, colliding and slowing down. The flow of blood was stronger. It destroys the rays of candy. And the hero of magic shouts that Nyashka tried to run up ahead. Nyashka sighs a huge amount of air and grows huge muscles. She steps forward to block the attack and catches this flow of blood with her power. She grabs it, and it was so strong that it starts to push away. After that, the heroes of magic raise the staff up, using magic, and creates a weapon with a point, calling it Candy Destruction. She picks him up and tells him to let him go. After that, Nyashka jumps back, and the stream flies forward into the hero of magic. She, in turn, goes at him and wants to hit him with her hammer. She swings with all her strength and hits that stream of blood. Then the blood hero jumps back, doesn't get in front of her. He gritted his teeth and was very annoyed. At this moment, Nyashka, along with the hero of magic, is heading towards him. He says that if Ta thinks she has a chance against her, then she is deeply mistaken, after which he collects the drops in a sharper one, and creates a demonic creature with a blood iron in the form of a dog, and a huge number of dogs, similar to dogs, attack. And he uses reincarnation by bringing his hand up to his face. His entire body turns dark red with blood, and he starts to smile. Nyashka, together with the hero of magic, attacks in front against these dogs and the blood hero. Nyashka grabs all the dogs, holding them, trying to kill them. At that time, the blood heroes are fighting the magic hero. She retreats under his onslaught and takes damage. After that, I put it on. If he's going to use magic, with the help of it, she makes a strong blow from top to bottom on the floor, missing. The blood hero jumps back after she says the time is right and uses another magic, and the floor cracks everywhere in a huge aura. And something like a vat of oil is created. It was lava caramel, and the blood hero falls there and wonders about it. The candy goes up and hits him, and he jumps away from it, getting caught in it. After which, he says that it seems like she's up to something, but her ability goes and doesn't feel anything. He's standing there covered in that caramel, and she tells him he didn't feel anything, and he wonders. He stands up in a stupor, and his feet are glued to the floor. He thinks about how the hot caramel freezes almost instantly, and his body goes with it. And had she done all this to break it in one blow? Then she goes to him, twirling the hammer. They say that the training is over, and now his skull will shatter into small pieces. Then she's going to attack him, saying he's a and lunging right at him. She goes to him. They say that the preparation is over and his skull will shatter into small pieces. She twirls her tail and jumps at him, swinging. Call sucker. And he opens his mouth in surprise and watches as it flies straight at him. She makes a hit. Blood splatters everywhere. She's watching him for making a pit, and there's a lot of blood in that pit. She says that this is the end of it, and then she sighs heavily. But the blood gathers and rises to the sky. She wonders about it, and something grabs her. It was a bloody hand, a hand of blood iron. After that, all the blood is collected in a huge claw, and the staff turns from a hammer back into a lollipop. Nyashka is surprised by this and turns around. At this moment, several dogs attack him, and he can't fight them off, and they bite him. They've knocked him to the floor and are starting to gnaw on him. They keep eating him, and he tries to fight them off, but he can't. Heroes of Magic is trapped in the palm of your hand. It can't do anything. They show us the whole ship, and that they're carrying a shield. Then the blood hero looks down on it and smiles. He says that there's no need to participate in the battle in person, and to deal with such a small fry. He cuts through his palm with his dagger. If it creates a copy of itself, made of blood, to which he says that even a rat can bite if cornered. Then he flies up to her. She grits her teeth and stares at him, and she couldn't have imagined that it was his double who caused so much trouble. After all, she's a real dog. And then he tucks his wings into his back and starts walking toward him. And he says it's no wonder she was assigned to work as a double agent, because he's not strong enough to fight. He keeps walking towards her, and she says yes, she's a weakling, and he's a... But so what? At least she didn't give up on her companions. She screams emotionally, and he looks at her with disgust. They say that you continue to brawl for now. Speaking of some kind of treachery, although I've never pinned anyone on a brat, still, I was born a demon. The whole point of his existence is only to destroy the world, and he also takes his cross on his chest. He says that the original owner of this body, the hero of exorcism, followed his ideals and beliefs to the very end. Then he lifts the cross, and she is surprised by this. He smiles back and says that there was no betrayal, and that she screams because they are two different personalities. We are shown a scene of the city burning. The blood hero stands with a hammer and an iron stake. He sighs heavily, obviously not in very good condition. After that, the hero of transformation, the hero of debauchery, laughs with this, saying that he does not believe that it is time to give up, and they are completely superior to it, and the hero's ability to return is akin to cheating, after which he smiles and says that he has no chance of winning. He nods and says that he won't complicate everything, just gave up and went over to their side, because they don't offer this to just anyone. This is an exceptional opportunity for him, because his abilities are quite useful. After that, he looks at them and thinks to himself whether he is doomed to defeat them and is not able to do anything. He pulls out 2 syringes of blood. He says there is still something he can do, after which he presents them to himself and remembers that this is the blood of a demon known by the name, a vampire. He remembers how he stabbed her with his ruts, and she lies dead. He drained her blood. There is a possibility that it will take control of his body, but only if he can rein it in. He abruptly inserts the 2 syringes into his neck. Everyone around is surprised. And is there any interest in this that has turned around? And there's a lot of blood coming out of it. He starts screaming, looking at how he starts to bleed all over. The hero of return smiles and looks at it, and it comes from that, an aura of blood, and he screams more and more in pain, raising his head up. The transformation hero says that this is clearly not suicide, and he reincarnates, and this is a very sinister energy. They start attacking him and tell him that if we're going to kill him, now's the time. After that, he continues to reincarnate, turning into a thick layer of blood. Rockets fly up to it, creating huge explosions as they hit. Hero of the return transformation. Everyone is also looking at it. After the smoke screen passes in front of them, it appears. The current blood hero transformation hero thinks to himself that all the damage just disappeared and he has awakened. He stiffens, but the answer is that he gives up and won't fight. And then he raises his hands. He says he has no reason to take off the feud. The return leader says that his power and aura have completely shifted. All this is a completely different creation. Closing his hand, the hero transforms and asks him to stop attacking, and that he's now a demon known as a vampire. and thanks to them, he will be able to return to this world. He puts his hand up to his face and thinks about how he's going overboard as a TV hero. It's hard to call him a vampire, but come on, it doesn't really matter, and I guess I should thank them. Then he smiles. Events are transferred to reality. He says it's pretty clumsy. From the funny thing happened, and whether he is right. After which the girl sorceress looks at him, and he approaches her. We're looking at her surveys in the form of a lollipop. He lifts his foot from the staff, saying that, like death, she is about to be overtaken. He smashes her staff to smithereens. But then the magic disappears, and she begins to reincarnate. The power of the sorceress hero begins to evaporate. She thinks to herself, what the hell is transformation now? She leaves memories. After all, they look at when she holds a staff and says that this is somehow too provocative. A cat appears in front of us. Seeing the sandwiches, he tells her to listen. She can only use her hero powers then. When is he reincarnated? She reveals that she is in her school uniform and cannot use the force. But when she is reincarnated as a magical girl, she gets magic, looks at it, and is told that the power that allows her to take on new forms and descends from the staff. From that candy crystal. She looks at this with disgust and says that it is a name, to which she is told that it is since she does not talk about the greatest treasure of the kingdom, and slaps her on the back of the head. Nyashka says that in any case, he can use the crystal when attacking, but in no case should she allow the enemy to target him. After that, we are shown how Nyashka, who was bitten by the blood dogs, returns to his small form. He says that the heroine lost. Then he kicks the crystal and starts laughing. He says she can't do anything at all without her crystal and keeps trampling on him. She says that his arch enemy, the exorcist hero, shows how he fights. He trained tirelessly to go beyond the limits of human capabilities by fighting against her, and let her just look at herself. She was all pompous, as if one left would save the world. After that, she bowed her head in her school uniform. He looks at the staff and says that it's a pathetic nonentity who only relied on his weapon, after which she gritted her teeth, and she thinks to herself that this is all to make her lose her temper, and she can't just ignore it, because he's actually right, and she starts to cry, gritting her teeth. After all, she didn't save anyone with her own strength, not when they remembered their father dying, and she was crying, holding his hand, and not the time when they'd swum away with their mother and little sister, and she'd smiled and waved, looking at how they washed their face further. The agents say that everyday life was not worried, and they promise that they will look after them well. Yana didn't make it here either, and even with watching the ball heroes attack the shield hero, she just watched and cried while biting her finger. And even in that situation, when the director sacrificed himself and blew up the entire complex, they were just watching it a hero who didn't pose a danger, a hero in a child's costume and wacky abilities. A hero with unknown motives and questionable sources of power was still looking all the time. Takaya was considered the weakest hero. But this does not mean that she doubts, and will remain so until her death. Because first of all, a person must change. Then she clenches her fist tightly, gritting his teeth. Maya Karen shouts. He says she hasn't given up yet. Shouted about it. The hero of blood turns to reach out to her, and she asks him to please defeat him. Then Nyashka smiles. I pull my hand away and fly toward her. He says that this is his heroine, after which he begins to sigh into the air and becomes strong. His arm increases very much, and he starts attacking all the blood heroes in that one in turn, is very surprised by this. Candy punch, after which he hits it hard with the force of the kick from that throws it back. He still managed to block it, and it landed on the ground, creating a small pit. It was a very strong hit with a candy volley, and all the dogs abruptly disappeared along with that bloody hand. And Heroes of Magic falls down and looks at it all. She walks over to her broken staff and stares at it as it's shattered into splinters. She says she'll never get them back together, and it looks like all she has left is another choice. She looks down at her hands, a flash that sends the blood hero to his feet. He is surprised that he was attacked so much. He says that how could they, because they are good for nothing, and how annoying it is. After which, he watches as some kind of pink aura appears in the smoke. He rubs his eyes, wondering what it is, and opens them. He is very surprised, opens them even more, after which he watches as the heroes of magic reincarnates back to the sorceress. She punctured her hands with this ball and the remaining fragments from it, and was able to become half a sorceress and half a human, who thinks this is, and she smashed the crystal shards into fists. Tak says that as he recently called her a pathetic nonentity who relies on her weapons, and she starts to smile fiercely at him. The blood hero calls her a little and gets back on her feet. Tak says that everything true to the bloodsucker, and she will show him what true willpower is. After that, she runs at him with all her strength, and he does exactly the same in response. There is an explosion. A flash is seen on the ship. This is the hero of magic, running to attack the hero of blood, and he runs to meet her, reincarnated in one of his forms. He turned his hands into bloody sharper ones, and the thorns on his shoulders, turning all red. He attacks back, and she lunges back. He thinks to himself that when the source crystals of her powers broke, the advantage should have completely shifted to his side, or maybe he sees her about to hit him with a second fist. And he thinks to himself that he thought so as he dodged her punch. Of all this, it is nothing more than nonsense invented by dogs. After which, he gritted his teeth, out-eats his hands into the ground. He jumps back from the force of the blow, and thinks he should put more distance between them first. After all, the fragments are not only in her hands. He creates wings by flying up and calling her a and she can't get anywhere here. And what was she going to do now? After all, an illusion and a desperate attempt to narrow the abyss between them and the force. And so she says, what do you think she'll do? She will bring him down from heaven to earth. After that, Nyashka extends it with her other hand and grabs his leg. It wraps itself around her like a rope and pulls her here. She screams and pulls him back. He is surprised by this, gritting his teeth and landing on the ground with all his strength, breaking the floor. Or at least it should have been. He's lying on the floor in a bad state and starts screaming really hard, telling her how much she pisses him off and why she keeps fighting back. And how does she even do it? He starts to get up, trying to move, but he can't. And Heroes of Magic tells him that she'll never understand, after which he watches as she jumps on top of him, trying to attack. She says that she has nothing to protect, so she doesn't understand. Using Sweet Storm, it deals damage to huge barrages of candy, and creating a huge flash on the ship, from which it began to shake. She lands on the ground and is very out of breath. She starts coughing up blood and thinks to herself that it's because the power of the crystal is now flowing directly through her. But her body won't last long, and I hope that her attack was enough to defeat him. After that, they watch as he lies in a very bad condition. A jar of blood crawls up to his hand, and it flies up. And he thinks that if he hadn't spent too much effort in Egypt, he would have defeated it with one hand. And how does that infuriate her? She's like a pesky mosquito that keeps you awake, hovering around. He looks at that drop of blood in the jar, opens it, and says it's like a piece of paper, like flipping through a page, or a disgusting feeling when you bite through it. Speaking and realizing that her blood is tainted, he looks at this drop that falls on him, and he should be proud. A drop lands on his body. He says that he kept it, so that he could defeat all the other heroes, including the hero of the sword, remembering all those with whom he was. This is the blood of 1,000,000 people, and a huge bundle of energy appears around him, and thinks to himself, is this, trying to defend himself. And he creates huge brown spears around him from the blood, and says that she brought trouble on herself. He was completely reincarnated. He is now completely bloody, and has a huge cloak. All of his limbs are pointed. 4 horns protrude from the head. He says that now reap the benefits of your actions, and then creates something out of blood. It turns this into a target and spikes, directs them at it using spikes. And from the sky, A huge number of spikes are sent to the hero of magic, Iron Blood. He points his finger at her, and they start attacking her with great speed. She thinks to herself that she needs to act, or she will die, and there is no time to worry about her condition, because if she doesn't block the attack, then everything is over. Then Tam puts his hands together crosswise and starts to shine. She says that not only her, but also everyone who fought to protect her relic. It uses a retaliatory attack, and it's trying to absorb those spikes. They touch and create a huge flash. She says she'll hold out a little longer. And while trying to hold on to the power, her hands start to drain more and more blood. And she thinks, is this really her limit? Her condition is getting worse, and she starts screaming, looking at her bloodied hands. Nyashka says that is she all right? She's breathing so hard, and the spiked eyes are starting to break through her magic. Her eyes start to close, and she has tears of blood. She thinks, is this really the end? Watching the spikes get closer and closer, and then her magic ends, and they continue to attack her. She begins to fall, watching as they fly towards her and close their eyes, falls to the ground. After that, the hero of return catches her and says that no, she can't die yet. After all, there is still a role to play. Northeastern waters of Indonesia. Lots of robots fly up and support the transformation hero on their hands. As they take off, she wonders if the soldiers have gathered below and are pointing their guns at them. From the people came forward in a shirt, walking up to them and pointing his weapon at them. All the soldiers are standing, ready with their weapons. The robots have landed and are standing watching. They say that this is a military base of the restored government of the Republic of Korea, and let them not identify themselves and their affiliation. This is Marie Stevenson from the United States of America, the scientist who defeated the transformation hero of this generation. She came to support them and end the tyranny of heroes. After that, the current transformation hero slaps one of the robots on the shoulder, and she says it's not true, and what he says is not her. So thinks why there are people who were enemies, they won't trust us, and possibly captured and executed. After all, then the sacrifice will fit, it will be wasted. Showing her how she is in space, and there won't be any more. Shows how the heroes of the sword is heading somewhere hoping to win this war. Tam waves his head and says that atonement for sins cannot begin with a lie, and a person will not kill another so easily. And she thinks that's exactly what the last transformation hero would have said, telling them to let her go, and she wants to. How should you face your sins? After that, all the robots came to attention behind her, and she goes to them. She says that her name is Liga Ram, and she is now in a different body. But recently she was the current transformation hero and destroyed everything, razing Korea to the ground. The man says that this cannot be, and how a child can be a monster that razed the city to the ground with their bombs. To which Tak says it's true, and she got a human body during a battle with a past transformation hero. And as civil servants, the man looks at her with disgust and anger. She says that they should know that, depending on their current appearance, all the characters were originally ordinary children. After that, he points a gun at her and remains silent. He grits his teeth very hard, glaring at her as he walks towards her. He points her gun directly at her forehead, coming up close to her. The robots look at this and are surprised, and she shows them to stop. To which she is told that she has forgotten a psychopath, a murderer, and is really tired of cutting people out. To which he leans her gun against her forehead, telling her that she has come to take away the last shred of hope by asking this maniac. Tak tells her that the hero of the spear, or as you call him, the hero of the rebellion, she wants to ask him to defeat the hero of the sword. Just like she said, she's tired of all the deaths, and then he picks up the phone. And it says that this phone contains the contacts of 380 people. This is his family, friends of superiors, colleagues, mentors, neighbors, and even the owner of restaurants, where he was almost always a visitor there. And guess which of them he was able to contact after those who believe what she did. Tam looks at it in silence. He starts crying and says that he made it with 3 out of 180. There are only 3 of them, and one of them is the boss, and 2 are colleagues. And the fact that his family, the comrades of their life, you monster took away. He starts to scream about it and cry. So, why should I let her live? Then he lowers his guns and turns to leave. He says that she may intend to kill the hero of the rebellion. She needs to be immobilized and make sure that she does not have a weapon on her. And you also need to call the hero of the uprising, so that they say that he has come to full combat readiness. After that, the transformation hero is surprised by this. The Chinese man tells her not to make a mistake after everything is over, and she hits her with her own hands. She says that everything suits her, and maybe she doesn't give it out to everyone, but she understands how much pain and suffering she has caused. And once the sword heroes are finished, you can do whatever you want with her. After that, the events are transferred to the camera, where it is associated with the user. She looks at the wall. The hero of the spear approaches without asking if she wanted to see him. Speaking of which, she was a transformation hero. Next to her is another hero. She says it's true, and he's the hero of the spear, right? Because he was able to solve the problem with his arm. And he glares at her, gritting his teeth. He clenches his fist hard, wants to attack her on the other hero, stops him by standing in front of him, and says he doesn't let hatred and anger take over and solve her killers. After all, right now the sword should be indiscriminately used. The hero of the spear, calming down, says that she should tell him what she wanted, and he does not want to talk to the killer any longer than necessary. So says whether they know now what's going on, and that, according to the reports, heroes of the sword headed north, and the heroes of faith in the Iron Hand and transformation died. And it looks like there might be some inaccuracies in that, given that she's alive, and also that the heroes and the transformation hero killed each other. The hero of the spear says that it is not necessary to answer all her questions. And isn't it obvious that she might be a spy? To which Tax says that even if she knew their location, she would just not noticeably destroy them. They would like to come to them personally. And she tells him not to worry. And now she is an ordinary person without any abilities. And that Min-soo is no longer a sword hero. He turned into a demon. The heroes of the previous generation who could stop him were killed. And they, in turn, are very surprised by this. He clarifies whether it is certain to the demons that the pretended to be a hero became a demon. And they tell him that this is not so strange at all. That is, the duty of the hero is to protect the world. He is his. Destroyed it. No wonder he ended up turning into a demon. She raises her hand to her face and begins to talk about it. To which Tom is told that the hero of return has been manipulating him all this time to achieve his reincarnation. And he said something like that once before. After that, she remembers how she brought the hero of the return on herself. And she asks him, she wanted to clarify, saying that she called him by his first name, and he was very touched. And what does she want to ask him? The transformation hero says that he did everything to save his world, anger, and show the next one firepower beyond thinking. When asked about him, why he's with them, and he says to watch them, she wonders about it. And he says he didn't want to just watch the world shake to the ground. His goal is to see how things will change in the end. That hero transformation says he doesn't understand him, and he never understood his train of thought. The return hero says that one day, when all this is over, she will understand. The hero of the spear says that this was going to turn all the demons. But why would he? Then the hero of the spear calls out to someone. Speaking of which, the ship carrying the relics arrived. But however, they ask him what happened. They show the ship covered in blood. After that, the refund hero. He stands in front of them and says that he welcomes them. And even if they try to approach to disarm him, holding the gun to their heads. The hero of the spear looks at this and grits his teeth. He says he didn't come here to attack, but to talk. After all, he can simply go back and sink the ship along with the relics. The transformation hero greets them by pointing a gun at his head. Heroes of Magic stands nearby and looks at him. He tells them not to come near him or try to disarm him. And he's here to talk to them. So if they attack him, he'll just go back and sink the ship with the relic. looking and smiling. The hero of the spear remembers that one of the heroes that invaded the shelter, and he grits his teeth, because this is the hero of return. The hero of the spear goes to him, and another hero asks him what he is doing. And he also said that he is capable of not attacking, but he can't be defeated. Is she trying to stop him? Even if they can inflict a fatal wound, he will simply rewind the time and come back next time, remembering how many times he had already died. After which, the spear hero stops and clenches his fists. The transformation hero says to talk to him, and she understands the return hero much better than either of them. And yet, they were on the same side before. After that, this hero lets her go, and she goes to him. The return hero asks him who she is, and it doesn't look like she's an ordinary person. She says that she is the transformation hero. She says that her body was destroyed along with the transformation hero of the previous generation. Her current body is artificially created by her. And he says, can she prove it? And she says that on the 17th of June, on this day, they met with you. She held in her arms the body of her parents who died in the fire. Remembering how these bodies were burned, she saved them from the fire. A fireman was standing next to them, and he says their sickly mess you made here. It was a return hero, not him asking him if she's feeling better. After that, Tam releases a rocket from his shoulder, aimed at him. He dodges it, and it spills by blowing up a building nearby. And he says that this is the first murder, and he asks to be listened to. And he does not want to be hostile with her. He wants to introduce himself, because his name is Min-soo, and he is a hero just like you. He also lost everything he had after returning. Then he remembers it, saying that it really is. This is a transformation hero. And after getting a new body, she decided to side with the government. And she says that's exactly how it can be considered, which is ridiculous. After all her misdeeds, remembering the number of people she had killed. Look at your shadow turns away and closes your eyes. It is said that she has now decided to team up with them and stop Kim Min-soo. The hero of the return says that he is here for the same reason. The spear hero is very angry. He grits his teeth and says, what are these assassins talking about? They want to pay for their sins when they committed so much evil and want to help the victims of war. And what about those who have been victimized by them? After that, he breaks down and goes forward. Another hero asks him to stand, to stop, and she grabs his arm. He breaks her arm, and she falls to the ground, and he goes forward. She writhes in pain, and he grabs the hero of transformation by the neck. He says that they are mocked if they try to unite with them. If he wants the best for me and the rest of the victims, then she just has to die. And as soon as she sees the lifeless body, she will gain strength immediately. After that, his wooden hand began to glow as he strangled it. His hand turns into a stick, and he looks at it. The transformation hero falls to the ground. He turns to the other character and asks her whose side she is on in general, very angry. She was the one who used magic to make him shrink his arm. What does the heroes of magic jump from the ship to? And attack a hero like me? It flies away. He tells her that you think she is happy with everything, and tell her if he is going to fight the very existence of callousness. She pushed him so hard that he lost all the ground nearby, and she has no idea why he suddenly decided to help her. But if he is our enemy, then we will definitely not win. The hero of the spear says that she goes there too, and just sits on the sidelines and doesn't do a thing. And what do they want him to do? So that I can calmly become and accept these hypocrites. Speaking of why they are so weak, they all droop. He starts crying and says why they let his family die. What is the return hero looking at? Looking at it, he thought about it. And he keeps crying, thinking about it. Why? Why is it so weak? He doesn't understand it. And what's the point of all this? Just give him back his normal life, and the life of how many people he destroyed. After which the return hero jumps from the ship to Earth. He dusts himself off and walks forward on his face to the devastation. He says he had no choice. And he says that the tears of the hero of the uprising are enough. Let him rise up. This was the only way to save the world. And right now, He was the only one capable of defeating the sword hero, who had turned into a demon. But he won't be able to stop it as the hero of the rebellion or the hero of the spear. He holds out his hand and tells him that he needs to become a hero of heroes. And that one. She looks at him in tears. He says that he will make him stronger. If he refuses his offer, he will kill him. In the depths of his heart, he asks for forgiveness. 0. Return. The transformation hero in his previous form attacks everyone with his missiles, and the heroes of faith stand by and do the same with completely different heroes. They wreak havoc by killing everyone indiscriminately. Everyone gathered. The hero is Poseidon, the hero. Peskov is a gamefly with a development hero and a magic hero, and also the hero of Iron Fist. After all, Min-soo was a battle companion that fought against future heroes, remembering how they stand side by side, defending themselves from them. He says they're pretty strong, doesn't he? And he says that if he has time now, it is better to try and keep up with him, otherwise he is slow. And he says that it would be better if he didn't say anything, because he didn't even see the real ability. No, they were all comrades in arms, remembering all the good heroes who defended this world. After all, they were all heroes and reinforcements had arrived to protect everyone together. The sword hero and the return hero stay side by side as they arrive and smile. Not to mention that they were late for something. 111 returns. Finally, with the victory over the Golem hero, who captured Jeju Island and raised a rebellion. The Golem hero used his powers and shouted that she even understood the feelings of someone who had lost everything. The spear hero girl swung her spear at the Golem hero. The Golem hero activated lasers from the stone eyes, then shouted at her to leave him alone, to which the hero of the spear forcefully threw the spear. It shattered and flew right through the stone hands that stood in her way. And then she shouted that she would deal with the golems and let him go ahead. Heroes of the sword sat on one fighter plane, and at one point pushed off from it. Then he swung his sword, using a fire attack on the hero golem. The sword hero said that if it was so hard, then let him rest at last. The War of Heroes, which had lasted for an entire year, finally came to an end. All the heroes gathered in one place and stood near the monument. The head of the anti-hero unit told them to get closer to each other, which they are embarrassed about, because they went through half the war together. They are no longer children. Jai shouted at the transformation hero. If he took a stupid stance, she would kill him. This photo can be included in the tutorial. Let him take the photo seriously. It can even become a family heirloom. The transformation hero was shocked by what he heard. Jungkook picked up the camera, then pointed it at the heroes and said, 1, 2, 3 by taking a shared photo of them, even though they couldn't protect everyone. We are being transported to the memorial altar of the war victims of the heroes. Now they can rest in peace. It contains photos of people who gave their lives to save the world. Return hero and sword hero in business suits go to the memorial. The hero of the sword approaches the woman and comforts her, and the hero of return goes to the photos of the dead. He picks up one of the candles, and drooping goes to the photos. After returning more than 100 times, he saved as many people as he could. Then he looks at the photos of the fallen heroes. He lights a candle, telling them to forgive him. Tears start to trickle down his cheeks, and he says that he couldn't find a solution that would solve everyone quickly. And then he apologizes again. When the war ended, they became heroes. The heroes were standing in the square. It was snowing outside. They were dressed in civilian clothes. The shield hero was holding the sword hero's hand. The hero of the return looked somewhere ahead, and then asked what he really asked her to do. Heroes of Magic said she couldn't believe anyone would ask for such a thing. It was so embarrassing. The transformation hero added that he would not refuse. He can ask his sister. The blood hero said that they would never agree to such a thing, even if it was offered to him. The shield hero said, "What's wrong? It's beautiful, and it also makes you feel like the war is over." The sword hero adjusted his hair in embarrassment. Hero of the spear said that it joined later, so she doesn't think she'll get one. In front of them was a huge statue of the sword hero, right in the middle of the city in a small park. The heroes did not lose their resolve and focused their forces on maintaining peace and rebuilding the war-torn country. The transformation hero ran around the construction site alone with a huge iron sleeper. One person fell off a bridge, but at the last second, the hero of magic managed to grab him and save him, and then bring the frightened young man back. But even so, after about 10 years, people gradually began to forget them, and the heroes returned to normal life. The hero of the sword married the hero of the shield. Someone in the audience asked to applaud this wonderful couple. Everyone present immediately started clapping. The transformation hero clapped the loudest, and then cried with happiness. The hero of blood said that he did not understand why they limit themselves by committing such crimes. The hero of magic replied that, apart from marriage, if they had a child, he would be the strongest in the world. The heroes of return and the hero of the spear were sitting next to each other. They were holding each other's hands under the table. And then the spear hero whispered in the return hero's ear what she was thinking. And when they were already there, they fell in love. We are taken to the mother and child's room number 101. The hero of the spear stands there as a small child, saying that how beautiful she is. The hero of the return comes up to her and looks at the child and smiles. Heroes of magic says that she is clearly not into her father, who wasn't even present when she gave birth. The hero of blood massages her feet and then says that of course she went to her favorite. That's for sure. They had children. We're taken to the diner. A drunk hero is lying on the table and says that he also wants to get married. But for some reason his sister always says that girls are not suitable for him, no matter who he brings. The hero of the return told him that one day she would understand him, and soon he would be married. The transformation hero replies that he doesn't understand his feelings because he got married last year. And the hero of transformation and remained one single among the heroes. The comeback hero replied that he would introduce him to a nice girl, so let him stop drinking. If his older sister found out how much he had drunk, she would kick his ass. The transformation hero vaguely replied that in those days, everything was simple, and we just had to save people and not think. Sometimes they buried themselves in the past and complained. We're being transferred to a picnic. Heroes prepare food, and their children run and have fun nearby. Hero of the spear graduated from university, and then many years later, they celebrated the 30th anniversary of the end of the War of Heroes. They were getting old. Were being transferred to the hospital. On the hospital bed lies the hero of return, and his hand is held by the hero of the spear. They were already at an advanced age, and the hero of return said that even if he couldn't go back in time, he didn't regret anything. The spear hero burst into tears and said that of course, and then took his trembling hand. And she said she felt the same way. The hero of return closed his eyes, looking at the one he loved. And that's how it was supposed to end. But suddenly, the hero of return was in the middle of the city, even before the War of Heroes began. He looked down at his hands, not understanding what was happening. He rummaged in his pockets, and then he took out his phone with trembling hands. It had the date February 11, 2021 on it. It was a great comeback. Homecoming hero panicked and began to breathe heavily, fear filling his body. He looked at the reflection of himself in the window and saw that he was quite young. Then I realized he was back. He should have known something was wrong from the start. We are transported to the world of heroes of the return, where he received his power. He tells the girl in front of him that he is curious, that the world they live in is very similar to the video games of his world. The girl asks what video games he is talking about. The first return appears to be one of the games he played. A hunter and former professional gamer return with a unique item for endless solo leveling, the strongest healer. And then the return hero says something like this. You have all the statuses, inventory, and only the main character has incredible abilities. In his world, something like this came out by the hundreds. He's quite familiar with this sort of thing. And then the heroes of return notice, on the window hovering in front of him messages, a unique skill of S-rank infinite return. When death occurs, the user goes back in time to the moment of the events that caused the death while preserving their memories. The skill also distorts cause and effect relationships. If the type of death is unknown in the system, the user returns to the beginning of the time branch. And then the hero begins to say that this is an ability that will send him to the beginning if he dies. With it, he can quickly return home. The girl says that he can quickly return and fight the demon. And then it will kill two birds with one stone. But he has to remember, even with this ability, he won't come back if he's killed by a demon. So he must defeat it on the first attempt. The girl went on to say that now that she had given him all the blessings and guidance she could, may he save their world, dear hero. We are transported back to where the hero is now looking at his reflection. And then, with a desperate face, he realizes that he's back. The hero of the return suspected that the reason could be a medical error, which he did not know, or there was the possibility of a chronic disease, and he was diligently living out his second life. The hero of the return thought hard, then said that it must be just a mistake. But since he has already returned, he needs to do his due. He had no other choice. If he starts preparing for the hero's war now, which will start in 3 months, Hero's Return wondered what hero combination, green time, he would find a better ending where all three would be alive. Then he would be able to prevent the death of his comrades, which remained his eternal sorrow. 214 Return. He was shouting indignantly in the middle of the street. His breathing was very heavy, and people were looking at him with puzzled expressions. He covered his face with horror. It wasn't a chronic illness. He spent the last hours before his death in his home in case it was a medical error. He was able to save them from death. Now he has nothing to regret. What the hell is this? He began to sob. Then he opened the system window where his sword was located. He clicked on the unique skill button, and then he said that maybe this ability also goes back in time when you die of old age. He wondered desperately if it could cancel out any death. Standing in the middle of the street, Heroes of Return shouted that if he had known about this, he wouldn't have accepted this damn curse. People stared at him, puzzled. And then one guy made a phone call. A policeman approached the hero of the return and addressed him by asking if he was all right. The hero of the return was furious. He didn't know what to do. The policeman said that the boy should not make so much noise on the street. The hero of return thought that the goddess is a fucking bitch. He will kill himself and return to the moment he receives this ability. Then he grabbed the gun that was still in the police officer's holster, and he shot into the air, greatly scaring the people around him. Then he pointed it at his mouth. I apologized, saying I didn't mean to scare them. 220 Return. The heroes of return stood motionless, looking up at the sky. There were bruises under his eyes. He realized that he couldn't go back to the other world. The earliest point of return right here, when he returned to his own world. The hero of return realized that he was trapped in a time loop. 313 Return. The hero of return has found out that he can go back in time, even if his body was divided into molecules by an atomic explosion. 395 Return. He spared the transformation hero and secretly began to create a body that guarantees eternal life. Outside of this endless loop, it would be enough to sacrifice himself to get all those who were trapped with him out of the trap. It was a failure. He was deemed dead once more than 50% of his body was transformed into a robot. He cried, holding his face, saying in a shaky voice that even this didn't work. He returned to the moment before the transformation. 780 Return. Now, it didn't take him even 10 minutes to stop the war of heroes. He was walking silently in the pouring rain, with the transformation hero's head in his hands, and the Iron Hand hero was sitting behind him. Even though everyone thought he was the savior, he didn't feel proud. Nothing new, the walkthrough is so obvious. It seems like he's starting to go crazy. He saved the world automatically, like a machine. The hero of return looked ahead with an emotionless gaze. In front of him walked the sword hero and the spear hero. The sword hero said that he was done, faster than they could start. The hero of the spear replied that just a little more, and the damage would have been much greater. Every time he saw faces, hero, sword hero, and the rest of the heroes, and his feelings of guilt grew. The spear hero started to approach him and asked why he was crying. These good fools risking their lives in this pointless performance. The heroes of the return did not stop sobbing. Then he pulled the gun out from under his suit and pointed it at his head. The hero of the spear and the hero of the sword both looked at him, and the hero of the return replied that they should forgive him. The sword hero didn't have time to do anything, and the heroes of the return killed themselves. 1000 returned. The refund hero tried to handle the time of refunds alone. Well, after being completely mentally exhausted, he spontaneously started talking to the other characters about his situation. All the heroes present listened to his story with horror. Hero Return was terribly depressed. Heroes of the Sword said that they should decide everything together. He thinks that such a crowd of heroes will not be able to deal with it. Each of them wholeheartedly tried to find a solution to the problem, but none of them worked. Everything was starting all over again. At this point, the hero of the return lost all hope. 1716 return. Death from cirrhosis of the liver due to alcoholism. The return hero was standing in a dirty alley and throwing up. 2150 return. Returning to the original point. His heart recovered from the exorbitant level of stress. Starting in 2150, he died of cardiac arrest again and again. 3D 711 return. He tried to kill you in space. 5612 return. The hero tried to hang himself. 7666. He tried to get the ice hero to freeze him. 9279. He and Arcadios plunged into the Holy Virgin. 10,000 return. Time tends to infinity. He couldn't take it anymore. Its ability holds the future of about 8 billion people hostage. Some might say that future options are like the endlessly growing roots of a tree, and that the future he's looking for now is just one possible option. He said it was for them, Doctor Strange or something. Thus, instead of dreaming of a different future, you should be satisfied with the present and calm down. The hero of the return said that this is not fiction, and then he began to cry, adding that this is reality, and this is radically different from how the novels describe those who can go back in time. No, it's not. As soon as it returns to the beginning, all other future options are collected and destroyed. We are presented with a huge mechanical clock that rewinds time again and again. The return hero is back together from where he usually starts. Even if it was him from another reality, he wouldn't be able to find a way to solve this return ability. He just fell to his knees and cried. In fact, he was constantly going back to the beginning of all the variants of this infinitely branching future. The hero of the return shouted, "Fuck, what do you want me to do?" and forcefully hit the ground with his fist. He can't go back to the other world anymore. Back to point zero. He raised his hands to the heavens and asked what he should do. 13E148 return. He stopped fighting on the side of the fighters for justice. He hoped that if he sided with evil, there would be someone capable of killing him, whether it was the sword hero or someone else. Heroes of the sword also killed him, and the hero's spears plugged their spears, and the hero of blood with his stakes, and a hero of magic with his magic 14611 returns. All the heroes on the government side beat him up and used their skills on him. Even the sword hero couldn't stop him from coming back. Now, even the passage of time had become blurry for him. He was eating chips, watching TV, which reported that today at 6 a.m., the government officially announced the end of the War of Heroes, a national victory that was made possible only by numerous self-sacrifices. And this can be the starting point for the return of normal life. Heroes of Return said that obviously heroes of the sword can't be defeated. Maybe only the demon of swords could. When the hero of the return was so desperate that he couldn't even squeeze out a tear, he recalled the words of the goddess in his world, who told him to remember that he wouldn't be able to return if he was killed by a demon. So he had to defeat it on the first try. Suddenly, the hero had an idea. An idea popped into his head. Only a hero can kill a demon, and only a demon can kill a hero. What if this rule applies to all worlds? Wouldn't it be possible for a different type of demon, i.e., not a return demon, To kill it, he didn't have time to hesitate. As long as there was only a 5-digit number on his return counter, he had to create a demon before he finally went crazy. 14612 return. He developed his theory smoothly. Conditions for creating a demon. He wrote down in his notebook that this is destruction and karma, as well as a strong enough hero who can keep it all to himself. He decided to use rampaging heroes. He will become their right-hand man and keep them alive for as long as possible. When they can turn into demons, he will die at their hands. 17903 return. There was one major flaw in his plan. When the heroes began to destroy everything around them to gain destruction and karma, they always showed up. His former allies, his former associates, and even the one he loved so much. He shouted at them, "Why are those bastards here again?" 21 on 102 return. He realized that it was impossible to create demons and avoid their attention. 23289 return. The transformation hero was burning in flames. Then the hero of the return began to kill his former comrades, if necessary. He wrote down the vulnerability of the cooling system in his notebook. If he didn't reduce their ranks, the evil heroes would die before they could even embark on the path of becoming a demon. 25,538 return. The spear hero was lying on the floor with a cut in her chest. The hero of return was slowly walking towards her. The spear hero then asked why. The hero of the return killed his wife with his own hands. He told her it was all for her own good. More specifically, his future wife. In fact, he no longer knew what he was saying. However, he killed her. 119-9-30. He was as close as possible to creating a demon king. The sword heroes slowly approached. In front of him was one of the heroes. He began to mutate. The hero of return stood in front of the hero of the sword and told him to wait, "You brute." He begged him to stop. Heroes of the sword replied that he had done so many things. He had killed his friends, and she would deal with him later. Then she pushed him away from her. The hero of return shouted that it was just a little bit more, and that hero would become the demon king. He grabbed Hiroami Chaz by the leg and begged him to spare his life. He was bursting into tears. Suddenly, the hero's head flew off. The hero of return tearfully shouted furiously for the hero hour to die, and then cursed. No matter what he did, the perfect being named Kim Min-soo made all his efforts come to naught. So you need to remove it first. 161,503 refund. After so many refunds, after trying all possible options, the difference in levels with the sword hero was incommensurable. He couldn't beat him. And if he tries to avoid fighting it, he will destroy the demon king that the heroes of return created. He has spent billions of lifetimes analyzing deaths at his hands. And somewhere in the back of his hazy mind, an idea popped up. Since the sword hero is the main obstacle on the way, why shouldn't he become the demon king? But will the hero of the return be able to live with it? The return hero was driving a car. He saw a woman putting up a missing child notice in front of him. He was crying and puffing with rage. A good person is ruined, not by a tragic story, loss, or lust for power, but by endless time. After the hero's decision, you can turn the sword hero into a demon. He was standing in front of a blackboard with pictures of all the characters on it, working out a suicide plan. He knew it was unforgivable. Remaining time until the return of the sword hero, approximately 3-5 months. He felt at peace. This time, he will definitely be able to die. He has a good feeling. Now that he had a specific goal, all trivial thoughts were gone. He was watching the news on his phone. They reported that the torture of the righteous saved the lives of 40 people. And then he put a noose around his neck and said he screwed up and didn't make it in time. Well, that's all right. We just need to start over. Hundreds of thousands of attempts and failures felt like nothing since he had a goal. He knocked over the chair he was standing on. Then he strangled himself. The return hero killed the sword hero's parents. He got out of the car. And then he apologized to the sword hero's mother, saying that it was necessary because she understands this. The hero of return stared madly, tears streaming down his cheeks and breathing heavily. and then added that he was sure she would have understood. Then he dealt with the sword hero's friends. He went to one of his friend's mothers and said that she had already heard about it. He's talking about Min-soo, one of her son's friends. He recently ran away from home and got into a lot of trouble. The heroes of return then bribed the sword hero's teacher. He gave him a report, saying that he thought he had dropped some papers in the corridor. There was an envelope in the report. The return hero said with a smile that they were his, weren't they? Then he spread rumors about the sword hero. He came to the police station with a broken head and asked for help. The police watched in horror at his injuries. He said that he was attacked by some freaks. It looks like a family of fugitives just beat him up and took his wallet. He made it so that the world now wouldn't give heroes a sword and a drop of sympathy. The return hero has destroyed all future sword heroes' comrades. He made it so that competent people would never achieve their achievements. Thus, the people capable of stopping his colossal plan were eliminated. Even a future where the sword hero would repent, or a future where he would kill himself. He eliminated them all, one by one. After 370,000 return, the sword hero was walking down the city street. There were rivers of blood all around. Everything that was close to him, he immediately destroyed. The hero of return has created a weapon that, in theory, could kill him. Now that's all that's left. He held out his hand to someone and said that he would make them strong. If they refused, he would kill them. He had to die, and then, in the course of time, he would be able to go on again without going back. Paxson stood in front of him, bursting into tears. And then the hero of return turned around and looked at the ship. He reflected that he had collected all the necessary materials. He will create a hero who can kill a demon named Min-soo. Now all he had to do was figure out how to arrange it. Suddenly Paxson started to rise. The return hero looked at him and asked what he was going to do. Heroes of magic approached the hero of return and said that he talked so much about how he was going to save the world, and now decided to train the guy with the spear. The hero of the refund replied that he would tell you everything at the moment when everything is over. The magic hero pointed her fingers at him, said he was a bastard. She didn't say she wouldn't cooperate, but he didn't think about giving them some explanation to motivate them. The return hero said that if they needed motivation, then fine, and then reached into his pocket with a smile. He pulled out a device and told them to watch it as a detonator for the ship's self-destruct device that translates the relics. Hearing this, the heroes were horrified. The return hero said that if the rebellion hero refuses to cooperate and train, he will blow everything up. The green-haired girl approached Paxson and said she knew they were being conned. But if the hero does not want to, he can not only sink the ship, but also kill them all. She said it didn't matter what his intentions were, but not until Paxson gets stronger. As the hero of return said, they are weak, so she asked me to use her powers. She remembered how the hero had never been so suitable before and asked her to keep her ability, because there would definitely come a time when she would need it more than at that moment. Paxson stood up, clenched his fist, and looked at her. And then he said she was right. He should only vent his rage on the sword hero. The return hero said that he finally made up his mind. Then she added that it was time for the first test. Let him kill it 100 times with his bare hands, without hitting it like that. At this point, they started. Paxson immediately delivered a crushing blow to the hero, snapping his neck. And then he added that he was starting to count, because it was the first time. The return hero was sitting at a table with cards spread out around him. And then he pulled out one of them. The reason he chose Paxson was simple, because he wasn't fully formed as a hero. His heart and mind were broken. There were no normal motives or goals either, even though he became a hero not so long ago. But despite all this, he has powers that surpass all heroes, except for the sword hero himself. Among all the surviving heroes, he had the greatest potential. Paxson ran at the return hero with his fists. The hero of the return thought that this is a pattern he has already seen. He will take a step to the side and swing his sword up. As he planned, he took a step back. Then he swung his sword up from the bottom. but Paxson was able to dodge. Then he slapped him across the face, pinning him to the ground and killing him instantly. How much of a refund I was expecting. The hero of the return thought that he was not mistaken in it. Paxson had already crossed the border of 3-digit numbers. He is strong even without a spear, because he was able to tear off his head with his bare hands. He decided to repeat the training once more. He thought that with a couple hundred more attempts, they would be able to reduce Paxson's weakness to the sword hero. The return hero finished the first test. Only after that word attempts became a 4-digit number. The return hero knocked Paxson to the ground and told him that the first test was over. It may seem to him that the first attempt was only one, but let him believe that in fact there were more than 1,000 of them. He structured and explained to Paxson all the weaknesses in his fighting style. The return hero said that his moves are accurate, and he is skilled in one-on-one battles. Apart from the fact that his torso is always tilted forward, and the fact that he lacks flexibility, he has nothing much to correct here. He will set out all the details in a separate document and give them to him later. If the sword hero didn't have a sword, he would have a good chance of killing it before he became a demon. Paxson said nothing. The return hero then snapped his fingers and said that nevertheless. A screen appeared in front of them, showing the sword hero's battle with the ice hero, and the return hero continued to say that the opponent he would have to face was no longer a human. In other words, in a one-on-one battle with him, there is a limit to how far he can go. Paxson asked what the sword hero's technique was, how he was able to deal such damage without moving at all. The return hero threw up his hands and said that he himself did not know how it works or is activated. After all, after the sword hero became a demon, he didn't fight it. Paxson sternly asked if the return hero was bluffing when he said that he would make him strong enough to take down the sword hero. The return hero smiled, then asked the bluff and answered his own question. No. When his training is over, he's going to meet the sword hero. Nearby standing heroes were shocked by the information they heard. The return hero continued that he was going to die, but not before robbing at least one of the hero's hands of the sword. He will broadcast the battle. Paxson will just need to watch the fight and figure out what the secret lies in his ability. Paxson asked why the return hero was going to die, unless he was immortal. The return hero replied that this is one of the conditions for the return ability. It doesn't work against demons. And then he added that everything was going well, and they would move on to the next test. He reached out to Li Gaoram, asking if she had any large-scale weapons that she could use. Or maybe it will create something similar. She replied that she had an advanced artificial intelligence left behind by the last generation transformation hero, and several different types of such weapons. The return hero said that then he would share the battle records with the heroes. Let her try to create something that mimics his fighting style for the training of the heroes of the rebellion. Well, let her not implement any safety measures. They need to recreate the conditions of a real battle. If the hero of the rebellion dies during training, he will simply kill himself and go back in time. Then the return hero added that now that everyone has their own tasks, he's going to take a break before the next test starts. The hero of the return sat outside the tent at night. He was writing something down in his notebook. The green hero came up behind him. He turned and looked at her. Then he asked if everything was ready for the second test. The green hero replied that they were comrades, weren't they? But I was very scared. And then he laughed and said that she was always very smart. He went on to say that after so many comebacks, he had already forgotten about it. And then he added that yes, they were comrades. The green hero said that his abilities, he decided to die out of guilt, because he can't control it like that. The return hero didn't say anything. And the green hero kept saying that he was stuck in a time loop and turned the sword hero into a demon to finally end it all. The sword hero was also their comrade. The return hero looked at her sternly and told her not to look at him like that. The green hero started crying in spite of him. The hero of the return asked her not to sympathize with him. He started crying, saying that otherwise his heart would break into 1,000,000 pieces. Then He forcefully squeezed his leg, and he told her not to come near him, because the line they were comrades in had long since ceased to exist. She's a hero, and he is a villain, so they should be remembered. Paxson must become the hero who killed the hero-crazed hour who became a demon, and the return hero who planned it all. The green hero replied that it was too cruel. The hero of return remembered beheading one of the heroes. The green hero ran to him and asked him to stop. She screamed that it would be too cruel to kill him. The hero of return thought that she was still too kind. She didn't even know how many times she had died because of this. He wiped away his tears, then said that he had nothing to oppose to her kindness. Her sympathy, he accepts it. In return, the hero of the return asked her to ask something. If she really feels sorry for him, then let her take the notebook when he dies. Let her give it to the girl named Young So-min. We are transported to the underground city B12, restored by the South Korean government. An excavator, inside which a military man was sitting, was digging up the earth in the crater left after the Battle of Heroes. Suddenly, one of the soldiers at the bottom saw a man and shouted that he had found a survivor. At the bottom, surrounded by a barrier, lay a mine. We are transported to the world of the hero of the spear. In the castle, there is a huge tower to the sky. In it, a girl picks up a book from the shelf. This is the same girl in the hat who helped the hero of the spear with the development. She thinks that since 10 spears were moved to the hero's world, it's been about 2 weeks. He'd achieved the revenge he'd talked about all the time he'd been here. But if that's not the case, perhaps she had a bad thought, then slapped her hand across her cheek. Once again, she began to think that he was someone who wasn't satisfied with even reaching the pinnacle of mastery in their world, and the one who created the new peak of power. He couldn't just die. Suddenly, a knight ran in. He stopped in front of her and said breathlessly, "As for the spears, they're all back." The girl and the knight ran out of the tower. She was rushing towards the hall where the spears were kept. When she ran inside, she saw that all the spears had been returned. There were tears in her eyes, and she said in a trembling voice that he was alive. The knight informed her that there was more to come. Let her take a closer look at them. They have a message engraved by the hero. The girl in her mind began to read out the messages from the copies. He had not yet realized his revenge. He needs new and stronger spears. Now it's not just revenge, just like when he saved their world. Now his world is in danger. He desperately needs their help. The girl looked with horror at the message left by the hero, and then the knight asked what they should do. The decision is up to her. She replied that the hero was not admitted to their world by choice, but he still protected them. Here the same thing. If he turned to them for help, they should willingly respond in kind. And then she ordered all the stored materials to be delivered. If they need magic stones, they will even raid the dragon's nest. Let him mobilize all the blacksmiths and invite all the artisans of the country. If they tell them that the hero has come to them for help, they will wholeheartedly answer the call. The training taking place on the desolate island was going well. In front of Paxson was a huge robot with a huge number of guns. The return hero, along with the former transformation hero, watched the battle through the screen. The former transformation hero was able to build an imitation sword hero in no time, and the hero of the return watched the training process and analyzed it. Looking at the screen, he said that this is the robot that copies the abilities of the sword hero. The former transformation hero replied that this was not the case. She can't recreate the demon's powers, even with the technology she got from the transformation world. And the past generation's transformation hero's achievements aren't suitable for that either. This is just what she was able to create in the shortest possible time using the available technologies. She focused on recreating the sword hero's attacks. Heroes of Return replied that it can be released, but it is also incredibly massive. Will she be able to reduce it to the size of a sword hero? She laughed and rudely replied that she was, in his opinion, an MP3 player. This is impossible. This is the best form she can create right now. The hero of the return replied that it was fine, since they had to start running out of time. And then he picked up the microphone and said they were starting the second test. The robot created by the former transformation hero has started to activate. Then he lowered the laser grid at high speed. Paxson wondered if he was too fast. He kicked off the ground and tried to jump over it. But it didn't work. The laser net grazed and chopped off his leg. He fell to the ground, a fountain of blood spurting from his leg. The hero of the return despite this said that this is a failure, they need to start again. The former transformation hero looked at him in surprise. The return hero pulled out a gun and said it was faster that way. All he needed to do was go back and tell Paxson how he failed. The former hero's transformation was bleeding profusely. The homecoming hero told Paxson how he lost in other timelines. He drew the moment of the loss of his leg in the sand in front of him. He discussed with the other heroes how this could be avoided. The former transformation hero showed examples of sword hero strikes. The green hero was offering something. When you know about your future mistakes and rely on them, you can come up with the best options. Paxson managed to overcome the laser grid. The return hero watching this said that it's great and let the former transformation hero increase the number of blades because he is already doing a good job with it. Even if Paxson loses, the return hero can always go back in time and turn the loss into nothing. Paxson was hit by the laser array, grazing it with his hand, and it came off, and he was lying on the ground, screaming in pain. The former transformation hero shouted that was why she told him not to overload him. The return hero said it's all right. He'll just come back, let her calm down. He shot himself in the head again. No matter how many attempts and failures it takes, it will still be nothing compared to 370,000 returns. Paxson still managed to defeat the rest of the monster. He sat on it, breathing hard. The hero returns by watching him. He smiled, then reflected that he expected Paxson to quickly become a force to be reckoned with. It has exceeded all his expectations, maybe because he returned to their world not so long ago, or maybe because he has a clear goal, but he grasps everything on the fly. The former transformation hero approached him and told him what he was going to do now. She no longer had anything to use in his training. The hero of the return thought about it, and then said that this is not a problem. The difference between training against a machine and training against a person is great. It would be easier if they had at least one suitable opponent before meeting the sword hero. We are being transferred to the United States of San Francisco. One girl notices something in the sky, and then he points there with his finger. A rocket is flying at their city, and then it crashes into one of the skyscrapers. People start running in different directions in fright, and the hero of the Iron Hand falls to the ground. He looks around and says they are sinners. One of the people points at him and says, "Isn't that the terrorist from South Korea? I think he saw him on the news." He looks at the people with a smile. One girl in the crowd says, "Wasn't he pronounced dead?" The hero of the Iron Hand looks at people with hatred, saying that they are all sinners, and it's time to pay the price. He jumps towards the people with a shout, swinging and shouting that the celebration of justice is beginning. The hero of the return is holding a phone that transmits news from San Francisco. He smiles, and then he thinks that the hero of the Iron Hand landed at the same time as in the previous times, and he can fit the role of a sparring opponent. He throws his hands back and says, "Pack your bags, hero of the uprising." Time for his first match. One of them, from behind many standing tanks, makes a salvo. Nearby soldiers use heavy weapons and attack as well. A huge amount of military equipment launches its own missiles. A huge number of missiles fly at the head of the hero of Iron Fist. Then he looks at them and says that this is a last and desperate attempt. They all crash into it, and it just stands there. A drone flying nearby is watching this and filming the situation from above. He sees fire and smoke everywhere. The soldiers are standing in the headquarters and trying to figure out what to do next. The general says that their enemy is more than a mere human, with incredible strength and survivability. He's very nervous with his hands clasped together. He thinks to himself that now that all the residents have been evacuated, they only need to bombard him with artillery and shells until he burns down. After that, The clouds of smoke in the place that they shot begin to disperse, and the fire subsides. And they see the hero of Iron Fist standing in a pose, smiling. He clenched his fists and pointed them up, dropping to one knee as he did so. Speaking of which, they wouldn't be able to injure him under the divine protection of justice. The general grits his teeth and looks at it, thinking that killing him seems impossible. After all, the transformation hero, the other ones they were aiming at with their weapons, remembers how they fought. They took damage, and their attacks didn't do anything. But this is not susceptible to any influence. He imagines it as if he is playing with toy soldiers against a small boy. The general is still sitting in front of the monitors and watching this. Two soldiers approach him. They say it was a full-scale attack, and he again completely avoided damage. One of them says that the white phosphorus bomb, gas bombs, vacuum bombs, supersonic rockets, they have tried everything, and they have almost nothing left. After that, one of the soldiers calls the general to him and says that they received a call from the restored Korean government. He might be drying himself and want to tell the general everything, but the general puts his finger on him and says that he never sees that they have more important things to do, and the fact that they are holding the U.S. defense, when now they are worried about the call of some decaying state. After which that exclamation point tells the general to try to contact the hero of the return and the newly appeared hero of the rebellion. Very surprised by this, he abruptly picks up the phone. The phones say that he knows that he is a general of a powerful nation, but that was very rude. It was the return hero holding the phone. He says that Korea is not a collapsing state, and that they were going to help them, flying on a huge helicopter. After that, the general thinks that the heroes of the return were their enemy. Why did it take off again? I think it's a trap, or he might be a spy. The soldiers stand next to him and talk about something, and he starts. Keep thinking and worrying. He thinks that he can't understand his intentions. But what exactly is he sure of? Looking at the screens, how does the Iron Fist hero create chaos? She would look at him with determined eyes. And we are shown the hero of return, who starts to smile. And he says that he would like to clarify that they are offering help in destroying the hero of the Iron Hand. To which the return hero says that everything is correct and he understood. That they can't kill him with modern weapons. After all, it's easy to underestimate him, given all this stupid spandex and stupid behavior. Remembering the way he walks. After all, he specializes in single collisions. She shows him standing over the bloody helmet, and he always survives in them, approaching and finishing off another hero. After that, he thinks that if they don't agree to accept their offers, then they are already flying to Japan and asking to prepare a plane for them at a military base. After that, there is silence, and they agree with him. The general tells him that he doesn't know why they suddenly changed sides, but he is sure that it takes another monster to kill the monster. After that, the hero of return smiles and says that he is glad that they agreed, because their decision just saved humanity. He turns off the radio and looks at the hero of the spear. The spear hero tells him that this is what he had under his first match, and what he wants it to be. Defeat the hero of the Iron Hand. After that, he begins to reason that the sword hero has all the characteristics at maximum, and the Iron Fist hero has survivability. Defense has a huge boost, and it's as tough as a sword hero, if not tenacious. He recalls how in the last test, he trained speed and evasion against a giant robot, and now it's time to train him to break the indestructible diamond. He starts smiling and pointing, and the hero of the spear asks him something else. Speaking of whether he only wants to use them as spears this time, and whether he's planning on teaching him how to use relics. The hero of return says that to become stronger, he must first fully realize his abilities. He pulls out his sword, says that to use this weapon, you must be worthy of it. As a chosen hero, summoned to another world. He points the blade at the hero of the spear, and says that he must be chosen by this world, as well as the relics themselves. Events are transferred to the burning city. There are dead soldiers everywhere, and the hero of Iron Fist, walking forward, says that they ran out of weapons, Or maybe they all decided to run away, after which he smiles and spreads his hands. The general says that minutes before the hero lands, and they decided to devote the battlefield to lighting rockets, shooting them into the sky. Bright lights come on everywhere, and the Iron Fist hero wonders what's going on. He sees a helicopter appear and is surprised by it. From the helicopter, a ladder is emitted, along which the hero of the spear himself descends. He looks very sullen, and he says it's the guy from the shelter. The man looks at him in silence and walks towards him. The hero of Iron Fist says that if he remembers everything correctly, he could not save a single person. And what does he think of his chances with a smile this time? The spear hero stopped and fell silent, after which he said that he had never been able to do it because he was bad at saving. He starts twirling the spear and says that even though he's bad, he's pretty good at killing, pointing his spear at him. He says that here he will die, after which he gritted his teeth. The hero of the spear begins to run at him with all his strength, and he rushed into battle too. This is all watched by the hero of the return, saying that they are starting. The third test. The hero of Steel Fist, covered in blood, looks at something and smiles. He has a genuine laugh. He looks at himself in the broken mirror. It's all cracked and covered in blood, and he's also covered in the blood of his hand. They're completely covered in it, and he's smiling, laughing. Bright colors. He has a very bright latex suit that fits all over his large body. His fists are as strong as iron. A soldier sits in one of the tanks and shivers. He is very afraid of something. The hero of the fist knocks on him, after which he punches the tank with his hand. He looks through the hole he's made, and it's Johnny, and a will that can't be broken. After that, he killed with a blow to the face of this soldier and on his neck. A picture of him and his family is shown. He steps on it. The hero of the Iron Hand might have been a real hero if it wasn't for his twisted sense of justice. He says that empathy will never lead the world to justice. And then, standing on it, he looks up and starts laughing. But that was why he was so powerful. The hero of the spear runs to attack it by putting the spear forward. The hero of the fist, in turn, runs at him. As it gets closer, they collide. He points his spear at the hero of the fist. The man looks at him, smiling, and jumps, thereby avoiding the blow. The hero Malik is surprised by this and says that he does not shy away. After that, it hits him directly in the chest, creating a huge wave. He tries to cut his chest, but it doesn't work. He just scratches the spear against it. And the hero of the fist turns, moving away a little, and thereby the spear. It flies away. He looks at him with anger, and the hero of iron somehow says that he cannot pierce it. A rock with a toothpick, after which he strikes with his fist. The latter sees it late, looking at this blow, but still manages to dodge, moving slightly to the left. And the hero of the spear looks at him and smiles. A huge explosion occurs in the place where he wanted to hit, breaking everything in its path and creating a huge blast wave. The hero of the spear says that his strength comes from the prevailing mass, which means then the hero of the fist tries to kick him, but he also misses and creates his huge force wave from behind. The hero dodges, runs behind him, and he says that he needs to block his air. Then he takes the spear and squeezes it around his neck. Both fists start to choke. He cuts him off and tries to strangle him. He pulls it down, but the fist hero is still standing. After that, the hero spreads his hands for now and says that whether he seriously tried to strangle him, without showing any signs of strangulation. He says that a child can't crush a rock with a hug, after which the hero of the spear gritted his teeth. The hero of the return, sitting on a helicopter, is watching this, and it amuses him to think that bringing him here was a good idea, because he always makes bad decisions. But it also gives him opportunities to improve his skills and solve his problems. After all, the hero of the uprising, what will he do next? He's still sitting on the Iron Fist hero and thinking about what to do. And he's thinking that maybe it won't work. But now he's in the Iron Fist hero's dead zone, and he has to make the most of this chance. He grabs it tightly, and the Fist hero is surprised by it. He raises his spear up, calls a change of weapon, and then the hero of the fist watches as the shining spear appears. This is a short Filgain spear. He takes this spear and stabs it in the back. He continues to poke at his shoulder and manages to break through his defense. He grits his teeth in exasperation. But this spear hero is thinking about whether it does any damage to him and why this meat tank started to bend. The hero pouring is surprised while he got down on his knees and is about to jump. He makes a dash, jumping very high. The hero Croaker, surprised, smiles at how this annoying worm is and says that he will crush it, after which they fall on their backs. The hero of the spear thinks to himself what kind of pressure this is and shouts a change of weapons, after which huge clouds of dust and flashes appear and land. They are watching what is happening, and the hero of the fist is watching the red color. The hero of the spear called for a spear, with which he was able to defend himself with a red barrier. It is lying under a landslide of rubble. Speaking of it being a reflection of an ancient shield, the fist hero smiles. After that, a huge red salvo occurs, hitting the hero of the fist, and he's thrown back. He swaps weapons for a spear with darkness and a spear of light. He calls it a sacred resonance. An aura of yin and yang unity of emptiness appears around them, after which he connects these two spears and a huge tornado appears, dark gray in color, aimed at him. He hits it and pushes it further and further away, breaking the walls and into the building through and through. The general watching it through the monitors is saying that this is an incredible fighting power, and will he be able to grind this bastard to powder? Hero of the fist, put your hands crosswise, and blocks his attack. He starts to scream, and of his own strength, he drops a wave, thus canceling the attack. He lands on the floor. Starting with, and trying to make a dash, he succeeds, and he pounces on the hero of the spear with his fists. At this point, he takes a spear of earth and attacks it back. He defends himself with his fists and strikes back. After that, the spear hero takes his other spear and attacks with it. He misses, and is the hero of the fist. When he hits it, it defends itself with its usual spear. They begin to exchange a very large number of blows. Everything flares and breaks, shaking with the force of the blows. They start shouting, looking at each other, and hitting each other directly. Events are transferred to another world. After that, the girl looks at the huge number of spears hidden in containers. She says that all the spears have returned with chipped points, and that the hero's current opponent is probably a cut above all those he has met up to this point. She is surprised by this, and tells them to put a new spear in one slot. A knight standing nearby is talking about a new spear. After that, the events return back to the battle. Heroic's PR picked up a spear similar to a drill. He stands with it, holding it up. This spear had the legs of a horse, and on top of it was a horse's head. There was a horse's head with a horn. Hecto's iron spear. Since ancient times, mankind has been creating more and more advanced weapons, using batons, showing how the people of the beginning era used batons to fight each other. A club to the sword shows how already more advanced people were fighting with swords. Initially, they were naked, but then they got clothes and weapons, and this is a copy. Show the medieval era as people already violent. Her armor was used by spears against iron swords. The man with the spear was much stronger than the man with the sword, watching and smiling as he defeated another enemy. There's no better weapon than a bladed weapon, and one of the most advanced edged weapons was the lance. And then how? Scorpio Man defeated the man with the pike. He was sitting on a horse, using a very long spike-like pike. After that, the events return to reality. We are shown a hero using a spear similar to a pike. This spear is designed for powerful direct attacks, and the commands to activate it is a jerk. Looking at the note attached by a spear from another world, he looks at her and uses a tug, after which the horse on the cop lights up purple. He stands up, and a giant dark blue-purple aura appears everywhere. Hero of the fist is surprised by this hero of the return, smiling, becomes more and more interesting. After that, the hero of the spear sits on a magic horse. dark in color with a huge horn on its head. The hero of debauchery thinks to himself that this is practically a scam. And being a spearman, he already has a huge range of destruction. And such a weapon also adds mobility to him. And it seems that the people of the world are a copy. They are so stupid. This is all with a very big smile. That they were able to create a weapon that interferes with the hero's spear. Showing how these knights were entered in one of the cells. It's a spear. He thinks in his head that this new weapon closes the speed problem. Yes, I gave him a horse and a larger attack radius. And beyond that, all the power is concentrated in his body. It is fully transmitted to this spear and does not diverge to different places. It can be concentrated on the tip of the pike. After that, the hero of the return smiles very much and asks him to show him his destructive power to the full. Events are transferred back to the battle. The hero of the spear is still sitting on the horse. He begins to think that this is a new weapon, and it will turn out to be a good match for his fighting style. But he has never even seen such a weapon, and even more so he has not used it. Looking at the mane of his own, he wonders if he can even take it down now, but he starts to deny it, saying that it's not true. If he made a mistake, the hero of the return would tell him and advise that it's better not to use this weapon. But he didn't say that, which means he wants him to fight it out no matter what. Thus, he suggests that this weapon can be effective against the sword hero. He takes the buckle of his hand and starts walking. The hero of the cook says that first he comes to them with toy spears, and now he decided to play the villain in the horse. It's grade 3. Who gets down on their knees, positioned to make a dash. His giant shoulders shine. He says, what will he do next? If only he can't say that he's going to pull out a lollipop like that pink hairy girl. And he should stop making a fool of himself. Glaring at him, he makes a jerk that breaks the ground beneath him. He jumps at the hero, glaring furiously and shouting. Talking about him accepting his fate. Hero Copy says that this time he wants to face him and take him face to face. He kicks the horses with his heel, and they start running, muttering a jerk to himself. He points the pike forward and runs towards the hero of the fist. Both of them gritted their teeth and became very tense. The hero of the fist is going to make a punch, collecting all the aura from himself. In response, a hero like me puts a pike forward and collects all the aura at its tip. They were getting closer and closer to accumulating power in their body parts and weapons more and more. And here they are touching the hero's fist, his spear. Huge forces, everything starts to fly apart. Two huge forces collided. Dark purple and light blue colors. A giant wind blew, which began to push the helicopter away, and it flies back. The hero of the return is shocked by this, and he spent the night, begins to pump. He continues to watch something happen in passing, wondering which one of them will be able to. It depends on how they try to break through each other's defenses. He wonders if he can break through, or if he will let the enemy break him. After that, the events are transferred to the world of the hero of the spear. 2 guards and a seeker are standing near cell number 1. One of the soldiers asks her if she really thinks it's the right decision to place a new spear in the slot, and he will use new weapons in a real battle. They're in training. To which she turns to him and says that everything will be fine and starts to smile. And if he puts enough strength into one punch, that will take care of the rest of his spear. Then colliding. Spear and fist. Both start to create a huge wave due to their strength. Sharper is the spades starting to twist and the hero of the fist. Thinking that it is starting to move, here gritted his teeth. The icons are getting closer and closer. He opens his mouth and steam comes out. The spear begins to twist very strongly, which even imperceptibly by the play of the fist tightens the arm more and more. Paralysis begins, and blood starts to flow. He is surprised by this. If he lets this peak continue to spin faster and faster, giving the analogy of a drill, it will kill him just like a drill spinning. After which, he grabs the arrow of this spear with his other hand. On the one where he originally held this spear, he gathers all his strength and is about to strike. He says that now his toy will not be able to spin, and he continues to look at him. Her hand's hero fist starts to twist, breaking. Cole starts moving forward, and the whole body of the hero of the fist begins to twist. He starts screaming in pain, doesn't know what to do. The hero of the spear pushes him against the wall. He sweeps through the walls and forward, breaking everything in his path. In the end, the hero of the spear leaves on his horse. Behind him is the corpse of the hero of the fist with a huge hole in the middle of the chest. He starts to die, bleeding profusely. He loses consciousness, and before him is a girl, all shabby. Did you ask him for the end of summer? She's covered in blood. Her clothes are torn and in very poor condition. She walks up to him and takes him by the cheek, telling him what he promised her, which would kill them all, including himself. Then he tries to say something. Does he say that he is a defender of justice? Snuggling closer to that girl's palm, saying that he always keeps his word. We are being transferred to the school. In one of the classrooms, a fat student is sitting and humming something. Joy Yui-ho 3 years ago. He's sitting at his desk, reading a comic book about superheroes. He turns the page and says that the latest issue is just a fly away, a man of justice. Suddenly, someone pushes his desk with their foot, and it falls to the ground with a crash. Guys come up to them and then say, "He told him not to read that class, doesn't he remember?" He's so sick of the stench of his greasy carcass, and he's also infuriated by reading this stuff every day. Joy apologizes to him, and then he turns to the guy and says that this is a new issue. He doesn't have time to finish, as the guy grabs him by the cheek, squeezing them, and says that he was not given a word. He'd already told me that a washed mouth stank like today. Even his grave can't handle it. The scoundrel keeps saying that he will have to teach Joey a lesson again. And then he shouts if that one can hear him, he will learn from him again, pig. He continued to tell him to take off his clothes, because animals don't wear them. Joy obediently did as he was told. He was kneeling in the middle of the classroom in his underwear, and the scoundrel was sitting on top of him. Joy cried desperately, realizing that he was helpless. The scoundrel came up to him and told Joy not to whine, but to grunt, to which Joy simply clenched his teeth and said nothing, bursting into tears. The scoundrel went on to say that he said that the piggy, fat, and then Joy did grunt. All the classmates and female classmates stood and watched the spectacle with a smile. The class started laughing. Joyen's mouth started drooling, and then he thought that someday he would kill them all. The culprits next to him was a guy in a green jacket, pointing at him and laughing. And observers. Joy walked down the street. Every day was like hell for him. His shirt was dirty, and his face was covered in cuts and bruises. He needed a hero, someone like a man of justice. A justice hero appeared in front of Joey and said that he looked like he had been through fire and water. The hero raised his fist, then asked if he needed heroic justice. Joy now looked at him, and then just walked past, saying what justice, he says. He's just a hallucination that meets him every day on the way home. A little girl was running after him. She yelled at him to wait. Joy turned around, puzzled. The girl, catching her breath, said that he forgot to pick up the latest issue of the Man of Justice. And then she said that she didn't think that anyone in their country was reading it, because it wasn't even made into a movie. She's happy to meet someone with a similar taste. The girl held out the comic book and continued to say that she was sorry that she didn't help him then, but at least she saved it. Joy stared at her, tears dripping from his eyes. The hero has appeared. The girl asked him why he was crying. Joy fell to his knees and burst into tears. In class, the girl was called Ghost because she did not communicate with anyone. The girl gestured to him without turning around. Joy smiled sheepishly. At that moment, he was instantly slapped on the back of the head by the scoundrel. He shouted how he was grinning. He had already received a nickel each for a long time. She wasn't a watcher. We're being moved to the library, where Joy and a girl are happily discussing a comic book. His face is covered in bruises, but he's still smiling. And then he gets up from his chair and assumes the pose of one of the comic book characters. The girl can't help but smile. And then he starts laughing. Her kind heart showed the best in people. She handed him the band-aid and apologized for not being able to help him. And then I added that he would take it. The patch is back to recital. Joy smiles and looks at the girl in embarrassment. Quiet and good-natured, it was only because of her that he endured terrible injustice. And then that day came, when they stripped him down to his underwear and made him grunt. The girl sitting in the front fumed and then clutched the page of her textbook. She rose abruptly from her chair, and she screamed. The scoundrel wasn't tired of it yet. He and his boys turned around. Joy looked at the girl desperately. He knew what was going to happen next. He tearfully said no. The scoundrel told the girl that something was happening to the pig. We are taken to an abandoned building. It's raining a little, and a group of guys are gathered near Jui, who is sitting on the floor in his underwear. A little girl was sitting next to him, and everyone was looking at them. The scoundrel, holding a cigarette in his mouth, said that they looked good, so he made them an entertainment. Then he told Joy to choose. Joy started yelling at him to stop. And then, bowing down on his knees, he said that he asked that if the scoundrel wanted to fight, then let him beat only him, and let her be left alone. The scoundrel looked at him and took a drag on his cigarette. Then he told him sternly to choose. Joy stared ahead in horror. Behind the scoundrel was the hero of justice. Looking at him, Joy said that it wasn't fair at all. Then he said the hero's name out loud. Everyone present laughed and started shouting that he was he's completely lost touch with reality, or something. How beaten it is. Joy looked at the hero of justice and begged him to help him at least once. The scoundrel smashed Joy's bream with a flourish. And then he said that what justice? He went completely under the roof with his manga freak. He started hitting Zhaoyi non-stop, shouting for him to listen carefully. Strength is justice. The scoundrel continued to beat him, then added that when his chick rejects someone strong, it's not fair. Joy looked desperately at the girl sitting next to him. All his life, he was absorbed in manga, because at least on its pages there was justice. However, now that he is being severely beaten up, he realized that the comic book hero was no better than this. They didn't just use their strength to beat up weaker villains. The misfit who turned his face into a mess revealed the truth to him. Power is justice. Only strong people can impose their own justice. The scoundrel grabbed Xiaoya's hair. His face was swollen and his nose was bleeding. Then he said that he wouldn't repeat it. Let Joy stop with this about justice and come to his senses. Then he called out to see if he could hear him, or he swears he'll beat him to death right here. Joy realized the essence of justice, which he pursued all his life. You need to make a choice. Injure a loved one, or inflict these wounds on yourself. The scoundrel shouted for him to answer him. Joy thought for a moment. Tycho said the latter, but he got tired of being a punching bag, and then he made a fist. Joy then pushed the scoundrel's hand away. I ran as fast as I could to the side. He jumped from a great height. The scoundrel and the girl watched him in dismay. Joy flew down in the pouring rain. He just ran away that day. And then he woke up. A group of scientists was standing in front of him. To the world that broke him. 1 year later, the scoundrel with his friends smokes and communicates somewhere in the alley. The heroes of the Iron Hand approach them. He just looks at them and doesn't say anything. The bald guy turns to the hero of the Iron Hand saying that what kind of clothes are these? He's like a cosplayer. The scoundrel stares at the hero of the Iron Hand. And then, with a smile, he starts clapping his hands and says, are you a pig or is it a pig? In the mouth of his feet, alive. In the beginning he thought that on that construction site, he threw his skates. Does he know what kind of lookout he was all this time? The scoundrel approaches the hero of the Iron Hand closely, and then says that he has been swinging all year, and now he has come to take revenge on them. And what it will do, as far as I'm concerned, is the only difference between it now and the old one. That it stinks a little less. Then the scoundrel holds his nose. The hero of the Iron Hand casts a stern look in his direction. And then the scoundrels continue to talk. He thinks that he is cool. Let him make a simpler face. The hero of the Iron Hand did not move. And then the scoundrel says that he jumped too much, and he will have to teach another lesson to the campaign. Before he can finish speaking, the Iron Hand hero kicks him lightly with his foot. The scoundrel, not understanding what is happening, begins to fall to the ground. It wasn't a heavy blow, but the scoundrel's legs were blown off. He bursts into tears and starts screaming in pain. The hero of the Iron Hand says that the scoundrel is a pig. The scoundrel is convulsing and screaming. His legs are hurting so much. And then the hero of the Iron Hand replies that he will sit on it, and it will grunt. The scoundrel tries to crawl towards his friends, desperately asking for help. And then the hero of the Iron Hand sits on it, and a large fountain of blood flies out of the villain. All the guys who were there start running in fright. Hero of the Iron Hand smiling to say that if they are afraid, then let them squeal like pigs. Teenagers start running, trying to climb over the fence. The Iron Fist hero runs after them with a smile. As he thought, strength is justice. Then the hero of Iron Fist walks down the street, holding the head of the offender and another kid in his hands. People run screaming in different directions. In front of the hero of the Iron Hand are the police, blocking his path and pointing guns at him. They watch him in fright, their hands shaking. Hero of the Iron Hand say that the representatives of the law they must spread justice. And then he adds that from now on he is the justice of this city. If they pull their finger off the trigger, he will kill them. One of the policemen immediately shoots. The bullet will ricochet off the Iron Hand hero's suit. And then he says they think he's joking. July 3, 2021. The hero of the Iron Hand suddenly appeared and started a massacre. That day, the hero of the Iron Hand swept through the city like a bloody hurricane. He killed without mercy all the unworthy people in his opinion, including the police and the military, who tried to stop him. Even fleeing civilians became targets of his assassinations. His actions were not driven by such a base emotion. He was only showing the world his superior justice. The hero of Iron Fist was walking down the street, carrying the severed heads with him. And then he said they forgot their place and tried to stop him. The cleanup is finally over. He even saved the world from the incompetents who fell into despair at the sight of him, the new guide of justice. How nice it is in a quiet city, no one now suffers. Finally, he has nothing to be ashamed of anymore. When he met her again, he already has a gift ready. He came to the hospital. Then he looked down at the bunk. On it lay the girl he'd talked to a year ago. Then he turned around and asked why she was in such a state. He shouted at the girl to answer. She answered with tears in her eyes and asked him not to shout. She doesn't know why. She has been in a vegetative state for about a year. The Iron Fist hero shouted that why. He was asking why she was a vegetable. The girl covering her notebook replied, with a trembling voice, that a year ago she was pushed off the road after her classmates inflicted multiple injury. The Iron Fist hero was filled with anger. He took out the scoundrel's head, and then wondered what those were so guilty of. He shouldn't have killed them so quickly. And then the hero of Iron Fist asked if her consciousness would come back. The girl replied that someday it is possible, only time will tell. The Iron Fist hero's face changed as he looked sadly at the girl lying on the hospital bed. And then he told her to disappear, that he wanted to be alone with her. The girl quickly ran out of the room. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes and saw the hero of the Iron Hand in front of her. She asked who he was. The hero of the Iron Hand thought that he knew she wouldn't recognize him. And then he laughed and said with a smile that she was finally awake, that he was the hero of the Iron Hand, the guide of justice in this world that she had been waiting for so long. And then he added her to come back to this world, or to mature what he had created in her name. He only brought the heads of her, but he killed everyone who got in his way, so no one else would hurt her. And yet, all the indifferent observers, the government, the authorities, and the entire city are wiped off the face of the earth. The girl looked at him calmly, and then she sat up from the hospital bed and said with a smile, "She's asleep, even if she is. Everything he said sounds so wonderful." The hero of the Iron Hand grabbed her hand and told her that this was not a dream. He promises that for her sake, he will do anything that will bring justice to everyone. Then she remembered something. She said softly, "Young Yu-ho." The Iron Hand hero looked at her in fright, and then she added that he abandoned her and ran away when she needed him the most. Let him punish this particular. Let her judge him. She tearfully said that she did not run away, but stood side by side with him. She feels like she hates him with all her heart. Hero of the Iron Hand kneeling in front of her. I answered yes. As soon as he completes the act of judgment, above all hypocrites and sinners, he would kill himself with his own hands. We are transported back to the battlefield, where the hero of the Iron Hand is standing with a hole in his chest, and a girl is kneeling next to him, holding his cheek. The hero of justice is not far away, and says that he knows that he was well beaten. Maybe it's time to retreat. The moment is right. His enemy thinks he has defeated him. The hero of the Iron Hand, being in a serious condition, thought about it. Running, that's what he's good at. Back when he was reading the comic, when he jumped from the construction site, he always ran away. The Iron Hand hero whispered to her not to look at him with such a pitiful face. This time, he won't escape. Paxson heard a crash toward me. Then I turned around to see what was going on. Behind him, the hero of the Iron Hand was standing on his feet with a broken chest and a dislocated arm. Paxson looked at him in dismay, not understanding how this could be. And then I wondered how he got up with such injuries. Hero of the Iron Hand said that he wouldn't die by someone else's hand. Then he shoved his hand into the hole in his chest. Inside him was a small device that was connected to his entire body. He crushed it with his hand. And then, small blue lightning bolts began to run all over his body. The hero of the Iron Hand said that he needed to bring justice to another one. And then it's all over. The hole in his chest began to close. Paxson glanced at it, then wondered if it was regeneration, something the hero of Return had never mentioned to him. The Iron Hand hero shouted that until then, he wouldn't die. We are transported to the laboratory of the hero of the Iron Hand. Scientists sitting at the computer writing something. And then say that Serum 8 is the name of the capsule built into the body of the hero of the Iron Hand. He turns to him, then adds that it contains the results of their entire lab. The Demon King was several heads stronger than all the villains they had encountered before, and now he was the world's biggest evil spirit. If the hero of the Iron Hand suddenly realizes that his strength alone is not enough, let them use the serum, but only as a last resort. Heroes of the Iron Hand replied that he didn't quite understand what would happen if the thing just broke inside him during the fight. The scientist replied that there was nothing to worry about. His body was stronger than diamonds. There was nothing that could hurt him, so don't worry about it. However, if suddenly, the contents of the capsule will fall into his body, He will go berserk, and his body will work at the limit and take a couple of minutes. He will gain the power of 1,000 heroes. We are transported back to where the hero of the Iron Hand opened the capsule inside himself. Looking at him, Paxson thinks that now the hero of the Iron Hand radiates a completely different energy. And the hero of the Return to Him mentioned this to me. Suddenly, an incredibly fast beam of blue energy passes in front of Paxson's face, which destroys everything in its path. Paxson escaped with a slight fright, does not understand where such speed comes from. And then return your head back and prepare for battle. Heroes of the Iron Hand jumps on him at high speed. The Iron Fist hero grabs Paxson in seconds, knocking him off his horse, and then say that it's not so easy for him to dodge it now. Now it's faster than the sound itself. He's flying with Paxson in his arms at a high speed. And then the hero of the Iron Hand stops abruptly. He pushes Paxson away from him. His fist is filled with an incredibly strong energy. He starts screaming. Then they muster all their strength to make the leap. He instantly moves to Paxson and swings to strike. Then he punches Paxson in the stomach with incredible force. It makes Paxson spit up a fountain of blood. And then at high speed flies into the building, destroying it with his body. Huge chunks of skyscrapers were blown apart by this incredible power. The Iron Fist hero started to take a deep breath, and a sphere appeared in front of his mouth. And then he blew out the air he received, turning it into a giant laser that burned the ground beneath him. The laser reached its target, then exploded, and continued to fly further, destroying everything in its path. The hero of the Return watched all this. He wondered if this was the last ace in the Iron Hand hero's sleeve, his dying battle rage. It's extremely difficult to win if you don't know it. By the 8th attempt, the Return hero had learned to neutralize the capsule, but he couldn't think of any other way to defeat it. He stared at the briefcase in front of him, thinking maybe he should go now. Then he opened it. In front of him was the Transformation Hero belt. We are being transferred to a military base. The former Transformation Hero holds a belt in his hands. The hero of the Return says that even for her it was an impossible task, and yet she coped. Hero Transformation responds that she not only fixed the cooling system, but also corrected the other shortcoming. Only here, the Return hero asked her what she wanted to say. The Transformation hero replied that the consciousness of this thing does not want to return. It was as if she had closed herself off from the sadness of her dead master. That's why she said that it's useless to fix such things with your own consciousness, just a soldering iron and microchips. The hero of the Return replied, in order for his consciousness to return, you just need to eliminate the scene. This will come in handy in the battle against the Iron Hand hero. The Iron Hand hero was panting heavily, his entire body covered in swollen veins. And then he was shaken, and he vomited blue blood. He wiped his mouth and then thought that his body couldn't take it anymore, but he didn't care. He still only had one scoundrel to defeat. Then the hero of the Iron Hand saw that in the smoke, something shone. There was a wounded Paxson, holding a spear that had turned into a shield in front of him. The Return hero grabbed it. And then I showed him a screen showing the battle with the hero of the Iron Hand and told him that this is the villain who was his former enemy. And that guy who's hiding behind a shield against that huge carcass is the hero of the rebellion. His master was the last to fight, and also the only one who can resist the hero of the sword and throw back the fins in a couple of minutes. Moreover, he doesn't give up even after losing everything. If the belt left him to fend for himself, he might very well die without ever meeting the sword hero. So what's the word? The Transformation hero's weapon will say. It can dutifully grieve for a dead friend and watch the world burn to ashes, or accept the hero of the rebellion as the new master. Suddenly, the belt turned on and said that the only reason he agreed was not because he was sorry, and not because he does not see through the vile tricks of the hero of Return, but because the fate of this world is important to him, the world for which his partner gave his life. Therefore, he is infinitely important to him, and therefore he will fight. The Return hero smiled. We are transported back to the battle of the hero Iron Fist and Paxson. Paxson is panting, unable to fight any longer, and the hero of the Iron Hand is slowly approaching him. Suddenly, the sword of the hero of Return, which is wearing a belt, flies from the sky. He falls to the ground. Paxson stares at him, founded, not sure what to do about it. Iron Hand hero and Paxson don't understand why he's here. On top of the helicopter, the Return hero shouts that they have received a delivery, who ordered help from above. Suddenly, the belt turns, saying that the hero of the rebellion will help him in battle. The hero of the Iron Hand stood decapitated. It all happened in a matter of moments. Paxson put on a belt and changed his armor. 5 seconds after the relic landed, to be exact. The Iron Hand hero's head rolled on the ground. While still alive for a moment, the Iron Fist hero with the severed head said, "How? What happened? Let's break down everything that happened by seconds." 0 second. Paxson hurriedly picked up the relic, a gift from the refund hero. The hero of the return watching him said that the hero of the uprising is well done. Thus, the timeline was chosen, where the heroes of the uprising won. He put on a belt, but what the relic said was transformation. The hero of the Iron Hand was blinded by a bright flash coming from Paxson. There was no time to doubt. Paxson appeared before the hero of the Iron Hand in a new image. 1.7 seconds. The Iron Hand hero opened his mouth to fire another laser ball directly at Paxson. The belt didn't bother to report. Relic said he didn't care if Paxson was a newbie, so don't expect any favors from him. They won't burst in at full power if he can't handle it. Something Paxson has always lacked and just experienced. As the relic continued to speak, there was no need to pick it up at all. Triple acceleration. The speed was staggering. It was as if Paxson had slowed down time. He had a huge speed while Hero Iron Fist was preparing a salvo and ran up to him. And then he stretched out his hand and said, "Apply the element." He did this many times on the Iron Fist hero's body. Fire x5 pentagram of hellfire. Flames burst out on the Iron Fist card. 2.4 seconds. Paxson made sure that the Iron Hand hero wasn't hurt. In the midst of the smoke, there is still an unbreakable pile of muscle. Paxson wondered if Iron Hand heroes was still alive, but it was okay. He could deal damage to it at this rate. Or he's in trouble. The hero of the Iron Hand swung to strike. Paxson said a change of weapons. A huge pike appeared in his hand. And then he cut through the Iron Hand hero's torso for 1 second. He'd inflicted so many injuries that the serum couldn't handle them. And finally I thought that the hero of the Iron Hand froze to assess the damage received. The blood of the hero of the Iron Hand began to transfer the serum through the body to restore the lost cells. After all, survival is more important than offense. As a result, the hero of the Iron Hand was helpless on the whole. Half a second. Paxson said to apply electricity. His lance began to flash with lightning. The Mad Devil, Lightning Hound. His Pika began to spin at a tremendous speed. And then she released a huge swirling charge of energy, which rushed straight at the hero of the Iron Hand. It almost reached the Iron Hand hero's neck. At that moment he was helpless. And then his head flew off to the side. The girl sat over it in silence. With the last of his strength, the hero of the Iron Hand apologized to her and told her that he had promised. But I couldn't. Then the girl pointed to the side with her hand. And she said he could protect at least one of them. Paxson was breathing hard, staring at the headless body of the hero of the Iron Hand. Something started to move from the Iron Hand hero's body. She said he promised. Paxson didn't understand what was going on and swung his spear. The Iron Hand hero extended his arm forward. Then he stuck it in his chest and pulled out his heart. He tore it out and said that I always believed that strength is justice, and he still thinks so. He held his hand up, along with his heart. Then he held it out and told her what it meant. Blood splattered on Paxson. The relic said he was justice now. Always have been. The hero of the Iron Hand was never understood by anyone until the very end. His body collapsed to the ground. He was just alone. He might have met a more dignified death. We are being transferred to Central Russia. Demon King Sword Hero will come through the continent. Step by step. There is only smoke and the smell of burning in its path, and the stench of a mass of decaying bodies. A plane flies from above the ground. The pilot, looking at the hero of the sword, reports something into the radio. We are being moved to our headquarters in Moscow. One of the generals reflected that they weren't at war, but it wasn't exactly a natural disaster either. Then he said, Adjutant, contact the Kremlin and find out the final decision. Can they point all of Russia's nuclear warheads at this monster? The aide-de-camp was being answered inarticulately on the phone. He replies with sweat on his face that he has received approval. Another general says that even the price of the eastern and central region is in Russia. The other responds that they are ordered to destroy the sword hero. General Surova replies that comrades, they must leave all doubts behind. They have their orders. They need to prevent the threat of this. Put all nuclear bombers and military bases in the country on alert. Heroes of the sword, walking forward, a cold wind blows over him. Suddenly, it stops. He sees a huge number of planes and missiles in front of him. Missiles rushing straight at him. Then he closes his eyes. And suddenly he opens up. His eye is bleeding, and his eyeballs have turned into red stars. He looks ahead without hesitation. A huge number of bombers and fighter jets drop bombs. Thus, the 37th operation to eliminate the Sword Hero, codenamed Rose Garden, was launched. Sword Hero stared ahead in silence. We're being transferred back to headquarters. The general reflected that they have about 2,000 nuclear warheads, if you take into account the decommissioned ones. Heroes of the Sword has shown that it is the enemy of humanity. But they don't just give up. They were approaching the hero of the sword. He held out his hand and pointed at them. And then he said, resistance. Useless, and his hand swiped to the side. Symbols appeared in the air. One by one, the missiles started to detonate before reaching their target. The sword hero abruptly swiped his finger to the side and neutralized all the missiles at once. It stared at them with its terrible five-pointed eyeball. The entire sky was ablaze with bright red flames. There were hundreds of dots on the radars. And then, in just a second, they were all gone. Then one of the soldiers said that 800 rockets had been destroyed. She shouted to the general that it was destroyed with a single attack. But the general interrupted her, slamming his fists on the table and saying that this was not the end. He wondered if the carpet bombers had just reached their destination. The sword hero raised his hand up. All the bombs that were dropped on it, literally in a second, began to incinerate. He opened his palm and his fingertips glowed with a bright yellow light. Huge waves of fire radiated towards the bombers, and then he destroyed them one by one. The soldier's girlfriend informed the general that she agreed with him there from the satellite. Of all the planes launched, not one survived, all were shot down. The general thought hard, and then he said that it was not all their rocket stock. A necessary distraction to keep the sword heroes from paying attention to the rumble underground. Trucks with bombs were traveling through underground tunnels. The general shouted that all the warheads located in the underground tunnels should be detonated urgently so that they could show this creature what hell is. The warheads began to detonate. The sword hero watched as pieces of aircraft fell from the sky towards him. Suddenly, the ground beneath him began to fall apart. He looked down at the floor and saw a bright red light coming out. There was a huge explosion, together, where the heroes of the sword stood. The girl reported that the detonation of all the ammunition was successful. The soldiers, looking at this large-scale explosion, applauded. The general took off his cap and then said it was too early for them to celebrate what the satellites were saying. Here I thought that an explosion of such force can wipe out a continent from the face of the earth. No living being will survive it. This explosion was visible from Earth's orbit as a huge eyesore. Heroes of the Sword was at the center of this explosion, shrouded in a protective spell. What is it? The Demon King can only be killed by a hero. The soldiers watched in horror that the heroes could not survive. No amount of human effort can destroy this creature. One of the soldiers turned to the general asking what he should report to the Kremlin. With trembling hands, the general pulled out a pistol from under his uniform. And then he said, holding a gun to his head, that someone had reported that humanity was doomed, resistance was useless. We are transported to the United Kingdom of Great Britain, Buckingham Palace. The Prime Minister goes to the Queen, and the maids bow their heads around him. The Queen greets him politely. He bends down to kiss her hand and says that he greets Her Majesty. She replies, since he has come to the palace in person, that she believes Britain needs the help of the crown. The Prime Minister replies that the Russian president is seeking asylum in Europe due to the imminent destruction of the Russian Federation. Meanwhile, the hero is steadily approaching Eastern Europe. The European Union is appalled, Your Majesty. The Queen changed her smile to a worried face and then replied, what about the United States? Are they going to fight on the side of Europe? The Prime Minister replied that they reported that they would help with military forces. However, they felt that the hero of the sword was unstoppable and recommended that the Europeans evacuate. The United States believes that supporting the hero of the uprising is the only option for salvation. However, by the time he can stand up to the sword hero, the Queen replied that Europe would go up in flames. The Prime Minister is responsible, and the European Union is officially asking the UK to release the hero of faith, who was sealed to the heroes with a gem in the 20th century. They want to free Welgish. The Queen says nothing. Then he pulls a key out of the nightstand, and he replies to the Prime Minister that he should tell the European Union that Britain is ready to accept refugees from Europe and release Welgish, and then hands the key to the Prime Minister. Then she said that she only prayed that it wouldn't tarnish the name of her father and the gem hero. We are transported to Nazi Germany during the Second World War. The Austrian artist salutes his fighters, and they raise their hands to each other. In the vanguard, they were a threat. The soldiers ran and threw down their weapons. The hero of the sword, Siegfried. Siegfried swung his sword, then sliced through everyone who was fleeing from him with his flames. The golem hero, Jonas. He flew along with the planes, destroying everything in his path. The soldiers were most afraid of meeting them. Heroes of Ice stood in front of Stalin saluting. Stalin was holding two photographs in his hand, which would depict a sword hero and a golem hero. However, they were only war dogs on the front lines, and at the head of them all stood hero of the faith, Belgish, who became the progenitor of the madness of the nonsense. Belgish, his mouth open, his tongue hanging out, was saying something to the Austrian artist and pointing at the map. If not for the efforts of the heroes of ice, transformation, and gems, the Allied forces would never have won. Many believe that Belgish would have done anything to continue the war. Belgish stood in the middle of the battlefield, bound in amber. Beside him, the ice hero was breathing heavily. The transformation hero's arm was torn off, and the hero of gems held onto the hand in which flags with Nazi symbols were stuck. The transformation hero flew out of her robot. She shouted to the gem hero. He told her to go to the palace as soon as possible. He must. The transformation hero shouted at him not to talk. She would immediately call a doctor. The gem hero was panting heavily and then replied that they didn't have time. He asked them to listen to his last request. She stopped in front of him in silence. Then the transformation hero took his robot and they flew somewhere. They landed in the UK. The gem hero lay on the ground without a hand, then said, "Your Highness." The queen ran towards him, shouting that the gem hero was injured. She ran to him, grabbing him by the shoulders. The gem hero replied that she should not touch him, but only get her hands dirty, and then asked where His Majesty was. The queen replied that he was not there, but had left the palace to attend the peace ceremony. The gem hero then said, "Your Highness," and held out his hand. This is the key to the Hero of Faith seal. Always keep it handy. The queen from this, that they could just hide it. Why give it to her? Hero Sametsvedov replied that Germany would soon surrender and a new trial would begin. Military and economic power concentrated in the United States. Their help is vital to rebuild Europe in case they don't want to cooperate. She must have a trump card up her sleeve. This key will still play into her hands. And if in the distant future, the British Empire will be under threat, she will be able to resort to this extreme measure. The gem hero coughed up blood. Then the queen knelt down to do something to help him. The heroes of gems then said, "Your Majesty," and took her hands. Keep the king safe. Border of Russia and Belarus. A military helicopter flies through the air. In it sit soldiers in gas masks and a man in a business suit. One of the fighters addresses, saying, "Commander." He's sure that it's worth releasing this monster right here. The commander replies that civilian casualties are possible, but allowing a sword hero to enter Europe with impunity is like giving up without a fight. Since deaths are already unavoidable, wouldn't it be wise to put them to good use? People stand quietly and wait for something. Suddenly, Amber and Veljish fall to the ground. One of the crowd shouts, "What this?" It fell straight from the sky. Suddenly, the amber cracks, and then it's all breaking down. And Veljish spreads his hands, then sighs and says, "Fresh air." How he missed the smell of it. People look at him in fright. And then Veljisha smilingly says, "People, let's start a new war, a terribly merciless, bloody war." His eyes have a red pupil. He opens his mouth, and there is a pentagram on his tongue. 20th century hero of faith. Hans Joseph Belgish. Type of faith. Released to stop the sword hero. We of the sword are slowly moving forward. Suddenly, he sees an incredibly strong energy right in front of him. And then he thinks, who else is this hero or something? Weljish stands in the middle of the city, surrounded by soldiers in uniforms. Suddenly, something catches his attention. He looks to the side and sees a bright flame not far away. Veljish then licks his lips and says that this must be the reason for his awakening. Heroes of the sword goes ahead. There's devastation in his eyes. A dark red aura appears in front of him. In the distance, on a building that looks like a fire. He thinks to himself that these are some other heroes. After that, they watch the scene as the soldiers of the Indian artist stand next to the man. He has a scar on his face, and he pays attention to the hero walking towards him. The man looks at him and smiles, opening his mouth. He has a pentagram on his tongue, and he says that this is the very reason why he was awakened. Then he grabs the head of one of the soldiers, and he says to deform it. After that, a bloody aura appears everywhere, and this soldier begins to twist. Then in his hands is a pair of binoculars from his eyes. It was created from this person. All the soldiers standing nearby start clapping at him. This one is looking through these live binoculars. He sees the hero of the sword in front of him and reasons that he is wearing antediluvian medieval armor, and he has tremendous energy. He is very surprised and continues to look, thinking that it is most likely a native of the sword world like Siegfried. The same one, in turn, continues to go, and behind it everything burns and destruction. He thinks that in this case, it will be easy to force him to give up, remembering his colleague. But for some reason, he became the Demon King. Remembering how he transformed, he started toward them. And that's why the English women separated and released him. He puts the binoculars away and smiles. He orders Tom to recover. After that, the soldier from which the binoculars were made begins to unwind and turns back into a person. All the soldiers behind them continue to clap for him, and the events are transferred to the government of England. The Queen of England, sitting next to me, says that so many civilians have already made sacrifices for Beljisha. Hold it against his chest. And another man tells her that there are 150,000 refugees trying to leave the country, and about 120,000 citizens of Eastern European countries, showing this zone on the map, saying that they were influenced by him. Tax says it's much more than she thought, but it's too late to regret it. She crosses her arms and starts shaking, saying that the Belgian died with the sword hero. Everyone else in the room nods, and I'm very excited to agree with her. The calculation of the European leaders was simple, remembering how many sword heroes he had killed and how much hatred he had for the world, showing his state of devastation, the desire to rule these heroes through war, remembering him as he sits on the throne and all the soldiers are cheering, and their intentions contradict each other, imagining them shaking hands and doing it crosswise. It breaks everything. After all, one seeks to overthrow the world and rights, and the second wants to seize it. Their auras are quite different for the hero of the sword. Red is dark for the other, but foggy blue. And when will they collide? The bloodbath will continue until one of them is destroyed. Show me how. He's already attacking the sword hero, guiding their soldiers forward. Either he kills the sword hero, or he dies in the process. I can imagine him standing on the corpse of a sword hero, using his sword to stab him in the chest. And even if he is defeated, they at least buy time for the rest of the people, and possibly weaken the Demon King. Imagining how he will lose and the sword hero, out of breath, goes forward, over a huge number of corpses. And this was the desperate calculation of the Europeans, who had lost faith in the superiority of nuclear weapons. Remembering his madmen, they think that at least they think so, and they underestimate him too much. He would make this his subordinate while smiling. He holds up 3 fingers and says that World War III will start. We all the people behind it start clapping. But he goes to the heroes of the sword, and the latter pays attention to him. He will call him, they say that he is a hero, a sword of the 21st century. He says he is a hero of the 20th century faith, Gans Belgisch, and he understands his pain, showing that he was also in pain and wanted to talk to him. He stares at him in silence, and he continues that he despises this world and the world that considered him a monster. And that's not why Fly became the Demon King, showing its status. After that, the hero of the sword goes to him and stands right in front of the hero of faith. He, in turn, thinks that he stopped, so he doubted, and he got caught. The same language with a certain rune, and the first strength of the hero of faith. Even if his words completely contradict the person's views, he can win them over to his side as soon as the latter begins to doubt. He begins to say that he is the same. This rotten, ridiculous world is full of stupid, unsociable people. Heroes of faith continues to say all this to the hero of the sword with great emotion. And using gestures, he says that there is no way he will accept their leader, opening his mouth and showing his tongue with a pentagram. He says that he longs to correct all this injustice of the world and tells him to join him. Think to yourself that he will obey and become his pawn in his game. After that, a golden thread appears on his tongue. He is surprised, and his tongue is cut in 2. He puts his hand on that tongue of his and watches as the hero of the sword points at it. He is surprised by this and looks at his empty eyes. He realized that he was mistaken. There was no longer anything human left in him, and he begins to move away. And the fact that even his madness has limits, looking at the hero of the sword, saying that this creature has crossed, they are no longer perceived by words. He picks it up with his thumb and forefinger, and the hero of faith is sent, after which he is cut into a huge number of cubes, and all that remains of it is the lower part of the body. The soldiers behind him are watching, and one of them breaks his neck, after which heroes of faith appears instead of this person. And this is his second strength, and so far he has followers. He can revive himself in the body of any of them. He says that he is not going to dance to his tune either, and this world should fall at his feet in the flames of war, and not let the heroes of the sword destroy it. Looking at the sky, more than once, he wants to kill him with his power. He bites his tongue and says, once he has dealt with more, no one will be able to resist him, and the whole world will be in the hands of the Lord. He says he loves war, and all the soldiers behind him pay tribute. He loves war on the ground, creating one of the soldiers a cannon, and in the air turn another soldier into a plane. He genuinely loves all kinds of warfare that can be staged on this planet, turning people into weapons. And this is its third force, consistently free to change shape into weapons of war, and according to the role assigned to them. It shows bloody planes and bloody tanks standing around them. They are all made up of the flesh of the people they have evolved from. It's going to start a war. He leans down and smiles. Human tanks start attacking. They shoot bullets from their own bodies. One of the bullets shows the faces of these soldiers, who in turn directs the finger, creating a cross of magic. And with a huge grid, I direct everything to these bullets. Heroes of faith tells them to recover. These bullets start to turn into people and fall on him. They fall through this grid. They are cut into several parts, and one of the soldiers still manages to fly in. He breaks his neck, after which the heroes of faith appear from him. He grabs another soldier by the head and uses a warp. After that, a blood sword is created out of his body. He jumps straight at the sword hero, and the latter looks at him. He raises his finger and writes something. His novels. After that, he lands, making a kick. After landing, there is only a golden line on his car. His head is cut off. He looks ahead, and a cut appears on his cheek, and he starts laughing. Speaking of which, he's immortal after all. That approach carries a finger to its wound and wipes the blood off. After that, he looks at the bloody finger, and the hero of faith says that he spent only a small table with followers without even straining the sanatorium head, but he drew the blood of the demon king. At this rate, he will take his place. After that, it splits. And now the heroes of faith are standing in the back near their tanks and planes, saying that he will defeat the demon king. He stands in front of a huge number of his followers. They worship him, and he walks up them like a ladder. Then, standing at the top, he watches his own armies of flesh. He takes the baton and the reason why he was able to become the strongest hero of the 20th century. He sends his army ahead, and they continue to shoot bullets out of people, saying that he can start creating a war without having any resources. After that, he continues to wag his wand, and the planes also shoot bullets out of people. He doesn't need any weapons, trained soldiers, much less money. It creates a tempo of it. These bloody bullets start to turn into people, flying out of the sky. And as long as there are people around him to whom he spreads his madness, showing how they desperately run for 24 hours with their weapons. They also shoot at him. But even the demon king doesn't do him any harm, and he raises his finger. After all, he was, without a doubt, even the sword hero who had fallen into the abyss of despair. After which the one using their skills and cut everything around. Heroes of the sword created a huge number of runes in front of him by running his fingers over them. And everyone in the area is cut into small pieces, leaving only the legs. It splits all the people standing nearby, planes and tanks, all around to get it in front of him. After that, he stands in a stupor, lowering his wand. He thinks to himself that he needs to attack by numbers, gritting their teeth, but followers are dying at a high rate and do not have time to attract new ones. He turns around to look at him, and he's walking in a rain of blood. It keeps going forward. And the hero Vera thinks about the fact that the Earth's population is limited and whether he can cope with it, starting to breathe heavily, thinking about what if he turned the whole world. And for the first time in the world, he felt a sense of dread as someone who thought he was at the top of the food chain, who thought he was the only worthy ruler of the world, started running out. He started to cry, thinking that the mission of fear insanity pricks and ignites violent wars has lost faith. He orders everyone to stop him by running away from him. They say that all those nobodies, and they all stand looking at the sword hero walking in the bloody rain and start running. They also all start running, and he is surprised by this, saying that they are all small and do not listen to his direct orders to attack. Then someone trips him and he falls. He says let them be cursed, and behind his back, some of his followers are already being slaughtered. He turns around, panting, and the disgusting thoughts about the superiority of the nation recall how he stood in front of people and emerged in the big mind of one person was not enough to look into the eyes of the original fear. Vera's heroes are very scared. They say that it's strange, saying that he wants to fight him again and for some reason his power has stopped working next to him. Thrasher, in turn, looks down at him, saying that he understood everything, and they are very similar. He froze in horror, says that he also wants to enjoy the war and so far only he could fight with him on equal terms. We start to cry, speaking of what is accurate and even more so, but at this point it starts to cut. He turns into small meat cubes, and the heroes of the sword continue to look at him without any emotion. But then something stops him abruptly. All the lost whites weren't enough to fight the demon king. After that, he sees the hero of the return in front of him, who dealt damage to his hand with his sword. He looks at it and smiles. It is said that they were enough to hide his intention of the sword hero being surprised, looking at him. After that, the hero of the return cuts off Tom's arm with his sword. The hero of the spear turns someone's hammer while wearing a suit. He puts it on his shoulder and the hero suddenly thinks about standing next to a huge number of artifacts. He says it's enough. The hero of the spear asks if it's good enough, and the latter tells him to take a look for himself. Questions will immediately disappear as unnecessary. Then he looks at what he has done, and he has made an abyss out of a huge mountain. The hero of the return says that he demolished the whole island to hell, and because of him the maps will have to be rewritten. Besides, we don't have much time left. He raises his hand, creating a camera, and says that what we haven't achieved is that in 3 he has to cut off the hand of the sword hero, showing a timer on his hand. The hero comes up to him and says that she brought what he asked for, and Togo pushes and responds. He says that in such a short time she subdued the relics, and prepared an operation to even make weapons for him, after which he pats her on the head. They say it's incredible. That, in turn, pushes the hero of the return, and he says that he has nothing else to do here, and he asks them well to rest. Before departure, the green hero asks him if he is not afraid, because he will finally die. He smiles and says that she has found someone she cares about. After all, he is a terrorist who destroyed half the world, and she's the hero who protected the world from him by standing up with the transformation hero. Then he leaves and says that besides, there is nothing in this world that he wants more than death. Closing my eyes. Then he heads to the helicopter with his briefcase. And you say the name of the one you need to remember. And that the heroes of the spear must become the hero of heroes. He waves after them. After that, the events return to the battle, where Heroes of Return cuts off the sword hero's hand. He gritted his teeth and focused very hard. He thinks to himself that the novice sword is his one hero reward. Remembering when he was in this world, he opened the inventory. Inside were armor, a sword and shield, and all sorts of potions. He looks at this inventory, reading the description of the sword, and says that its stats are worthless, but it has a special effect. Attack 13, Defense 3, can reduce resistance to all damage sources by 1%. And with each upgrade, this percentage increases. He remembers being in the blacksmith shop and trying to upgrade it. All over the forge are the heads of the return hero, and to raise it to 99, it cost about 1,000 rollbacks. After which, the system congratulates him, saying that he has successfully upgraded the novice sword to level 99. After that, the hero of the return takes this sword, lifting it up and smiles. Thinking about whether it's the Demon King or the goddess herself, he ignores 99% of everything. After which Heroes of the Sword is surprised by this. The return hero says that it was possible to select the lower corner only for the 1,000th time. He's the Demon King for a reason. After that, the hero of the sword has a debuff. He raises his finger and snaps it. After which, something binds him, a lock hangs. He watches it and watches as something appears above him. Managing threats, she grabbed his arm and forbade him to use his abilities. On his torso is blue eyes and, instead of a face, it has a skull with 2 horns. The ruler of the 37th floor is a high demon lord, level 87. After that, he looks at this demon and tells the hero that he is surprised. He pays attention to it, and it says that it is a follower of that world, and a certain cube falls out of them. He says that initially they need to be used for crafting and strengthening things. But there is one bug when he adds up 2 dice, with a small chance of gain. He smiles and looks. After that, there is a flash all around and an error appears. Speaking of summoning dungeon bosses, a huge number appears in front of it. Creatures on a horse with all kinds of weapons and different colors. In front is a red horse with a red knight and a huge sword. Next to him is a pale gray one with a sai, and behind him is a white one with a bow and scales. He says that's how it happened. Government 62 floors Horsemen of the Apocalypse, level 201. All these rulers look at him, and he says that he knows that the most interesting thing is the dungeon boss. After that, it will show how these 2 dice broke. Speaking of always attacking the highest level creature in sight. After that, the sword hero is attacked. Flying up the red knight. He swings with his huge sword, creating a whirlwind of fire, then tries to pierce it, and the sword hero grabs him by the sword. He uses his ability and splits the sword, together with this boss, into small pieces. The hero of the return talks about what he understood, and he is very surprised and disfigured. And what else can you expect from a sword hero? And he says that he will not crucify much, creating 2 more cubes and trying to push them together. It summons 2 weapons, one that looks like an axe, and the second one looks like a sword. Plus 99 lightning forged axe, lightning fast axe, a demonic, cold-tempered ice sword. He says that this will be their last cut and they need to have a good time, just like in the good old days. Then, with his apostles, he attacks him, and behind him is another boss holding him. A white knight with a bow shoots at him, and he dodges. The scythe knight uses magic and tries to attack him. He looks at Tom in surprise, and evades all the scythe attacks of this knight. After that, he lands on the ground, and the return hero is already running up to him. He pays attention to him, and the return hero tries to attack him. He grabs these 2 weapons with one hand, then casts a spell, and everything around is cut, but the hero does not have time to dodge. All bosses behind it are also cut, and he pulls out 2 katanas. He swings them, cutting everything around, creating a cut line, crosswise, and it hits the heroes of the sword and creates a huge flash. The return hero looks at this. This is the reason why the hero of return supposedly fought on a par with the heroes in this battle. He drops these katanas on the floor and picks up a long spear, attacking it. He jumps and is going to attack him from above. Then he points the spear at the sword hero and approaches, hitting the same shoulder that he hit with his sword. And it lies in repeated trial and error to discover the optimal method of attack. The return hero thinks to himself that he should cut off the arm a little more and he will lose his vigilance. He was out of breath and tired. He had to weaken this monster at least a little. And before this fight, he had already died more than 10,000 times, showing how many heads were lying down next to it. And he thinks once again that death at the hands of the Demon King should not be final, remembering that if the boss kills the player, then the player will die completely. He says that he still remembers how he was almost cut up, But, however, before he has time to die at the hands of the Demon King, he claims death by the hand of the heroes of the sword of his artificially created one. After all, the transformation hero created an activated bomb, which is used for the slightest violation. The hero of the return inserted it into himself while flying in a helicopter, and thanks to it, he can commit suicide in the eyes of the system. The return hero looks at the battle through the screen with the spear hero, and in theory, he will be able to fight until he gives up. And it might even be able to deal more damage than just chopping off an arm. Looking at how out of breath the return hero was. Then he remembers that one hand, and maybe even more, showing the photo with a crossed out hand. He says that the consequences will be left to them, and they should. Please note that they will walk on very thin ice between life and death. After that, she thinks, and does she think that whether the human mind can withstand such a mental strain? The hero returns with all the bosses and from their floors attacks him. He thinks that this long-awaited ending, which he craves more than anything else in the world, is right in front of him. He looks very exhausted and his nose is bleeding. He thinks that he deserves a rest. The hero of Return's consciousness began to give up in the face of death's sweet embrace. Heroes of the Sword is heading for the attack. A blue aura comes out of his shoulder. It was a wound made by the hero of Return. Create a Demon King from one of the heroes. After that, the Spear hero, along with the former Transformation hero, watch the battle take place. And the second one needs to be trained to kill the first one when he drops his skates. After the event, they return to the battle, where the heroes, holding a sword in their hands, want to attack. He would try to weaken the Demon King a little before he died. Then it makes a hit. The sword hero writes something. Swipe forward with your fingers. I broke off my sword in arms. The hero of the Return has red eyes. The plan is as reliable as a Swiss watch. After that, we are shown a bomb made for the heroes of Return, and it detonates. An explosion occurs. Time is rewound. He was going to end up with 380k. That was the original plan. Events return at the moment when the sword hero is directed at the Return hero. But his hands are beginning to shake. He's panting and barely holding his swords, wondering what the hell he's doing. And the fact that it is no longer enough for this all. Just how many times had he already died fighting it? Tens, hundreds, or 1,000. He raises his sword, breathing heavily, to figure out how to dodge the monstrous attacks that he created. After that, he again runs his finger across the sky and writes in runes. But he dodges this attack and runs towards the gap. But still his cheek is grazed and he grits his teeth. And it takes him hundreds of attempts to figure out how to dodge a single attack. After that, the Return hero runs at it. He, in turn, has moved away a little, spread his legs and makes another attack, creating a wave cut. And before him stands a creature capable of interrupting his thinking. The cut grazes his throat, and a way out of this never-ending hell. This cut is wrapped around the neck of the hero of Return, and he is almost dead, and at this moment a bomb explodes. All the regrets that he had accumulated over 101,000 lifetimes. An explosion occurs. Time is rewound. He thinks, why should he keep fighting? The events repeat, and the sword hero steps back and makes another attack when the Return hero runs at him, but this time he evades it by falling to the ground. He gets up and thinks that he might not care when he dies. He keeps running at it and thinks that he can be understood. After that, it is once again disassembled into small pieces and an explosion occurs. Time is rewound again. And so he stuck the sword on the ground and thinks he's rich on it and is breathing hard. The hero of the spear thinks, why did he stop fighting? And the transformation hero says that's his limit. He had reached his limit, showing him standing over millions of his own corpses. From his point of view, it seems that it will last a couple of minutes, but for the hero of Return, it is an endless series of trials and errors. After that, we are shown how much he is tired and breathing heavily, having enriched himself with a sword. And, probably, he has already died several 1,000, or even tens of 1,000 times. No matter how mentally stable a person is to experience his own death second by second, no one can stand it. He takes his hands off the sword, stands and looks up and says, how is he tired of the hero of the sword? It's just like last time, and it makes my head boil. He wants to get the bomb and says he can't anymore and starts crying. His eyes were blue with fatigue. He says that let the guys continue to cope on their own. Someone grabs him by the arm, preventing him from pulling out the bomb. This is someone saying that is he sure that he will not regret it. He continues to cry and pays attention to him, saying that he will not last any longer. He starts yelling that he's going to die in the end anyway. And it doesn't matter if he's going to die now or in a minute. And he did what he could, pushing his other self's hand away. He keeps shouting that he really has to surpass himself on his last breath. Then he starts smiling and saying that it doesn't matter anymore, right? His hands are shaking, and he says it doesn't matter. To which he tells him that the whole point is that if he dies now, there will be no turning back. She holds out her hand to him. He looks at him seriously, and says he's asking him if he did everything he wanted. And he thinks to himself that how he wanted it. He remembers all his reincarnations before and says what he wanted, as he did. It shows a tired self. Or the gentlemen themselves say that each of them did not give up our dream halfway, showing all his rebirths that tried to die. They stand in front of him, and he says that he definitely had a dream. He created a future where all his comrades were alive, and where he had a family and children. Remembering how he stands with all the characters in the photo, where everything went naturally. Remembering how he got married, where there was a happy life, where he helps and supports the current hero of Vera, and not very happy. I remember all the events that happened to him all the time, how he helped, killed, crying, drinking, it all popped up in his head. And he stood in front of these photographs and lit a match. He'd seen a lot more in his time than a human should. After that, he stands and watches the match fall on these photos, and he vowed to give the world the best possible future. After that, he watches these photos burn. Right from the moment I got this cursed ability. It shows how small he is playing on the video machine. They show us what's in there. Fighting game between sword heroes and return hero lost. The story is written to continue. 5 seconds. His goddess appears before him, and he pays attention to it. She gets a battery lighter and, like a schoolboy speaker in a slot machine, she brings it up and clicks it. He tells her to stop because of this, a lot of people will suffer. But she finished the job and walked away. Then he pulls a stack of coins out of his pocket and says that this is the last attempt and this time without regret. Looking at this coin, then the hero of Return threw the bomb from his chest and stood in front of the sword. He thinks about it and says that this will be the last attempt. The snow is getting heavier. We look ahead and says this time, with hope and no regrets. He opens the inventory and takes out another cube. This is a penny with a huge space. It goes into it. It is amplified several times. And he turns into the hero of the spear, looking at it with his hand shielded from the light. He watches and sees the other. Changed, he got armor as a hero of the spear. Heroes of the sword looks at the glow. It was very bright, so much so that he covered his eyes with his hand. But he kept looking. There were pentagrams in his eyes. And he sees before him the hero of Return, reincarnated in the armor of the hero of the spear. Legendary refined demonic armor Tartarus, not reforged or resold. Why was the Return hero considered weak? Because of his mortal body. Remembering how people attacked and killed him. Or because he doesn't have spectacular skills like the other heroes. He takes out his sword from his inventory and smiles. The Return hero was quite weak. Because he simply doesn't need to be strong. All his deaths laid the foundation for perfect success. Remembering how he walks over the corpses, fighting a demon. These were his corpses. After all, he had tried to cut C with it many times already. Return an ability that benefits from death. He says the 37th floor was tough to hold your head and sweating. He says he's died 50 times or more, standing over the corpse of the demon he'd killed, by sticking it in the weapon. He looks at him and cuts his head open in one fell swoop. And in order to use his skill to its full potential, the hero chose death over power. Then he swings his sword and says that he is tired. And that's why it's better to roll back quickly. Cut with a sword. A person who has lost the fear of death. Someone who has always chosen to sacrifice the present for a better future. Multiple weapons appear above him, and he heads forward. For the first time in all of his lives, I bet everything on the present. This is his last run, so you need to shoot with all the guns. He put on a serious face and picked up one of the swords. He says they're used to armor and weapons, but he's always had enough of them. After that, he takes the water in one hand and Morgenstern in the other. But now it's a sin not to use them. After which he makes a serious face and says that only here. I remember how many times he was killed by a sword hero who cut his head open. And in all cases, he couldn't defeat the sword hero while he was a human. And now he will have to fight with him in the form of the Demon King, looking at him. And he thinks that this is his last attempt. He takes a fighting stance and yells that this time he is choosing the real heroes of the sword. Who thinks to himself that his mood has changed and is moving forward. He thinks why? Because he has never worn armor before. And even more so, there wasn't so much life in her eyes. Looking at how hard he looks, he stands in front of him and says he doesn't care. And he will simply tear it up by holding up his finger and starting to write the fleece. But Morgenstern arrives in Togo, and he cuts it into 2 parts. He sees it cut open, and it starts to shine. Weapon leveling range from +99 to +100, about 210. Then the weapon explodes in front of his face, and he is surprised by it. The augmentation failed, and the weapon leapt to dust. After that, the sword hero is blinded, and he thinks that while he is blinded, he should attack while going forward. And he will close the distance by jumping on top of him and using a large sword. It also hits the place that it hit initially. It starts cutting through his shoulder. Heroes of the sword tries to grab him while writhing in pain. but all they manage to do is jump away and cut the return hero. After that, it is cut into several parts, and they evaporate. Clone created by the doppelganger potion has been destroyed. He looks surprised and grits his teeth. They start shouting. On the other hand, the other sword he calls him a sly bastard gritted his teeth. And he looks like that one. Cuts his shoulder with 2 katanas. He looks up and smiles, taking the cube in his other hand and saying that he's just getting started. He attaches these 2 cubes near his shoulder, while there are 2 blades sticking out of it. They create a kind of magnetic storm. Reinforcement failed. Weapons crumbled to dust. Reinforcement failed. Weapons crumbled to dust. His shoulder starts to explode. After which, one of the pieces of his armor falls off, and he sees his arm begin to collapse. He takes the axe in his hand and says that it was so good in his head. This evades the sword hero's attacks by running up close to him. After dropping the burden of endless returns, he found unprecedented concentration. After which, he makes an attack and finally, he will meet his own death. Show him how all his nerves are strained, and to the limit and as if time stood still. Never in any of my life did I feel myself until the heroes of the sword cast their rune. He says he feels so alive. He cuts it open, and he jumps back. We create even more weapons, and there are a lot of options in front of him. He grabs a dagger and jumps on the sword hero while the latter grits his teeth and looks on. He wants to keep breaking his shoulder, and it should follow the light in front of your eyes. He shouts out and makes another punch to his arm. He respects that blade right in his shoulder. Delving further, and why did he limit himself to one ability before? After that, the heroes of the service part of the return hero smiles very much. When I could feel all the taste of life. After that, the sword hero raises his leg and breaks his legs. The latter, clenching in pain, continues to hold onto the blade, digging into his shoulder. He already has 2 legs missing, and he's breathing hard. He looks at the kick, sees how I've taken his legs away. He's going to take his hand away, and then somehow raises his own, issuing into this blade, cutting through his arm. It falls to the floor, and the sword hero's hand also falls. He looks at it. Time is rewound. Rewinds again and again. After that, we are shown how the hero of the sand is crying. The hero came back, comforted him, and he continues to cry, leaning over him. Then he sits on a huge fish of the sea hero, and they sit and fish. Then they help the transformation hero with the past transformation hero. He watches them perform the operation, putting a new arm on her. Then in the city with the hero of Iron Fist, it hits, to test your strength, and thus breaking it. They all start laughing at how clumsy he is. Then he comes to the grave and bows. The development hero is standing nearby. He looks at him unsmiling, and the other man takes him by the shoulder. His eyes are devastated by the new rat. After that, they resort to the temple. The whole temple is broken, kids are running out of it. The hero of return and the hero of faith approach them with gifts and smile at them. They say them on the head and reason, giving gifts. Then they sit down and fry a steak. Together with Korean civil servants, they also eat while drinking beer. After that, they sit in a bath of 64 and 9 degrees. He's smiling and having a good time with the sword hero. Then they laugh. After that, he drinks with another hero. They also laugh and have a good time in the cafe. And then he goes to the movie, about a magical girl with her 2 half, and other heroes. They eat popcorn and sit around discussing a movie, in a good atmosphere. After that, he rides through the night streets, a nice car with another hero. His dog howls while having a good time. He climbs the mountain by stairs, with an old man. They don't shout while watching the sunset, and then they sit and drink tea and watch nature. Then he again goes for a walk with his other half to the amusement park, on a roller coaster ride. After that, the hero of the sword goes to the toilet and his friends help him, and the hero of the return goes with his girlfriend, and she shows him the Ferris carousel. Already the night begins with fireworks. They are very beautiful, and they are on the Ferris wheel in the booth. They're watching the fireworks, and she says that today was a great day, asked him if he liked everything. He looks at her. They approach and kiss, so he tells him to ask for permission and is very embarrassed. They're not in a hurry, are they? He makes a serious face and looks at her. He says he knows he shouldn't have done it, but he really wanted to, and he wanted to see her one last time. She is surprised by this, they say, which means finally. He says it's time for him to go back in his man-made hell, after which he opens the door, and it is surprised, tends to him. And he falls to the ground, remembering everything that happened. He says that he did everything possible to die, killing himself, destroying everything around him, trying to change, and through hundreds of 1,000 repetitions such a time as regret from the world. For hate, he was in space, cut up. What he just did not try, because I regret only people who appreciate every moment of their own lives. Remembering what's driving you crazy. He starts to cry, still remembering how many times he's died, and now he doesn't regret anything, falling to the ground and racking his brain. once again dying. Events return to the battle. The hero of the return is lying on the floor near death without legs. Heroes of the sword looks at how he cut off his hand and at his severed hand. Heroes of the return start to choke, and the latter says that it looks like he can kill him with ends. It depends on what kind of face you've made for a long time. Does he extend his finger? But then stops. He decides to kick the sword of the hero of return, and it flies up to his head. The latter looks at him, and the latter tells him to kill himself, fix everything, save his comrades. Remembering how the hero of Russia. Then I killed his comrades from another world. Remembering how they protected him when they tried to unfreeze him and they were all killed. And, perhaps, then he will not be doomed to such a fate. To which he smiles and says that he refuses and in general thanks to him just got back. He smiles and continues to stare at the sword hero as he approaches him. He says that he has seen everyone close to him, and he has gritted his teeth, says that if this is the case, he will do it. After starting to write small runes, he breaks its limbs, tearing them into several pieces. He will painfully and for a long time tear it to paint, cutting off his hands and the body. He thinks to himself that he didn't do without showing off, and he will have to be patient. And what would he say to Kim Sung as a testament? His last words, the hero of the sword. Sorry, no, it was too cliched. It's a little more difficult to put all my emotions in one word. Thank you for killing me. Somehow selfish, and it would be something to thank for. Hint that they used to be friends. But in this reality, this was not the case. Then it makes no sense. He understood. He says his name. I start to say something, but he's already dying, trying to pronounce any words. After that, the time doesn't go back. The return hero died. His actions led to the death of 1.5 billion people. They remember how everyone was blown up, people were killed. And he will be remembered as one of the best villains that mankind has ever seen. However, time has gone from reality. Loops and heroes were no longer brought to empty nothingness, after which the one in the white space goes into a period. He says that it's not worth thanking, because he was the one who had to pay the main stage while looking at someone. And now the heroes of the sword will be able to resist only one hero. The monitor through which the heroes of the spear watched what was happening breaks, and he was very tense. Heroes of the sword stands over the bloody mess of the hero of return. Is he looking after his remains? He puts one hand to his heart, thinking that he has a strange heaviness. After all, he's not like the other beggars, remembering how he stood in front of him while he was dying. Those he kills begged and crawled on their knees. He was smiling and died with a look of relief on his face. He grits his teeth and thinks about how this is exactly what he wanted, and he said that now he won't come back. Remembering how his comrades from another world had died. He wanted to make him the Demon King. But why? He stands over his corpse and thinks that he intended to destroy the world, plunging it into chaos. But then why did he cut off his hand? He gets angry and understands. They say that how much. He starts hitting his remains, and he says how much he interfered in his life, while continuing to beat up the remains of the return hero. He can't calm down and screams how much he is. It's so strong that it breaks the ground. Everything breaks and smoke rises everywhere. He says I didn't give him what he wanted. Rising from his knees, I should have let him live and get revenge. She knows he didn't do what he wanted, but there's a certain confidence in his eyes. He says that no matter what his goals are now, he's reminiscing about the city. I guess he wanted to keep the world from going up in flames, so he tried to kill him. And it starts to go ahead and run. He wants to get to the city faster and says that by destroying it in such a cruel way, they will pervert everything around them. He grits his teeth and says that's just the way he played with his life. After the battle with the return hero, and the destruction from the hero of the ball, it has acquired an unprecedented scale. They show us the city and how the helicopter flies. You are escorted by the townspeople and into the ship, escorting them there. Because of this, the leaders of Europe decided to evacuate en masse, showing how a girl cries in the crowd and a soldier approaches her, taking her in his arms. He tells her not to cry and to see her parents on the other side, holding her in my arms. Then they show us how high society suits the plane. The woman asks how they are doing with the evacuation, to which the man next to you tells Your Highness that they have made it a priority to bring people all the way to America and Canada. Show it on the map. But not all people will be able to move through the air and sea. Therefore, they decided to regulate the direction of land transport in Southeast Asia and Africa, showing how people get on buses. She says she didn't ask where people were being taken, but how many people had already been rescued. After that, he says that about 40%. And given the speed of the ball heroes' movement, they estimate that they will lose about 30% of the European population. And they ask, will the army help slow down his movements? To which another man says that most of the military is focused on escorting people, and if they do not gather reserves, they can take another battle. But she clarifies why. But To which he says that in this case I will have nothing to deal with the consequences, showing only the hero ball destroys all soldiers. Moreover, they are already significantly inferior to the United States in terms of their military forces, and they do not exclude that they will share the fate with Russia. To which she tells the Prime Minister that she has no power on the double, but this is its jurisdiction, and between a country that has preserved its troops, sacrificing its citizens, to a country that has defended its population to the last fighter, under the threat of being left without an army. And what did they want to do for Britain? After that, she goes to the plane, tells them to act so that there are no regrets left, begging them. Then she takes off on a plane while everyone else watches. Events are transferred to America. The man says that despite the difficulties in housing the refugees, they must survive for at least 3 months, showing a military base, and another man says troops. And the United Nation is now one and only. And they lose people in defeat after defeat. And they buy a lot more time than they thought, showing how he kills all the soldiers and goes ahead. And the man says to be given a report from the preparation of a full-fledged offensive operation of the Allied forces and ground troops. The air and sea fleets have completed all necessary arrangements, and everyone is waiting for the command to start the operation. Alerts and compensation for loved ones in case of death are prepared for 110,000 soldiers, and all of them were warned that they were going to their deaths. Everyone's fighting spirit is impeccable. Everyone is eager to fight. The bespectacled man says that he asks to send a telegram to the soldiers on his behalf, saying that he appreciates their sacrifices. And what's more, if something happens to the fire states, they promise to take care of their families. Typing on a laptop, the man with glasses says that the preparation is over and asks to tell the heroes of the mutiny and his companions that everyone is ready. Chief Director of the South Korea Department of the Restored Korea, to which she says that the heroes' training is complete and they are ready to enter the final battle. Speaking to this president, now they can count on success. After that, the events are transferred to the hero of the spear. It's in the lab. Blood drips down his legs. They make it robotic. The transformation hero says that the operation will end, and he should try to move. He starts moving his robotic arms and says that it looks like she really is a genius. The hero of the spear has extra arms, and he can move freely. She says that the reformation process wasn't completed, and with the equipment in this world, she can't completely reform it. The human brain is used to controlling a pair of legs and arms, remembering that there are only 4 limbs. If he worked too hard to control the extra pair of hands, he would forcibly connect them to his brain, showing the entire human nervous system. And maybe his central nervous system will just burn out. He takes the staff in these hands and says that she knows perfectly well that she is worried about him, and what happens to his body is absolutely useless. He picks up all the weapons and artifacts of past heroes. Here right now, if he stops the sword hero by all means available to him. He grits his teeth and says the whole world is over. After that, the elevator shows the first floor. The hero of the spear goes outside. Green hero and robot says they've been waiting for him for a long time, and they called everyone for a joint training session. The hero of the series says that the operation was successful, and she looks at his wounds after training. It rises to the sky, and we are shown how a huge number of soldiers stand next to the hero of the spear and the hero of magic. Is he looking at this island? And he says that no matter who wins, the end is near.